Hey folks, SlycemGaming here, and we are roughly about 3 minutes till 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. As I promised, SlycemGaming is looking to bring its ranking system to the table. Again, this is going to be a little bit different. It's a little bit unique, we hope. I hope it helps everybody. And listen, if you don't agree with any of our rankings, not a problem. Feel free to express your opinion over in the live chats. We're going to be keeping an eye on those. And I hope it works out for everybody. So if there's anything you got, feel free to let us know. Don't forget, we'll also be taking live calls as we go. So hopefully everybody enjoys and we can get along and make this a good time. So, hey, John Wesley Thomas, what's up, my friend? Good seeing you, buddy. All right. I had to power up with some Mountain Dew because I got a feeling this could be a long one. So the system's going to be pretty simple. I've got my mods available. We're going to be going through our rankings. And I'm getting ready to unveil the sheet and start getting things going and explaining where we're at and why we're at there. But until the meantime, we're going to let everybody get a chance to get into the chat, get into the room and start watching. So looking forward to it. Okay. And just making sure. Hey, John Wesley Thomas, can you see me, buddy? Also, Bulldogger, welcome. And I'm going to go ahead and start making phone calls and bringing my team on live so that they can start getting situated and making sure everything's running nice and smooth. So, with that being said, here goes the phone calls. Hopefully they all pick up. All right.
What's up?
I hear Jacob. I hear Anthony and see Jacob. Anthony's on. Looks like I got Bulldog. Waiting for Chid and Star to pick up. But outside of that, it looks like most of the team's getting here and getting ready to go. Welcome, fellas.
Hello.
There's the Bulldog.
Testing.
There is Chid. And we're just waiting on Star. And I know he's around because he was just online, so... And somehow Star missed the call. So, worst case scenario, we'll move on, and I'll get him in here as soon as possible. All right, just want to confirm everything looking good on the YouTube side. It looks like it. So good deal. Hey, what's up, Bro2D2? Good seeing you again, buddy. Haven't seen you in the stream in a while. Kind of missed you. So.
Yeah, it's been a few days.
Yeah.
At least.
All right. Well, again. Looks like everything is set up, ready to go. All right. So I'm going to kill a little bit of game time here just to allow people to get into the chat and get things rolling. So tonight, I will be cracking one of these Aspiring Avenger crystals, hoping to pull out Spider-Man Homecoming. I'm even tempted to pop two, but we'll see.
See how the first one goes.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. First off, what, Chid? What are you going to say?
Well, I said we're going to pop the crystal 4-star.
Oh, 4-star. Well, I'm going to do a 5-star one as well.
Oh, no, 4-star.
Oh, for star. Never mind.
4-star.
I was like, a 4-star? No, man, it's the 5-star version. What's wrong with you? Yeah. I was out there working. I got a little blackberry patch, and as I was messing around with it, I was sitting out there thinking, I was like, man, there's part of me that will feel bad if I get it and Stars in here. On the other side of it, it's going to be awesome to just kind of brag about it. So
anything to rub Star's nose and stuff, I'm all for and support wholeheartedly. He mocks me mercilessly every time he opens anything good. So
before we get started, can I just say something real quick?
Sure. What you got, Anthony?
In the Cosmic, you need to add Carnage.
Ooh, good call. All right, let me add that real quick.
Ooh, I just figured out the answer to my line question. And may surprise some of you where it's going to be ranked.
I can't wait.
Let me test it.
There's more.
All right. and everybody should be inside the new spreadsheet. So at least I see most of us. And if not, let me know and I can put your answers in as we go. By the way, what's up, Steve? Good seeing you in here again, man. All right. So again, for anybody viewing, don't forget, none of this is necessarily pre-planned. We had an idea what we're going to be doing, so this is going to be very raw. People getting to say what they think and feel, and you're going to see genuine reactions and thought processes. So be prepared for that as well. All right. Tell you what. Let's get ready.
Well, we better be careful with those reactions, because if we react too much, we might have to pay the Fine brothers for the privilege.
Yeah.
What's up, Doc Strange? How's it going?
Hey, Jacob, look at the chat real quick.
Let's see.
Hey, what's up, Doc? Good to see you again.
I don't get what you mean by that shit.
Yeah, Doc,
I mean, like,
we're going to be having a spreadsheet going over. All right.
Can I just say I am amazed. I put up 2.63 mil for the Duck, which was 200,000 more than the cutoff on the first one, and did not get him. I'm not super sad about it, but I'm surprised.
That's
And,
awesome.
Jacob,
Yeah.
does Ultron Prime have bleed?
No, poison.
no.
Okay, just
Yeah.
making sure.
All right, Adam Marco says he pulled a hood from a Premium Hero shard and then duped him from a 4-star
Nice.
shard crystal. Dude is so jealous. Doc,
Yeah.
we're going to be introducing our spreadsheet with our rankings. That should be coming up here shortly. Guys, you can't see it yet, but it will be coming to the screen here in a few. Just giving a chance to let the viewers jump in and get things going. I guess I kind of forgot to go ahead and mention that we're going live on a lot of the places I like to mention it. So, whoops. Let's see here. And let me spread the word. Ooh, E says he duped the Duck.
Did you get him out of the arena, or did you pull him from a crystal? I'm going to assume the arena based on the
Yeah.
timing.
It's got to be the arena.
Steve Torres just pulled a 4-star Civil Warrior.
He's not
I'm
bad.
sorry. I mean, he's not bad. He's the poor man's Vision. Really depends on your roster. If I pulled a 4-star Civil Warrior, I'd be pretty bummed.
Oh, Doc Strange said he got a 5-star Star-Lord. How nice is that?
Yeah, I joined his stream like just a minute or so after he pulled it, and yeah, I hate him now.
Does he have a awakening gem for it?
No, he's got to get a gem or dupe him. That's why I told him, I says, not to bum you out too much, buddy, but I've had mine for over a year. No gem, no Star-Lord. And then Gran came in, and he was pissed because he said it was his Star-Lord, and I think he demanded compensation from Doc, and Doc told him to piss off or something.
Well, dude, I don't know about this, but I'm excited.
Very nice.
Sending out my one last run of information, and then we're going to get this thing rolling.
They see me rolling. I'm raiding the champions. On who's the best bleeder.
Techman already thrown it up in our chat, so that's cool.
Full star Carnage. Yeah, Ellis, that's what I got too. I was really
Nice.
bummed as well. I know, yeah, Blase, same thing. I was like, like the only thing worse would have been King Groot. I was like, okay, number one would obviously be Yondu, or Iceman or Archangel. One of those three, I would have been like thrilled. I was like, as long as it's not King Groot or Carnage, it's Carnage.
All right, guys.
Of course it is.
I'm sure we got 20 people here live, ready to rock and roll. So with that being said, let's let these rankings get going. It looks like we are without Star. Doc, that was Bulldog or not. So on the line, I have Bulldog or not, I have Anthony, I have Jacob Schaefer, and I have Anthony. So and Chid, if I didn't say Chid. So we got all my
Chid
mods.
join us?
Yep, Chid is here. The only person we're
Okay.
missing is Star, and hopefully we'll be able to scoop him up and get him in here in a little bit. So to be fair, he could be at Spider-Man, considering he's been dying to see it. I know he saw it previously, but I also know how he is, so.
Yeah, it doesn't come out till tomorrow here, or midnight tonight, really.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at the spreadsheet and see what we got coming up. So, guys, again, viewers, this is SlycemGaming bringing its ranking system. It is going to be a little bit different, and as I unveil the sheet here, you'll start to understand. Tonight, we are focusing on one thing and one thing only, and that, my friends, is bleeders. So the question becomes, who is the best bleeder in the game? That's the thing we're looking at. That's the thing we're wanting to know. So feel free to give us some opinions, but with that being said, we're going to go ahead and start marking this down. To me, I've thought about this long and hard. I've debated and debated. And man, it's so hard for me to go one way or another, but I think I'm going to have to give my top spot. I think it has to go to Gwenpool, and here's why. Her bleed does so much. It leads to so many different things. It's got stun, it's got armor break. It's just kind of the thing that pushes her forward. She's a great champion anyway, but to me, her bleed makes her move forward so big. So, Chid, with that being said, what do you think, man?
I have to agree with Gwen being number one because her bleed also extends the timer for Incinerate.
Yeah, I mean, it does do a lot, so there's definitely no doubt about that.
Hey, Sly, can you zoom that up at all so it's a little more readable?
Oh, let me see. That's a great question. I don't know if I'll be able to.
Control plus sign.
Let's see here. There we go. Is that better? It should be coming up on the deal here in a little bit, so give it 1 second and it should take effect.
Twitch gets it faster.
Nice. All right.
Adam, we're kind of not differentiating between duped and unduped. The assumption being that you will eventually dupe them. So I guess it would be really duped. Which
Yep.
champ has the capacity to be
This
leader.
this is this
It would be with the assumption that every champion is awake.
this is assuming that they are all awakened. They said they could.
Jid, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're gonna have to be louder.
Yeah, you're way too quiet. You're way too quiet.
I'll be right back.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. I know why.
What did you do?
It's my fault. All right, now they should be able to hear you.
All right, so everybody sound off. Give a couple seconds. Let's make sure the chat can all hear you. All right, can everybody hear me okay?
Yep. Give me 1 second.
Blase
Guys,
says they can't hear the chat.
Yep, it's going to be coming around. I forgot when I created my second screen that I didn't include the new audio line, so that's my fault.
So it was your fault, huh?
Wolf says it's still quiet.
Should be coming through here any second. Again, there's a little bit of a delay there, so
Oh yeah, like 10, 20 seconds or so.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
massively different. So
Plus,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
the 5 second. Okay, Wolf says
All
better.
right, it's better
Plus, you
now.
got to include the 5-second delay for the chat too.
Yep.
So,
there they go. They
Yeah.
say, "Yep, here we go." So perfect,
all right.
good deal. So
Rock
Chid, go
and
ahead.
roll.
My vote was number one, Gwenpool. And again, guys, you got to remember, this is assuming that they are duped, playing at full potential.
I may have to change my decision from Gwenpool to OG Black Panther because even though his crit chance isn't the best, he still bleeds for a lot and his stacks fairly fast, even with him unawakened.
Sure, I don't disagree with that. Makes perfect sense. You want me to mark it, or are you going to mark it, Chid?
Let me see. I'm gonna give him a 6.
What's up, my name?
Hopefully I did that correctly.
I'm not seeing it pop up.
Oh, I went down.
There you go.
I put it in for you there, Chid. I got you. All right. So, Jacob, you're up next.
All right, so my number one, I am putting Archangel. For the
Nice.
fact that his bleed leads to poisons, which once
Whoa,
you have
whoa,
bleed
whoa.
into poison, you get the neurotoxin, which means game over.
I don't disagree with that any at all.
Now let me ask you on this. What if the champion is poison immune? Does his bleed still turn into poison, which
Nope.
turns into neurotoxin?
And that's
No.
why he wasn't my number one.
That's
Okay.
I'm still going with number
I
one.
thought we were doing this class by class.
Oh, no. It's anybody available. Anyone available. So
Oh boy. Okay.
Overall.
there is Jacob putting a nice number one next to Archangel as he finds him to be the most effective bleeder. All right. Star is not here, so we will
Hey,
let-
Glock Princess.
we will
Thank you
let
for
him-
joining.
We will pass Star up and let him come back later. Anthony, what do you say? Who is
I
the
say-
best?
I say Gwenpool.
Okay. Can't disagree with that one at all, obviously.
Hmm.
Reason being, it was between Gwenpool and Archangel, but I went with Gwenpool because she extends the other debuffs when she expires a bleed. You can reapply it with a heavy, and when she comes against a bleed immune, she has the damage to back it up even against a bleed immune. When Archangel against a bleed or a poison immune is not as effective. So it goes to Gwenpool for me.
Fair enough. Bulldog.
Wow, it's such a tough choice. You know, I don't have Archangel, so I haven't really gotten a chance to play with that. But, you know, I get the rationale, you know, that the bleed leads to poison, which leads to neurotoxin, unless the champion happens to be poison immune, of which there's a significant, you know, a much more significant number of those than bleed immune champs. For me, it's a real, for you talking just straight bleed, like let's say you're going into Road to the Labyrinth, you got Safeguard, you know, what champion would I want like at 550 duped Sig 99 to give me the best chance of bleeding people out? It's going to be OG Black Panther for me.
Oh, nice.
He has the capability of stacking and stacking quickly. You know, you can sometimes get 2 on a hit, you know, if you get that critical hit bonus. I like Gwenpool's bleed. I like the fact that she can stun. My problem with that is that her stun is so quick. You know, it's over half the time before you even finish your combo. So yeah, I mean, it's like, again, if I needed bleed, you know, if there was a node where you could only kill them by bleeding and they had 20,000 PI, of OG Black Panther is going to be my pick.
Good call. All right, working our way back. Bulldog, who's your number 2?
Well, hang on just a second. Hey, Blase, let's keep the swearing to a minimum, please. We're trying to keep it a little family-friendly in here. You never know. My number 2 then would be Gwenpool. I mean, you know, it was a 1 in 1A type situation for me. I have Gwenpool 550. I have Black Panther 440. You know, and yeah, the fact that she stuns and her bleed can stack really nicely. I especially love fighting Phoenix with her. I love getting 5 or 6 bleeds on him, watching her fire off that Phoenix rebirth and then dropping dead anyway. I crack up every time. So yeah, easy number 2. Easy.
By the way, welcome Raven and Super Bat to the Super Bat Knight to the chat. Again, guys, we are looking at bleeders and ranking them our top 5, and then we'll from there explain what we'll be doing. So, right now we're looking at the second best bleeder in our opinion in the game, and why they are. Anthony, who do you got as number 2?
I have Archangel as number 2.
Nice. Can't argue with that one.
And solely because I believe that in the current state of the game, defensive ability reduction is one of the most essential utilities. Therefore, the bleed that turns to a poison, that then turns to a neurotoxin, that leads to ability reduction, is why I'm going him as number 2.
Absolutely. Jacob.
My number 2 is Gwenpool. And The reason I did not put her number 1 is that when you fight in a bleed immune, you can't extend the timers and you can't get bleed at all. But if with Archangel, why I picked him number 1 is because if the champ has liquid courage and is not poison immune, you can still get a neurotoxin.
That is a very good point.
So that is
makes
why
sense.
she's my number 2.
That is something I did not take in consideration. Well done.
Very nice point, Jacob.
Hey, welcome, Quell. Good to see you.
Yep, Quill, welcome.
Well done.
Chid, who you got as number 2?
Well, for number 2, I'm picking Drax because personally, I'm more of a raw damage dealer instead of bleed. And with his Furies, he has potential to just keep increasing his bleed stacks and the ticks per stack.
Absolutely. It does get
Makes
pretty
sense.
nasty.
And it just keeps going.
Yes, it does. So for myself, number 2, this is where it gets so tough. Hey, Quill, how's it going, man? Good seeing you at East Salinas. Number 2, I mean, these top 5 are all so close. There's really, it's really hard to have a bad answer, in my opinion. I've got to go with the guy I enjoy playing the most. That is a bleeder, and I have to go with Archangel. His bleed just leads to so much chaos. To me, the ability to stun, cause the poison, the neurotoxin, and it all starts from that single bleed. Once you get that bleed on him, you know it's game on. And the bleed itself is still pretty nice, and it goes fairly quickly, and they stack real easy as well. So I think that's where I have to go with my number 2.
Is this bleed like guaranteed or is the chance like it's a low chance? Like Ghost Rider?
I want to say his is. I don't know that it's guaranteed, but it feels like it is.
His is a chance, but I think his specials may have a 100% chance.
I think his special 2 is almost guaranteed.
Who is this? Who we talked?
I'll pull it up real quick.
Special 1 is 20% chance to bleed. Special 2 is 50% chance. And Special 3 has 100% to poison.
Yeah.
There's
And
nothing
bleed.
on the heavy.
And it also,
Heavy.
actually, Special 3 also has 100% to inflict bleed.
Yeah,
bleed and
both. Yeah,
poison, so it's pretty nasty.
it's a 50% chance to bleed on heavies.
Ah, that explains it.
So it is pretty nice. All right. So coming back.
My
to
name. The reason nobody's mentioned X23 is we're only 2 numbers in, so I'm sure she's going to be on the list. We got a little ways to go. Don't worry.
Yeah. Matter of fact, on my number 3, man, I think I have to go with OG Black Panther here. For me, it's just because he can stack them so fast. They add up in the damage. Look, if you're looking at just a straight bleeder, man, he can throw out some heavy damage with that bleed. And the thing about it is he almost relies on that bleed. If you can't bleed with OG Black Panther, his values tends to really drop pretty quickly, I think. So, by the way, look at it. Says on a scale of 1 to 10, how happy should I be about pulling the new Spider-Man? Man, all the way. Yeah, he looks like a great champ. So, Chid,
He definitely does.
what you
Number
got for your
3,
third?
I have to go with the main man, Mary Poppins. I have to.
Nice.
Who is that?
Mary
Yondu.
Poppins, aka Yondu.
What?
Haven't
Because
you
of
seen the
that-
movie?
You haven't?
Oh yeah,
I was about to say.
Yeah.
I just caught on after that.
Yeah.
Because with that heal block and his SP2 is just, it's kind of like the collector. It's almost impossible to dodge.
And I'm guessing being able to go through the block.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can go through block with his bleed. I mean, it is a nasty bleed, and that is a nasty ability he has. So,
Very.
Anthony, what you got for number 3, my friend?
Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So-
Jacob.
All right, my number 3 is X23.
Nice.
Mainly because even if you're against the bleed immune, she's still very good.
Of all the bleeders, her bleed is solid, and she's also really good to go against just a regular champ. So, if you're going to put a bleed person on your team, she definitely carries that weight.
Yeah.
I agree. Anthony, what do you got, man?
This was the hardest one for me. It was between OG Black Panther and X23. I went with a solid number 3 as an X23
There you go.
because although Black Panther doubles his bleed with special attacks, which is nice, when it comes down to it, if I'm taking X23 in a quest, I can use her against a non-bleed as well due to the ridiculous damage she does against non-bleeders. And I've also tested this. 1 stack of bleed from X23 does more damage than 1 stack of bleed from Black Panther. So I am going X23.
Nice. All right, Bulldog. Who do you got as your?
This was another tough one for me. The two champions that it came down to, I don't have either of them, so I'm basing it on what people have told me and on facing them and the difficulty that they cause me. And I went with Mary Poppins for number 3.
Ooh, nice.
The main reason being being able to penetrate blocks. I find Archangel to be a cakewalk to fight against. I have zero problem with him in AQ, but Yondu still gives me fits. He's one of those, like I was just talking to Quell in the chat about Nightcrawler. I wish Nightcrawler wasn't so good on defense because I'd love to use him on offense more. I got a 550 Sig 99. Yondu would be that same thing for me once if I ever get him in a 4-star, I'm going to be really torn between using him on offense and defense because I bleed. So
Yep.
Yeah, I'm giving it to him.
Nice. All right, coming back around. Who do you got for number 4?
Well, that's easy. I'm in the same situation I was in the first turnaround, which is it's Archangel. It was so close again between those two. Archangel, the reason Yondu got the edge was because of, his versatility, offense, defense, and how much trouble I have fighting him. And that's why Archangel is number 4, because he, on offense, I'm sure he's significantly better than he is on defense, and the being able to do the neurotoxin just makes that bleed, so much more effective. It's tough at this point. I mean, I'd love to say there's so many good other ones, but just because of what else he brings to the table, I'm going with Archangel number 4.
Nice. Adam Marco makes a good point. Yondu is also very hard to parry. He is
Exceptionally hard.
Very difficult to deal with. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I hate facing him.
Anthony, what do you got as your 4th?
Did you skip Jacob again?
Nope. Coming back around.
Okay.
It's like a draft.
Okay, that's cool. Snake draft, we call that.
Yep.
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so number 4. I really, really, really wanted to pick Yondu at number 4, but I could not because this is a bleed chart, so I had to give it to the pure bleeder in OG Black Panther.
Good call. He's a
Makes
great
sense.
bleeder.
Yep. I mean, he was my number 1, so I totally agree with that.
Jacob, what do you got as your 4th, buddy?
Oh, I know I'm gonna get stick for this one.
Oh, you bet on it.
X-Force Deadpool.
Nice.
And
Interesting.
Hear
You are
me out.
psychotic.
Hear me out.
He has his reasons.
Main for just straight up bleed. His specials bleed is great, and once he is duped,
True.
once you're in the deep wounds range of when the opponent is under your health, each hit will take that additional percentage off at whatever level your deep wounds is at. So mine's at 5, so he takes off an extra 1% max health each hit.
Ooh. That
True.
is nasty.
And that's considered bleed damage?
It starts all from the bleed.
Okay.
Because every hit applies a bleed.
Yeah. 'Cause
Right.
Every hit is a bleed.
But
Right, which I normally think is weak because you can't stack them, but
Right.
yeah, that's a very good reasoning.
Yeah, because at that point you're looking every hit, especially when you're in assassin range or like anything like that. man, that's going to get nasty.
Yeah.
Because every hit is just massive. It's like having a critical for every hit almost.
I mean,
Pretty
yeah,
much.
1% of health, absolutely.
Especially when you're talking about a big champion. Imagine
Oh yeah.
when 1% of their health means. That's huge.
Yeah. What's up, Ozzy? Good to see you.
Very nice choice there, Jacob. Very under the radar. What's up, Oz? And again, guys, if you're just now tuning in, SlycemGaming is presenting our rankings, and tonight we are looking at bleeders, what their bleed means, what it means to the character, and then ranking them based on that bleed. So if their bleed sets up many other things or does pure damage, that's what you're looking at. So if you're looking for a guide for bleed damage, these are some of the champions you want to be looking for, in our opinion. So
I kind of use the premise of safeguard, because bleed
Yes.
is one of the best ways of getting around safeguard. So when I was thinking about this question, I was asking myself, what champion would I want to be fighting safeguard with?
absolutely, it's a great way to look at it. All right, Chid, what do you got?
Bulldog. When I pick for like all round safety. So if they're like bleed immune, I want to know these champs can do something to help that situation. And that's why for my next choice, I'm going with Agent Venom.
Ooh,
Really?
Yes, because that bleed in chapter 5.2, that bleed just ends people, especially with the nodes, the power shield nodes.
interesting choice.
Anthro, we're not doing it by class. We're doing overall, all classes together, who we consider, the top champs, just straight up for bleeding. Does Iceman cause bleed? I don't know. I
No.
don't have him either.
No.
Yeah.
No bleed there. Just
It's
like
more degeneration.
Each night we'll be doing a different category. Tonight is bleed. The next night I think is power drain, etc.
Yep. So it's going to be interesting, and then we'll go into that at the end of the deal. But yeah, so all right, Agent Venom. That's an interesting one because his bleed, if you can get that to tick off, is pretty handy. But it is spotty, so I can see where you're coming from there.
Oh yeah.
I think my number 4 has got to be X23.
We're on 4.
The
Yeah.
people's champ.
Okay.
X23, I think, is a no-brainer. She is a mad woman. She puts up tons of bleed, and she can just rock it with the best. I think her bleed is probably one of the top out there, and it's really hard because when you're looking at these top 5, they can shuffle very easily. But X23 to me is a massive bleed champ. So, all right.
Hey, what's up, Henry? Welcome to the chat. Hey, Lester. Good to see you again.
Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. Number 5. I hate to do this, but I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to play off Jacob's thought process here, and I am going to have to go X-Force Deadpool here.
That's right.
I hate to do it here. I didn't even think about it when you pointed out that way. That bleed damage. The bleed itself is not as sick as the damage that comes because of the bleed. Every time you hit, if you got deep wounds, it is very, very nasty. So that is something that, guys, we need to make sure everybody is aware of. X-Force Deadpool, it is a situational deal. You have to really know your masters and set it up for it. But if it's done right, man, that is some heavy, heavy damage. So with that being said, Chid, you're back up.
My next choice, this guy has saved me throughout many, many wars, is Captain America World War II.
Sure.
Because of his defensive and his bleed tends to drain Juggernaut fairly fast. Especially with
His
the
bleed
fast
is
advantage.
significant.
Yeah, that L2 bleed is nasty.
Yep.
Yeah. I know mine, my 440.
Special.
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't put him in my top 10 only because it's only on one special.
Sure, makes sense.
But the damage is very high.
Very. All right, Jacob, what do you got?
Sorry, Bulldog.
All right, my number 5 is OG Punisher
Ooh.
because every special has a chance to cause a bleed, and while a champ is bleeding, you have 20% chance to cause more bleed. And then from that bleed from the special, you have the chance to cause an open wound, which is there throughout the whole fight, which means you can proc bleed at any time. And so that is why Punisher is my number 5.
And for 20%, that thing procs a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
that's
kabam
the
math.
biggest 20% I've ever seen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kabam math. Exactly.
There you go.
Hashtag Kabam Math in the chat.
Yeah, no
Anthony?
kidding.
Who you got at number 5, bud?
Well, I really think defensive ability reduction is the best utility, but I have to go Yondu at number 5 because
Number 5, Yondu.
I use Yondu in war, especially on a Thorns node, because 3 out of his 5 hit combo are a arrow, which does not register as an attack. So you do not take Thorns damage.
Right.
At the same time, you are doing bleed damage, hitting through blocks, causing debuffs. Debuffs cause weakness. Weakness cause less damage. Less damage means you take less punishment. He is an AW god, especially on the Thorns node. So I went with Yondu.
God, I wanted him so bad out of that Marvelous Crystal. Stupid
did.
card.
Right?
I did.
Freaking
Stupid
Nebula, man.
Or Nebula would have been. You got Nebula? I would have
I don't want her.
happy with that because at least I have her already. She would have been duped. But yeah, I wanted Yondu so bad. Ugh.
You know, the thing was, he was on the next spin.
Ooh,
That's what pisses me
no.
off.
I try to never look. That's why I don't make eye contact with the iPhone.
Right.
All right, what do you got, Bulldog, for your number 5?
Well, I gotta say, first off, I'm a little surprised on some of these choices because when I was doing my thinking, I refused to include anybody whose bleed only applied on their special. So I find Cap and Agent Venom to be interesting choices. I focused. The next one for me was kind of a 3-way tie. I really like X-23. I just recently got her, but she doesn't seem to proc the bleed as often to me. You know, and again, it could be kabam math. I really, really wanted to go with Ultron because he gets it so often with me, but he doesn't seem to stack very much. You know, 2, 3 at the most. So for me, my number 5 is my workhorse, Wolverine, the real Wolverine. Not the fake Wolverine. I use him a lot in AQ. He stacks 4, 5, 6 deep with little effort. With deep wounds maxed, they just ticks and ticks and ticks. They last a good amount of time. So I can't go wrong with that with Wolverine.
Absolutely makes sense.
But that makes my number 6 X-23. You know, they are really, really similar. Wolverine gets the slight edge, even though it has nothing to do with his bleed, because his regen is better, in my opinion. So that was like, if all things being equal, like I said, for me, he seems to proc it more often, and it feels better. I like his movement style. It feels like he gets it more often. It feels like it does a little bit more, and it could just be my impression, but Wolverine has the edge over Wolverine.
Fair enough. All right, well, now that we've nailed our top 5, let's go back and take a look. And guys, for everybody that's watching live, let me make sure I explain what we're doing from here out so that you guys know. 1 through 5 is a very simple 1 through 5. What does their bleed mean to the champion? In other words, the best bleeders in the game, why their bleed is, why it's important, and why they got ranked where they at. So I'm going to go back and review that with you guys real quick. And then we're going to rank the remaining champions that have bleed on a 6 to 10 scale. 6 meaning, hey, they're on the top tier of that second half. They may not crack the top 5, but, hey, they're right there at that level. 10 meaning, hey, that bleed is there, but nobody really cares. Okay?
Real quick, while you're doing those calculations, Adam, talking about Ultron's bleed stacking and then hit L1 to cauterize the wound. Funny story, one of the reasons I hated Ultron in the beginning was because I thought cauterize just stopped the bleed. I didn't realize that they took all the damage right at once. So I remember reading it going, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, why would I want to cauterize the wound? Like, I'm going to stop them from bleeding? Okay, so now I know.
Been there. All right.
The more you know.
Absolutely.
You
And Glad
just
says-
find-
Yeah, my name, I hear that a lot, but I don't see it to back it up. My name says many say X-23 gives more bleed than Wolverine. I've heard that same thing. That's why I wanted her so bad. And now that I have her, I don't see it.
Sure.
It-
Go ahead, Anthony.
1 stack of bleed from X-23 does almost twice the amount of damage as 1 stack of bleed from Wolverine.
I don't
And
see
what
it.
is a stack of bleed for you?
Just one proc.
Just one proc?
yeah,
Okay.
Just one single. Yep.
All right. Well, so real quick, let's go back and review with what we see here. Obviously, Black Panther, one of the top champs that came through, ranked out by almost everybody. OG Black Panther saw a lot of favor in this because of the stacking of the bleeds, the specials being able to double it. Let's be honest, his bleeds are sick, they're nasty, and that's what he's there for. So, guys, if you're looking for a great bleed champion, Black Panther receiving 2 number 1 spots, a 3 and a 4. One of the best bleeders in the game, no doubt about it. Interesting enough, Punisher comes in with a 5 from Jacob, and a large chunk of that comes from the open wounds and the fact of how often you can set up the bleeds. So there's a lot of bleed damage availability, not necessarily the amount that it's done, but the availability of it and what it can do. Gwenpool, no shocker here. The fact that she ran 1-2-1-2 goes to show you that she is a premier bleeder. Many people consider her to be a top stuff. So that's something that we're kind of looking at here.
Hang on a second. I want to address something in the chat. Gran Scheme just joined us. Thanks for coming in, Gran. Always good to see you. The thing is there's always going to be some subjectivity, and that's kind of part of this ranking system is our opinions, on it. Sure, you can look at what's written down. You can look on paper. You make a perfect example. X-23 doesn't stack as many bleeds, but her attack is higher, so bleeds do more damage. Right, and that's absolutely true. If you're proccing it at a higher rate, then that's absolutely she's going to do more bleed damage. So, I'm using the subjectivity of I use Wolverine every day. I use X-23 as often as I can. Not as much, granted, obviously, because she's a 440 and he's a 550. But he seems to me to be more effective. And I think that's part of what we're doing here is like for us, what works the best, because you could tell me X-23 on paper does more damage, but if I'm not seeing it or I'm not feeling it or I'm not getting in as many hits for whatever reason, I'm going to consider Wolverine to be the better bleeder. I just kind of wanted to get that out there.
And again, guys, this is not a perfect system. These are things that we're looking at outside of the box. Look, we can sit down and tell you on paper so-and-so is the top. And you know what? Maybe we'll go back and look at that at some point. But this is a little bit of a how to tweak champions. Look, people don't always have the top champs. These are some things, just outlooks. And here's a prime example. Go take a look. X-Force Deadpool received a 4 and a 5 because his bleed can do so much damage if used with deep wounds, assassination, everything there at the last half of a champ. Every hit is proccing a massive initial damage. So it's kind of
and therein lies another good example of X-Force Deadpool with the right masteries. Is amongst the top, could be considered amongst the top bleeding champs. So maybe somebody who's got X-Force Deadpool but doesn't have X-23 or Wolverine or Black Panther can say, oh well, if I invest the effort into getting my deep wounds up, I can have a top tier bleeder.
Yeah, and so going back to it, Chid with the number 4 in Agent Venom, just for the sheer fact of when it does pop, it is nasty. Unfortunately, it's not all the time, but there is a good solid bleed there, and it can be paired up with an Incinerate, which is pretty handy if you go with the L2. Touching on that X-Force, again, guys, this all comes down to mastery setup. It's kind of a systematic bleed situation here. Setting up with deep wounds, assassination, and along with that, whenever you get a duped X-Force, it can get nasty. Every hit technically procs a bleed. You can't stack them, but because of deep wounds, you can be doing massive damage with every hit. So keep that in mind. X23 with a solid middle of the rank, a 4.33. A couple people didn't favor her, a couple did. She is technically a bleed horse. Most people believe her to be one of the top bleeders. She does do great damage with her bleeds. The issue is a lot of people feel her bleed doesn't proc as often as what we're hearing here in our channel. Doesn't mean that is or isn't the case. Again, this is just what people are seeing.
Yeah, our opinion.
Yep. And grand scheme kind of nails it. He says, right, every hit is like rolling a dice. You have a higher chance to proc a bleed with some champs, but you may just be unlucky and not get that chance to proc. And that's kind of what
Yeah,
we're
I see
looking
that
at.
a lot.
That's where, like, for example, that's where Deadpool X-Force just kind of gets a little nasty. You're guaranteed to
With
proc
that
that
guarantee.
bleed.
Yep.
So at that point, 1% of a high health pulled champ, that gets nasty real quick. You got Archangel. Archangel scored high on the sheet for one reason, and that is because his bleed leads into so many other things. Once you set that bleed up, it gets nasty. You can set up the poison, the neurotoxin, which leads into stuns and so much more, and it all starts from his bleed. So if you've got Archangel, he is a massively great bleed champ for that reason. And again, we're not ranking just the bleed, but what the bleed means to the champion and what kind of champion with the bleed can do for your roster. Accidentally missed him. Wolverine coming in with 1.5 from Bulldog. Bulldog preferring his Wolverine over X23. It does seem to stack a little easier, he thinks. But it's
it seems like it goes off more often for me, and that's kind of like what Gran was talking about. Is you can have on paper that it says 14%, and I've had it before. Like I've had X23 go 22 hits in a row without procking a single bleed, and I've had Wolverine proc 3 bleeds out of 5 hits. Like it just feels like it happens more often for me. Could just be me, That's my
Do we
opinion.
need to go back to Black Widow's 3% chance to evade?
Yeah.
Do we need to?
We'll go here real quick. Chid with Drax
Hashtag
at number
debate
2. Drax is a bleed monster, especially with the Fury being able to stack. His bleeds just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then, of course, Yandu, the new kid on the block, you could say, his bleed being able to go through blocks, he becomes a horrible monster to deal with when you're looking at defensively on an Alliance War. He is just a pain, and he's great offensively because you can cause bleeds through blocks, which are pretty nasty. And the final champ to receive a vote was Captain America World War II. His L2 does do a massive bleed. So he's a great bleed champion from the standpoint that he brings a lot of other stuff to the table, and his bleed allows you to still stay in the fight. And it's a great hitting bleed when you land it. So, all right, real quick, that's what we're looking at on bleed champs. Now, guys, let me remind you, this is not ranking their bleed, okay? It's not ranking the bleed itself. It is ranking what the bleed champion, a champion with bleed, is able to do. And that bleed, for a lot of champions, sets up so many things. If we did just the pure bleed, it wouldn't be hard. We can go pull the statistics numbers and just post those up for you and say, okay, according to the numbers, so-and-so is the top.
Right.
This is here to show you, hey, if you're looking for a champ for bleed, these are the guys that got it, and here's why we see value in them. They bring this to the table, and their bleed is what causes a large chunk of that. All right. Welcome back, J1. Good to see you, man. Good to have you around. So, again, guys, this is not a pure number statistic backing of rankings. This is us telling you what we see, what we feel, and telling you the reason. Some of it is gimmicky. X-Force Deadpool is a gimmick. You can really stack up your deep wounds and really do some crazy damage with him. Some of it is just the fact of what their bleed leads to. For example, you look at Archangel, who scored high on our sheets. That's all due to the fact that his bleed leads to so much more. If I pull Archangel, to me, he's automatically one of my top attackers, just because his bleed and poison, the bleed leads to poison, poison to neurotoxin, and it all starts with that bleed. So his bleed means a lot to him. All right. Let's see here. Anthro says by the time you get to DW and the 1%, the fight could almost be over anyway. It could be, but what we're talking about is look at the fact of, especially when we are when we're looking at a big champion, okay, somebody with a big health pool, the fact of what that's going to do is just massive.
See, like if you have 100,000 health enemy and you get them under the 15k health or around there where you will be at if you don't get hit and stuff, you will take off an extra 1,000 damage per hit.
So
that's pretty significant.
It adds up. Not to mention that with Deadpool, every hit is a bleed. So
yeah,
there is some handiness to it. I mean, he is a great bleeder. Not useful for much else, in my opinion, but that is definitely handy to have. So
yeah, you're talking an extra 5,000 in a 5-hit combo every time you pull one off. An extra 5,000 damage in that scenario. That's pretty good. By the way, I'm changing my number 6 when we get there.
Okay. Anthro says, got to read my comment. My first comment, right before that. Yeah, I realized that, Anthro. As soon as I said that, I seen, got to answer that. Oh, hold on. Oops. Thing about Deadpool, X-Force, and Deep Wounds to me is it makes him a great quest champ. But given the fact in AWAQ, most enemies are going to be well over your health anyway. Yeah, it's just one of those things. As long as you can just manage it, you got to make sure you really. It's about being able to stay alive, keep your health high, but it can do some massive damage as you get there. So, again, sorry I missed the first part of that, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. All right, now that we've got the top 5 out of the way, again, now we will be looking at 6 through 10. This is not going to be a pure ranking, but more so a numerical value. So as we continue to move, you can get an idea what we're looking at.
Oh, I see. So we're going to go down the list and then rank that champion 6 to 10?
Correct.
Yeah, so like for Hawkeye,
Okay.
you would give him a rank from 6 to 10.
6. Yeah.
All right. And we'll just
6
start
being
at the top.
better, right?
Yep.
6,
and
yeah,
it's-
best.
Guys,
Okay.
the way this is going to work, 6 through 10, 6 is like a 1, 10 is like a 5 of the sub-pool, I guess you could call it. They don't crack the top 10, so at that point, you're now looking at, hey, these are the top of these second-ranked guys. If I don't have one of these top 5s, who's got a good, solid score that can fill that spot? All right?
Wait, can we combine 2 in one slot?
What do you mean?
Like put Groot and Electron? Okay.
Multiple people can have a 6 or 5 or a 6 through 10. So, for
Perfect.
example, I'll start this and head my way. We'll start at the top and work down. For me, Hawkeye is a 6. I think he's a great bleeder. He does well. His hemorrhage is nasty. Not to mention the other things he brings to the table with his special one that it causes a bleed. The power drain to mention. So to me, he's a great bleed champ because you don't get just bleed, you get a lot with him. So that helps out. But his bleed alone is nasty, and that hemorrhage gets freaky deaky. So, Chid, what's your thought on Hawkeyes?
I agree he's my number 6 champ also because when he's awakened, that bleed stacks to 2. I don't say go more than that, but it stacks. Maybe 3 if hemorrhage procs.
You can only get hemorrhage once, though.
Yep.
Once?
Jacob? It is one time.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's dropping to 7.
Confirmed by Kabam once per fight.
Chid dropped into a 7. All right, Jacob, what's your thought on Hawkeye?
A 6, for sure. You
6
know my
for
love
sure.
for Hawkeye.
I know it. All right, Anthony, what's your thoughts on Hawkeye, bud?
That is a pure solid 6.
Excellent. And Bulldog?
Let's see. Hawkeye, he almost cracked my top 5, like my legit 5, so he's obviously a 6. I don't even care about the hemorrhage. Like, if the hemorrhage happens, it's like, oh, hey, great, fight's over a couple seconds sooner. But with the bleed and the power drain, the bleed is no joke, especially if you're rocking deep wounds level 5. I just wish he had a higher PI. I would use Hawkeye all day long and twice on Sunday. He's definitely, I'll put it this way, he's definitely my favorite bleed champ. Not necessarily the most effective, but he is my favorite.
He is fun, and he brings a lot to the table. Coming back around, Moon Knight, I know he has a bleed, correct?
Yes.
Yes, on his special I know of. So, okay. Bulldog, thought on Moon Knight.
Can we go lower than 10?
Yeah.
15?
I was
18?
thinking the same thing.
600. I hate Moon Knight. I hate him. I've sold him twice as a 4-star, both times to get a 5-star. Like, that's how little I think of the guy. I could have him duped, but I can't stand him. I think he's clunky. I hate his movements, and I think his bleed is unpredictable, weak, pathetic. Yeah, he's a 10 all day long.
But he's part of the only few champs that can do a 6-hit combo.
That is true. But I don't care. That doesn't fix it.
Whoop-de-doo.
The 6-hit combo doesn't mean anything when you can't put the damage behind it.
I was going to say, the 6-hit combo is like one hit from most other champs, so, yeah. What's up, Moon and Matt? And Mo Fox, welcome. And again, guys, if you're new, do us a favor, hit that subscribe button. If you're here, you're enjoying it. Again, this is just simple discussion. We're looking for people willing to tell us their thoughts. If you'd like to join us on the call, don't hesitate. Let us know. Because at this point, we're just kind of going through and looking. You're more than welcome to join us. We would love to have you and evaluate our 5s. Tell us if you think one of us are crazy. Not going to hurt our feelings. So, Anthony, go ahead. Who you got? What kind of rating do you put behind Moon Knight?
First, I would like to say I think the idea of this champion is the coolest in the game. How it follows a moon cycle, I think, is a very neat idea. However, it does not play. It does not feel good. There is only one cycle that is even worth fighting him in. Whatever cycle gives you stun is the only one that I will ever even use him in, if I even use him. He's a 10 all day. I agree with Bulldog. He's got no damage. His animations are weird and clunky and not smooth at all. Not my favorite champ in the world.
All right, that's a big 10-0 from 1-0 from Anthony. Jacob, thoughts on Moon Knight?
I give him a 7. Y'all are sleeping on Moon Knight.
Right?
Wow.
His critical hits have a 70% chance to bleed. And then if you bleed on a special 2, that bleed duration is increased by 50%.
And he has a Fury.
Yeah, he has Fury. And then whenever, like, depending on the moon phase, he can be very good as well.
Exactly, depending on the moon phase.
It's debatable which.
He's good all around,
Let
Two
me
other
get that
two.
even without the
out
moon
there.
phase.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. All right, Adam Marco says Moon Knight was the original anti-Spidey because of the bow. It was harder to evade. Moon Cycle does jack up the bleed a bit, so interesting.
Oh, both stuff.
Chid, what's your thoughts? Moon Knight.
I'm with Jacob on this one.
Going with a straight 7, or are you thinking somewhere
Oh,
in between?
he's number 9.
A 9?
Okay, he's 19.
I'm really confused. What's going on? What?
I think he says a 9 here, so.
But he said he was going with Jacob.
Well, just saying he's above a 10, I think, was more so that, so.
Okay, I can dig it.
Isalina says, big sleepers over there. Just kidding. I'm a fan of Moon Knight. You may be a fan, but to me, his bleed is still a 10. I just don't see a whole lot of value in Moon Knight. He drives me crazy. He's cool and he's fun, but that's about all that he is for me. Interesting concept, but that's about it. All right, real quick, I'm going to be bringing Bro2D2 live on the chat here as we walk through Black Panther Civil Warrior.
Oh, yes.
Muta Matt dislikes him so much you won't even give him a ranking. No, you don't even get to be on the list. That's how much you suck.
That's funny. Eternal Warrior says, the only thing making me not want to hate Moon Knight is that it's very specifically he shines. I've heard some people cleared LOL with him.
Yes.
You could technically clear LOL with She-Hulk, and
Yeah, if you
Moon
got the
Knight is
money
not a
and you
bad
know what you're
option for
doing,
it.
yeah.
I mean, let's
Sure.
be realistic.
Yeah, I can see where he could be useful. So, all right, again, I'm bringing in one of my old guild or one of my old alliance mates,
Oh, Papa Crystal.
Guild.
Papa Chris,
Nerd.
Bro
Freaking A, man.
2D2 coming to the line. He's from the great down under. So yeah, Black Panther: Civil War though for me, you know, I gotta give him a 6, mainly because of the reflection, the fact that he can stack it up so high, and then when he hits, it just gets nasty.
But is that bleed damage though?
nope, it is not.
All right, I'll
Black
give you
Panther
that.
Civil War does bleed damage, especially on his
Well,
SP1.
Here, I'll go
Well,
down to a 7. It's not
yeah,
a direct
But
effect
the
of
reflection,
the
the
reflection.
reflection damage is not bleed damage. It's just
No, but he has. I mean, he deals
Yes.
bleed with his special one.
Yeah.
You don't when you reflect, though. When you reflect, you deal the built-up damage, from that
Correct.
little meter.
real quick. Bro 2D2, are you there, man?
Yeah, hey boys, how you doing?
Hey, doing good, man. You're a
What's
little
up?
loud. Pull back a little bit there. You should be good.
Sorry about that.
That's okay, man. So here, real quick, as we continue, Jacob, or Chid, I'm sorry, Chid. What's your thought here on Black Panther: Civil War? And then when we get done with this row, we'll have Bro 2D2 give us his thoughts on that top 5.
Black Panther Civil War. I just don't like him. Like, he doesn't rank there for me. I put Winter Soldier over him because his SP2 just melts people.
I agree.
And it has an even higher chance for bleed. And his bleed does some serious numbers, especially when it stacks. And if you're using incendiary bullets, then it's game over.
Sure. So what's your ranking on Black Panther: Civil War?
Exactly.
We didn't hear that.
Oh, sorry.
Wait,
Black
what?
Panther Civil War?
Chid, what's your ranking on
Chid.
Black Panther Civil War?
Yeah, finish the
sorry.
thought.
Oh, 0.
A
He's,
10?
So a 10.
Yes.
follow the system, Chid. Follow the system.
Chid's like, I don't even
It's-
want to rank him.
No, Jonathan, he has not opened the featured yet.
All right. Jacob, what's your thoughts?
10 because he sucks at bleeding.
I don't disagree. I actually
No
probably
doubt
went
about
to
that. It's
8.
only from Special 1, nowhere else.
For me, the only reason
yeah.
I was thinking of is reflex, so I kind of stuck my foot in my mouth. I'll stand by it, though. Anthony.
This is one of Kabam's biggest misses. Black
Yep.
Panther's an awesome character, and they just totally missed with this. His bleed
Yep.
is garbage. He's got one role and one role only, and honestly, I wish he wasn't even on my roster because I feel like I could use someone else on defense instead of him. But people don't know how to fight him, so I put him there just because people don't know how to fight him. But he's a garbage champion. 10.
All right. Bulldog.
100% agree. There was a big swing and a miss with him. It's a shame because you look at I mean he's still Black Panther, and if you look at just the MCU version of Black Panther, he's got those awesome claws on the suit, and it almost feels like bleed was an afterthought with him.
Yep.
It's like, well, we really want to try out this reflector mechanic. Oh yeah, he's got claws. We better give him like a pathetic bleed on his special one. I'm massively disappointed. I have him, and I've had at 1.3 skill awakening gems, and I still can't bring myself to even awaken him because I just find him to be a total waste of space.
Yep.
So he definitely gets a 10.
One
All right.
one Mystic Champ, and that dude's off my defense.
All right, real quick here. Bro2D2, welcome to the chat. What's your thoughts on
Hey
the
man,
top
how you doing?
Doing good, man. What's your thoughts on the top 5 that we've put up? Some of the people
I
that
think
got
it's
ranked.
pretty
Anybody that's
accurate, in my
shocking?
opinion.
So,
I'd definitely say Gwenpool is definitely up on the top. I do like Elektra's bleed. That's just me. I have a 5-star rank 3. And
Wow.
yeah, she's a tank.
absolutely.
Yep, and it's defensive ability reduction, which is almost why she cracked my top 5.
And if they're bleed immune, that bleed instead becomes armor break.
Yeah, which is a fantastic utility. Kabam got
Oh
that.
yeah.
I love
Agreed.
that. Love that utility.
All right.
In fact, thinking about it, that should have put her in the top 5. I think 5. It's so hard to narrow it down, really, because that ability. The biggest weakness of bleed heavy champs is what happens when you come up against Ultron or a robot, or somebody who's bleed immune. And Elektra is the perfect answer to that. It's like, oh, you don't have blood? How about I break your armor instead?
Well, Yondu has that same utility as well. So.
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's true, and he did make my top 5.
But he doesn't reduce ability. She does.
Very true. All right.
Jay, BPCW is Black Panther Civil War.
Absolutely. So, real quick, Bro2, obviously you said number 1 for you was Gwenpool, correct?
Correct.
Who would you put as a 2?
It'd have to be between... Actually, no. Drax. Only because I have him 4-star rank 5, Sig level 99.
Tell him.
Once he has like 4 stacks of Fury, his bleeds.
Right.
Jeez.
Thank you. See, someone understands.
he is nice. There's no doubt about it. He's a great bleeder. I don't know. I've just never been a big fan of Drax, and part of it comes down to play style. But to me, I don't know what it was. I just never really enjoyed his playstyle and his bleed. There's no doubt his bleed is always good, but I just always felt I had better bets with somebody else on that bleed. But there's no doubt about it. Drax, in my opinion, has definitely climbed back up. I mean, there for a while, people were high on him. He dropped off planet Earth because everybody was talking about him, and everybody started bucking it. And they're like, no. And then all of a sudden it's, okay, yeah, no, Drax is good again. And nothing's really changed that I know of, but you're seeing him come back up in the rankings.
He got a buff in this update.
That's because he can stop astral evade. That's why.
He got a damage buff in this patch.
Nice.
But he does do more damage than Thor.
On his base hits?
Interesting. All right, with that being said, Bro2D2, was there anybody that shocked you that made the top 5 from any of us? If so, who was the biggest surprise to you?
I actually agree with you pretty much. Top 5, Archangel, Ghost Rider. Sorry, not Ghost Rider. Gwenpool. That's who I meant. Sorry.
You're okay.
Yeah, pretty much. You guys are spot on.
Surprised you didn't say Deadpool, X-Force.
Yeah, I am too. I don't think there was many people that really thought about it. Then as we started talking about it, I think everybody kind of caught on and said, ooh, that is kind of nasty now that I think about it.
Yeah, he wouldn't even have crocked my top 50 if you hadn't pointed that out. And that's why we're doing what we're doing is like, even, here, I'm learning stuff. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I've never really given him the time of day because I don't much care for him. But now I'm going to re-examine that bias of mine.
Yeah. Ooh, and Glock
yeah,
Princess
Ozzy Drax as a 5-star. I hope he's awesome because I just got him, so.
How about this? Glock Princess says she just pulled a 4-star Archangel from a Premium Hero Crystal. Congratulations.
Hey, I did too.
In our
That's
opinion,
Hey, Glock Princess, welcome to the list of people I hate. Awesome.
congratulations. In our opinion, you just pulled one of the top bleed champions because of what his bleed means to the character. So, Ozzy says Drax becomes good when he became a 5-star. Yes, that no doubt about it. Ace Fusion said, yeah, I liked OG Black Panther at first, even ranked 4 in him, but it wasn't impressed. Ended up having him ranked down to rank 3, and I don't think he'll go back up. So, hey, what's up, Real Deal? Good seeing you in here, man. Thanks for coming in and checking it out. And Frojo says he's about to be free as well, so interesting.
Sweet. Yeah, we got to
DPX
get both of those guys in there.
Eselina says, DPX, for me, nah. Rather use Beast. So, and guys, that is all different opinions. That is some of the interesting side of things.
I do like Beast, and I like his bleed. I have him on my alt account. He's my highest ranked mutant that I have. But my issue with him is he procs it relatively often, but it doesn't seem to do nearly the damage. And I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but it doesn't seem to do nearly as much damage. Hey, I got to step away for a little bit. If you want to bring in Frojo or Real Deal or just talk with whoever, I'll be back in a little while.
Absolutely, not a problem, man.
Right.
All right, bye.
All right. And we are back here. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and continue moving through our list. I don't know where Anthony went. I'm showing Anthony disconnected. So
I was wondering who disconnected.
So Randy says just top 10. These all duped 99. Yes, we are assuming that they are duped. SIGs are maxed out. This is the players that you had. So yeah, this is just kind of a maximized system, and this is also saying if you play with masteries. Look, a couple people stopped in and said, actually, Moot says Cap WW2. Chid put him on there, Cap, or on Moot. So yeah.
Facts.
So yeah. Anyway, so what we're looking at, guys, is in theory, not just a, well, if we took all masteries away, here's their base numbers. Look, anybody can look that up. This is looking subjectively, having our opinions put out on why we think what it is and what we're doing with it and what the bleed leads to. It's just not pure bleed damage, because Archangel's bleed, while it's nice, leads to so much more. Without that bleed, it means nothing. So, guys, if you're interested in joining the call, add me on the Line app.
Yeah, now that you've mentioned the bleeding leading onto something else, I guess you could say Nightcrawler is also up there. Especially
Yeah, I
if
was
Duke
thinking about
gains
it.
a massive stack of Fury.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he's like crossbones with it. If he's supposed to bleed, he will do that damage.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. My Wi-Fi just totally kicked out.
That's all right. Welcome back, brother. It's
Sorry
good
about
seeing you.
that.
You're okay.
That's
So,
all good.
all right. So here's what we're going to do, guys. Bro2D2, man, listen, it's good hearing from you again. I'll be bringing you back again here later. We're going to go ahead and go through our next couple runs of... actually, you know what? I'll be looking at bringing you back here later and having you go over a couple things as well. So hang around. Voice your opinion in the chat.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
Hey, come back again sometime, man. You know I love having you on the stream.
Will do.
All right, take care.
You too.
See ya.
Real Deal also said he's free if needed.
All right, and right now I am picking up Warrior here. Hey, what's up, Warrior? How's it going? Right? Or is this Real Deal?
This is Real Deal.
Oh, I'm sorry. Real Deal, my bad. Welcome to the chat. Just out
What's going on?
Just out of curiosity, so if you missed the beginning part, basically we're ranking people on their bleed, what it leads to, and how much it does, going past all of that. So it's not just the bleed damage itself, it's what the bleed means to the champion and what they can do. And let's get this round in here real quick because we got a lot of champs to rank. Bulldog is gone, so Anthony, give me your number on Electra. Oh, you know what? Hold on, John. I'm going to call you right back and add you to the channel. Hold on.
Okay.
2 crossbones.
Sorry about that. I accidentally answered another call. I thought it would be brought in, but I'm going to be adding the Real Deal to the chat. He wanted to join this here for a second.
Oh, sure. The more the merrier.
All right. In the meantime, Anthony, your Electra, what do you give Electra here?
Electra was going to be, if I was ranking them 1 through 10, she would have been my 7th. Drax edges her out slightly. Drax I had at 6, but Electra's a 6. I really wanted to put her in my top 5, but I just couldn't. Her defensive ability reduction that you get while having a debuff applied to the champion is just amazing. 85% is very high. Without synergies, it's very high. And the whole bleed immune turning into a armor break is awesome. I love that utility. She's a very good champion. Deep wounds is like the greatest thing for her, by the way.
Yes.
So I know it's 7 seconds. I know the bleed procs for 7 seconds or armor break, whatever.
Some people argue inequity's better for her.
Yeah, and sometimes if you have deep wounds, sometimes without deep wounds you can't get back to a number one special without the bleed or / armor break falling off. in losing your reduction. But if you have 2-3 points in deep wounds, you'll never ever have that bleed drop off, and it's just so you're constantly having the ability reduction. So deep wound synergizes with her so good. Plus you get and assassins as well, because you get the double assassins, if you will, because of her signature ability. So she's a fantastic champion. Fantastic champion.
Yeah, she has the crits and the attack.
All right.
And more accuracy reduction.
Jacob, what's your thoughts?
Basically, same reasoning as Anthony. She's a 6. She would have been in my top 5 if I could fit her in there, but I just couldn't see myself getting her up in top 5.
So close, though.
Barry. Chid.
I place her with Hawkeye at number 6 too, because of that stack. Like, she can stack it up to 3 if you're lucky.
Makes sense. There's no doubt about it. I gotta agree, guys. Her bleed can lead to so much. She can just get so nasty. So yeah, I think there's no doubt about it. Jesse says he went for a 5-star Spider-Man, got guillotined. Well, it could have been worse. You could have pulled a Gwenpool or a Hulkbuster, Pillow
Or
Hands.
You kind of want that Gwenpool there, Slycem. That's the one you want.
Or I'm sorry, not Gwenpool. God, Spider-Gwen. I don't know why I keep saying Gwenpool.
I do it too.
Hey, you're telling us what you really want. You only had it for so long.
All right, I'm going to continue down the path here. Punisher for me is a 6. We got a lot of champions that are so close to that top 5, but I just couldn't find a reason to boot any of my top 5 out. In all honesty, X-Force Deadpool shocked me at my 5, kind of came in there because of some odd placement that Jacob pointed out. And it makes sense, so it did push a couple guys back. But to me, Punisher is a no-brainer. He does amazing damage, and the bleed, the open wounds, it can just get pretty nasty.
So, guys, I'm late to the stream here, so go ahead and fill me in. We're ranking the different champs by different things that they do. Is that how it's working out right now?
So
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically the way it goes, Real Deal, welcome to the chat, by the way, sorry. Guys, if you're new, you're watching, you just tuned in, the way it's going is we ranked our top 5 on bleed. It's not just the pure damage of the bleed, but what the bleed does for the champion, and the champion with the bleed. So in other words, if I pull a character and I say, okay, I need a bleed champion, I'm going to go against Safeguard, I'm going to go do this, that, or whatever, what champion with bleed am I looking for? And then why?
Got it.
So it's a little bit of a different ranking system. It's not just ranking the pure bleed, but it's ranking the individual on what they can bring to the party. So with that being said, that's kind of what we're looking at here. 1 through 5 is ranked pure 1 through 5. And then the rest of the champions get a ranking 6 through 10. 6 being the highest ranking they can get, 10 meaning the bleed or that champion, even though they have bleed, it does them no good. It doesn't mean anything to them. It's kind of just there.
Got it.
And then we'll bring you in on your opinion here in a second. Chid, give me your Punisher.
Punisher, I have to go back with what Jacob said about him stacking it. And on that note, I will pair him with Winter Soldier on 7.
Okay.
Because he just doesn't have that much use. And that's the main reason why he's 7.
Sure. Jacob gave him a 5, so he's already in his top 5.
Yeah.
Looks like Star is doing his remotely. And Star's giving him a 4. So Star's enjoying Punisher. Anthony, what's your thought on Punisher?
I happen to quite enjoy Punisher. Solid damage output. Very nice bleed. If I was giving him a ranking solely on his bleed, it would be a 6. I'll go with 6. But the only reason he didn't make my top 20 overall bleeds is purely just because of how rare he is. So I didn't want to put a champion that was so rare and hard to obtain so high on a list and have people like really like, oh, why can't I ever get you know what I mean? So, but he's a 6. Solid champion. Hard, good for defense because both of his specials are very hard to evade.
Wait, did anyone pick Ultron?
What?
Did anyone pick Ultron?
No.
No, not yet. All right, real quick here. Bulldog is gone, so real deal. Going back, I don't know if I know you came in a little late. Essentially, what we've seen is Black Panther OG has got quite a few 1-star ratings, as you can see. Over here on the far right, an average rank, the lower the number, the more favorable they have been chosen. So as you can see, OG Black Panther, one of the great champs that we've picked out. Gwenpool received a lot of 1s and a lot of 2s. And just kind of goes through, and as the hit the wrong button. As the pool fills, the numbers will give us a more accurate rating of what people are thinking out of our crew.
Got it.
What are you thinking here, Real Deal? What's your opinion to you? Who's the best bleed champ? Who would be your top bleed champ?
Well, I mean, from what I've seen, I really don't have a Gwenpool myself. But just by watching other streamers using it and stuff like that, that would probably be Gwenpool would probably be number 1 from what I've seen.
Okay.
Going off the visuals. Nice.
Yeah, she's definitely very handy. Her bleed leads to a lot of extra things: stuns, armor break, extends the counter on a lot. So,
Now, looking at your spreadsheet, though, there is a champion that does great bleed that I don't see on there. That would be Guillotine.
You got to scroll down to the Mystic.
Okay. So we're doing it. We're going by skill. Okay, I got it.
Well,
No.
again, no.
No.
The 1 through 5 could have been anybody,
Correct.
but now that we're through the 1 through 5,
We're
now
just
we're going down the list, giving them
Yeah.
a 6 through 10.
Got it.
So she just didn't top anybody's top 5.
Right.
She's like the only bleeding mystic.
Correct.
No, she's not the only one.
Who's the other one?
Ghost Rider.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
So, Frojo, give me a minute. I'll shoot you a message online. With that being said, so I think I agree. And as you can tell, Gwenpool has been highly ranked. As far as that goes, is there anybody that you think people are sleeping on as a bleeder, Real Deal?
Well, I mean, going right back to what you guys were saying about Guillotine about being a top 5, I would have to, as far as a bleeder champion, I would put her in my top 5.
Really?
Her bleed
Yeah,
is solid, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, if we're judging it based on a character and what they do as far as the bleed, yeah, absolutely, she would be in the top 5, absolutely.
She's in my top 10.
Yeah, she would be in my top 10 too.
Yeah, I think she's up there, but I don't know that I could see her in a top 5 position. So many other champions can do so many nasty things with their bleeds.
This is why I love this game, because like we're all right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no one's wrong.
Yeah,
Correct.
this game, it's perfect. It's personal preference. It's how you feel with the champ. It's who you got first, so you've been playing them since day one. You know what I mean? There's so many different factors, and
I'm definitely going to have to agree with you there. I mean, you listen to some people talk about how great this champ is, and like I'm looking at my roster and I'm like, really? I'm not even going to rank that champion,
Yeah.
and then there's like the talk of the town right now, Howard the Duck. I actually enjoy Howard. I think he's a really good champion, and a lot of people don't like him.
He's not bad.
I got beat up pretty bad for saying he was a good champion.
Well, I'm with
Right.
you on that one.
All right. Real quick, going to keep moving forward through our rankings, or we'll be here all night, which is okay with me, but I'd like to get a couple other things in. I got a 5-star Spidey to hopefully pull. Anthony, give me that Falcon rating. What do you think?
Trash.
I'm assuming trash means 10 out of you.
His bleed is weak. It's only on its L1. No, it's all 3 bleeds, right? Either way, it's bad. I'm not a fan.
I don't disagree. Jacob, Falcon.
It's trash. Exactly. It's a 10.
Fair enough. Chid.
Except for an LOL. A little different.
Nope. I do not like Falcon one bit. Definitely 10.
Definitely a 10. Guys, I'm going to have to absolutely agree. Falcon's bleed, it doesn't matter if it's on the L3 or not. Doesn't matter where it's at. It's non-existent. It's horrible.
Is it on the L3? I can't even remember.
It's only special 1.
I was saying,
Yeah,
I think
it's
it's only
only-
special 1. Either way, it doesn't matter where it's at because it's horrible. It's
I
not.
haven't-
It's not a factor to me. So
It's surprisingly worse than War Machine.
it's Agent Venom. You know, his bleed is nasty. I like that you can pair it up, especially on the L2 with an Incinerate. I don't know that it gives me enough to rank him super high, but I think I'm going to have to give him a 7. Because when that bleed does kick in, it can do some serious damage. Chid gave him a
Big
4
time.
early on. Jacob, what's your opinion here?
I have to agree with you. It's a 7 for me because it doesn't proc as much as I would like it.
Sure. If it procced a little more, I could go higher. I
Yeah.
could see it being a 6 or even possibly pushing that top 5. Because it is heavy, but man, I just can't justify it with what little it goes. Anthony.
I mean,
I would say 8. It's it's really strong. It's really
Yeah.
strong. But yeah, I'll stick with 8.
All right, 8 it is. And again, Bulldog is absent, so when he comes back, we'll make him catch up. With that being said, Anthony, Winter Soldier.
My boy, I love Winter Soldier. One of my favorite characters to play in the game. His bleed is solid. I like that you can switch. You know, if you're not facing a bleeder, you can switch to an armor break ammo type and do some damage. The L2 is solid. The L3 is solid damage. And you get random power drain, and power control is the most essential utility in the game. So he's a great champ. I love him. I'm surprised he went so low in Arena, to be honest. And he gets a 6 for me.
All right. Star gave him a 7 remotely here. Jacob, what's your thoughts on Winter Soldier?
I gave him a 6.
oh no. Oh no.
The
Absolutely.
bleed, you can cause 2 bleeds on the special 1.
Mhm.
The special 2 is great, and then the bleed added onto that, and then if you stack Incinerary with that, you get both of those. It's just very nice.
Mhm.
Nice. Chid. Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier, he's definitely been one of my all-time favorites. And I'm partially biased because he was my first rank 4 and 4-star duplicate.
Okay.
But still, he definitely holds his own.
So you gonna
And
say
many people with...
So you think a 6?
Oh no, I already have a rank for him.
Oh,
Yeah, he's 7. No, he's... I never
Hey
placed
guys,
that.
I'm gonna try to
Yes.
chime in here real quick here. Watching SlycemGaming talking about hitting the subscribe and like buttons here. You guys really gotta give it up here for SlycemGaming and his crew. Because when you hit that subscribe button and like button, you're not just liking one guy, you're liking a whole crew, a whole slew of people that he has on here. So do make sure you guys are hitting that like and subscribe because they do put in a lot of whole work and you have a whole team behind them.
hey man, we greatly appreciate that. And Peter says, "Hey SlycemGaming, do you have any knowledge on the new Spider-Man?" We do. We'll be happy to come into that here later. I'm going to try cracking a 5-star crystal and going for him. And again, Rildo, we do appreciate that. Absolutely. If you're new, you've never been here before, do us a favor, hit that subscribe button. If you've been here, obviously you enjoy coming around. Tell somebody, bring them in, and hit that like button. But for me, Winter Soldier, I'm going to have to go with the 6. His L2 is massive. You can proc it. The L1 gets you 2 bleeds. I like Winter Soldier. I think he's an interesting champ. A lot of people sleep on him. The problem is he's very common. But he's a great roster filler. And if you're looking for a champ to do some bleed damage and all the things that go along with it,
Wait, how much
guy.
does Hollow Point increase his bleed duration by?
I'd have to look. Give me a second. And Frojo, if you're listening, the average rank on the far right is mathematically computed automatically. So all you got to do is, if you're wanting to put a number in, put it in. But so yeah. So again, real deal. What's your thoughts on Winter Soldier? Where would you say?
To be honest, I'm just gonna hold my tongue on that one. I don't play around enough with Winter Soldier to be able to give an accurate opinion on that one. So yeah, I'm gonna leave off on that one there.
Really?
Yeah.
Fair enough. And again, if it doesn't have to agree with us, so by any means, if you got anything, any input is better than none. Don't hesitate.
Well, I mean, I would probably stick him at maybe about a 7 then.
Sure.
As far as what I could tell, I kind of just don't like to speak out of non-experience. So if there's a champ that I'm not familiar with and I don't play around with, it's kind of hard for me to judge on it. And I'm not trying to put out any kind of miscommunication or anything for the viewers there.
No, absolutely, I understand that. To answer your question, Chid, Hollow Point, any bleed effect triggered during his attack has its duration increased by 50%.
Wow.
Yeah, it can get nasty. All right. So, real deal. Anything in particular that you see out of this? Something you like, dislike? Lay it on us, and then I'm gonna bring you out and bring Frojo in. He was wanting to jump in for a few and enter some of his opinions. So.
Well, you know what? I just came in to pop in and try to help you guys out and say hi and show my support. So yeah, bring Frojo in. I'm kind of a new guy in here, and Frojo's been here for a bit. So yeah, no, go ahead and bring him on in, man. Let's hear Frojo's opinions.
Sure. Any bleed champion you want to put a spin on before you go away? I mean.
I think I'm gonna have to push that Gilly a little bit stronger on you guys. I think. Like I said, as far as a bleed champion, I think you guys might want to use her and see how much bleed she actually creates. It's quite a lot.
She helped me through the first chapters of 5.2.
She's definitely got her uses.
When you proc a bleed from her specials during the first 2 chapters, it does well over 500 damage per tick.
Yeah, I'm not rating just the champion by itself, but like I said, I mean, if we're going here by exactly just the bleed alone, then yeah. She's completely up there without a doubt.
Nice. All right, we will be taking a look at Guillotine here later and definitely discussing her. So, hey, thanks again for stopping in, and man, hang out in the chat if you see something. Pop in the chat. Definitely. Give us your input because that's what we're looking for, and we'll be bringing people back as we go. So, don't hesitate to jump into the conversation.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on, man.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Glad to have you here.
See you later, buddy.
See ya.
Oh, don't forget to let us know when your Legends run is.
Oh yeah. By the way, okay. Well, since you asked, tomorrow. Yeah. I live in California, so my time, 12 o'clock, will be the Legends run. We're going to have some great guests on doing the emceeing. SlycM, you're welcome to join. Trying to coordinate with Dork Lessons, Mr. Dave, to be MC over there. Bulldog, hopefully Frojo. So yeah, you guys come on over, and if you guys want to go ahead and pop on an MC, feel free to. It's going to be a good time, and I'm feeling pretty good about getting that Legend title.
You say Saturday or tomorrow?
Saturday. I'm sorry, Saturday.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
I will be
Just
there. Sure.
I'll give you some info, real deal. I've been seen around 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I saw that. That's That's quite a bit. I'm trying to get under 4 myself.
Yeah, that's been the safe spot.
We'll all find out Saturday.
Hey, best of luck, and again, we'll be around. So
I will be there for sure, rooting you on. So good luck.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh, awesome, Ace Fusion. I appreciate that. And again, thanks again to Real Deal for stopping in. And again, we're going to be giving Frojo a call here, bringing him in.
Who's our next champ?
I am bringing the spreadsheet right back up here.
I think it's
Karna. Nope.
X-Force.
Nope. There's no more in skill. Yep. We're on the crappiest mutant in the whole game.
Jumping down to X-Force, as you can see, I've already given him a rank. Moving on, Chid, what's your thoughts on X-Force Deadpool?
X-Force, I don't know. I never use him that much to really understand what he really can do because he seems pretty straightforward. So he's kind of like on 10 for me.
You say a 10?
Yes, 10. Oh well,
All right.
Rebecca's away.
Good deal. Understandable. Jacob gave him a 4. Anthony, what's your opinion here on X-Force Deadpool?
Alright, I gotta be honest here. I only have him unawakened. And unawakened, it's garbage. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. I do know that his awakened ability allows him to proc a bleed with every hit, although it doesn't stack. But because I don't know and I haven't played him unduped, I'm gonna say an 8 because I know how bad it is unduped and I don't know how bad it is duped.
Well, here you go. Duped, it is a guaranteed to cause bleed.
Yeah, I know
over
that.
3 seconds. So
I know that, but I know it doesn't stack, and I haven't played it, I haven't felt it, so I don't want to say it's good or bad just because I don't know. But so I'll stay with 8 just because I know how bad it is on one side and I don't know on the other.
sure. Frojo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just waiting to get a spot to jump in real quick. Hey, Slice. Okay, like y'all are doing 1 as the highest and 10 is the lowest, correct?
No. So here, Frojo, I know you just came in, and there's a lot of people just joining. So guys, if you're just joining the stream, let me explain how our rankings work. Basically, we ranked our top 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A very simple ranking. Best, second, third, fourth, fifth. After that, it's a ranking of 6 through 10. 6 meaning they're kind of the top of the subprime, the top of the second tier. You know, hey, if you don't have one of those top 5, this guy's got a great bleed because of whatever. 10 being the worst a character can get ranked. And going no lower. So it's pretty straightforward. 1 through 5 are your top 5, and then 6 through 10 meaning, all right, you know, they may not be in the top 5, but a 6 means they're right there. They're close to popping that top 5 area.
Okay. Also, I need you to do one thing for me.
Yep.
I need you to change the formula to
Sure.
the 7th column and add divide by 7. I keep trying to do it on my phone, but for some reason it's making me do it one at a time because I'm on a phone.
Yep, not a problem. It's real simple. I'll just drag this through.
Frojo, did you find the guy you're looking for?
You talking about the tow truck driver from last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran him off.
Oh, you're making me screw up an AQ, Frojo.
It's not me. Okay, we're talking about Deadpool X-Force.
Correct.
I'm gonna say he's like 7. Like his bleed's not that great. Like at all. Like
You're cutting out there.
His bleed's not that great at all.
Yeah, I got that part.
I would say that he's a 7. His bleed doesn't do much for him. He's not that great of a bleed champion like at all. Like I mean I'm gonna change it to an 8. I'm gonna put it as an 8.
Interesting. Here's what we did earlier. and here's why he ended up where he would on a couple accounts. If you stack deep wounds, the fact that every hit causes a bleed, it gets nasty there at the end. Especially when you're talking about a high-level champ. You're doing 1% of their health with every hit because of the bleed. So that's something to think about with the X-Force Deadpool. And again, this is figuring that they're all duped, maxed out mastery, or playing with your masteries however you want. This is to give people an idea. Hey, look, you don't have a bleed champ. You can kind of gig the system in this direction. So, but that's an interesting outlook on Deadpool, on X-Force Deadpool, I should say. With that being said, so Deadpool-wise, what's your opinion on the OG Deadpool? One of the few champions, one of the few guys to have OG Deadpool. I know you love him. What do you think of his bleed and what it brings to the table?
Awesome. Great.
I mean, it's pretty much the same as X-Force, except he doesn't do it with every hit. So I'm gonna say it's his bleed on his special 3 is like super powerful. But like when you're playing Deadpool, the OG Deadpool, that's not what you're trying to do with his power bar. Really, you're pretty much you're using it as a last ditch effort. Like, oh, I'm fixing to die. Let me try to get as much health as I can off the opponent at the last second, because you're trying to keep his power bar full so you can recover as much health as you can.
Sure.
So I mean, his bleed is good, but you're really not trying to use it on the OG Deadpool. So yeah, now that I know the ranking system, I'm changing my little thing on Deadpool there.
Nope.
Because I was thinking it was the other way. I thought it was like bad was the low number, but it's opposite.
No. Bad is low.
What?
He meant low as in 1.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, correct. 10 being the worst you can get. All right. With that being said, Anthony, what do you got?
I don't have him. I have him as a 3-star, actually. And I'm with Frojo. I never used it because I leave his power bar completely maxed out for maximum regen. Because I personally think that regen is the second best utility in the game. So if you use it, it's like super powerful, but you just don't want to use it. So I'll say 8.
8? Fair enough. Jacob, what do you got for OG Deadpool, red suit?
So I'm going to look at it as that you're not going to save for regen just because we want to look at the bleed. And so just because of the bleed damage, I'm going to give it a 7.
Okay. Chid?
I'm going to go with 7 too, because his attacks are just kind of weak, but the only thing he has going for him is the bleed and regen.
Sure. I think for me, I'm going to have to look at it. The fact that it doesn't happen very often, the bleed itself is nice, but it's, to me, the bleed actually cripples the character. To really get the bleed, you lose your regen. And so for me, this is the one character where bleed actually kind of works against him, from what I know about him. And again, I've never played with him, never used him. But in my opinion, from what I have seen and heard from champions, and Frojo, you have him, so tell me if I'm wrong, but to me, the bleed actually works against him. In order to really use a heavy bleed, you're going to have to use the L3, and you're losing your regen. So to me, it sounds like the bleed goes against him.
I mean, his bleed can save him. And what's so great about it is, like I use him on map 6 on the degen routes. I can pretty much stay alive and use Deadpool. What happens is that, unless you're running suicides as well, he's not really putting enough damage out. But if you can keep his special 3 till about the last 30 seconds, and then pop that special 3, that can push you to the end of the fight, and you could may possibly bleed them out by the end. but you're not trying to use it unless you think you can kill them in that fight without running it down.
Well, and that's my point.
But
It's the home run hit. You either hit it over the fence or you screwed up with him.
Exactly.
Did you all hear what he just said? He survives D-Gen on map 6. That is insane. Insane regen. Insane regen to survive D-Gen on map 6.
All right, and again, we've got some new people in here. Ant is in here. Hannah in here. So, guys, the system is 1 through 5 is the top 5 champions that we found as a bleed champion. And we're not ranking the bleed itself, but what the bleed does for the champion. For example, Gwenpool, it does more than just bleed. It triggers so many other abilities. Same with Archangel. His bleed leads to poison, neurotoxin, and stuns. So it's not just the bleed, it's what the bleed does for the champion. So tonight we're looking at bleed champions. 1 through 5 are the top 5. After that, it goes from 6 to 10. 6 meaning, man, they're right there to being in that top 5. 6 is the highest score you can get out of that. 10 being the worst score. So, and as you can tell on the far right, it's going to give us an average score for that champion and what people thought. So tonight is bleed, and we're going to be hitting every champ. Again, I give Deadpool a 9 simply because the bleed is good. If it hits and you're, like you said, Frojo, you're at the end there, it's handy, it's heavy, and it can cause massive damage, but it is the one bleed, in my opinion, that works against the champion. So, X23 I gave a 4. Chid, where are you going to put X23?
She is a solid number 7.
A 7, eh?
Yes. Because, her bleed isn't as reliable as the OG Wolverine. But if you keep comparing champions to others, you won't really enjoy them. So I'll go off her crit. And that is extremely reliable against bleed immune champs.
Absolutely.
Do you have her, Chid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rank 3.
Cool.
All right, Jacob gave her a 3. Anthony gave her a 3. Bulldog's not here. And Frojo's going to say a 6 here, correct?
Yes. I'm gonna say 6. I agree. Like Wolverine's a little bit better, but I still put them in the same tier. It's not that much difference to me. I don't really see too much of a difference. I mean, yeah, Wolverine's a little bit better, but I wouldn't say that there's much difference.
Sure. And I see where you got Wolverine in the 6 as well. Interesting. Let's see here. Anthony, our Bulldog, gave Wolverine a 5. Anthony, your opinion on Wolverine?
Wolverine is my favorite champ in the game. I use him in AQ. He's amazing. His bleed is so strong. I can stack it 6-7 times with no issue. Really makes fights quick in map 5. I don't do map 6, but in map 5 he really makes easy work of map 5. So
Absolutely.
I love Wolverine. Everyone should have one, and he's the cream of the crop.
Yeah, I don't disagree. So you're gonna say 6 there?
Yeah.
Excellent. Oops, wrong program. Let's see, Star's not here. So Jacob, what's your thoughts on Wolverine?
I give it a solid 6. You know, he would have trumped X23 into my top 5, but X23's bleed causes a total of 300 more bleed damage over time.
Yep.
When they're both at R5, so that's why she made it over Wolverine.
Yep.
Chid, what's your thoughts on Wolverine?
On Wolverine, he has that survivability that definitely makes him a lot better. But going off just his bleed, he goes to 6.
Absolutely. All right. For me, I think it's a 6 note all day, every day. He stacks it easy. It's consistent. It's always there. To me, it's a no-brainer. He's a very solid bleed champion that you can't go wrong with taking into battle. So, no-brainer. Archangel, I put as a 2. Chid, your opinion on Archangel?
I don't have him, so I can't really give an honest opinion. But from what I've seen, people use him, people give him reviews. He is a solid number 3.
Really?
You can't
Three.
give 3. You got to be
You can't
6.
give 3.
Wait,
Be
what?
6.
Oh, my bad. I was thinking it was something else. Yeah, 6.
All right. And everybody else put Archangel in their top 5 all day, every day. And I don't know whose mic it is. Somebody's got a lot of static coming through their mic. Sounds like almost like water or something.
I think it's Frojo because he's on his phone and he's driving.
Frojo, are you driving?
Yeah.
Can I say something? Can I say something about Archangel?
Absolutely.
So I was trying to figure out who was better, Iceman or Archangel. So I put them head to head, and head to head, Iceman takes that every time.
Well, yeah.
Archangel can't stop Iceman's damage, but Iceman can stop Archangel's damage.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out there. I hear that a lot. Like, who should I go for, Iceman or Archangel? Who's better? My personal opinion, I think Iceman is better than Archangel. But
I agree with you.
I disagree.
The thing about Iceman is you
man.
can take him. You can take Iceman into battle against anybody.
Yeah.
Archangel, anybody that's immune, he's out.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Frojo, do me a favor. If you're not actively using your mic, if you got a mute button on it, hit it because it's picking up the wind from your. I'm assuming your window, maybe.
Okay, we'll see if it's me or someone else.
I think it's.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah. All right. And we're going to bring Bulldog back in. So, hey, Frojo, when you want to speak, just hit your mic button and come back in live. You're welcome to stay on the call. It's just real static.
Sure.
It's starting to drive me bonkers. So, let's get Bulldog back in and let him get caught back up to the rest of us. All right. Yeah, and Randy says, but Archangel versus someone other than Iceman could give advantage to Archangel instead of Iceman. No, I totally agree. To me, I think Iceman his versatility brings so much to the table, and that's where he to me he oversteps Archangel a little bit. But we'll go into that's a different discussion, a different day.
Yeah.
Like I said, we got a phone call out to Bulldog, hoping to bring him back on live and get him caught back up. Let's see. Call failed. Try this one more time.
Ooh, Beast coming up.
Yeah, we got a bunch of them in. Let's see here. Bulldog, are you there? All right, let's see if that worked. All right.
Why'd he even hang up? I thought he just stayed on and muted it.
Who knows?
All right. While I wait to get a response from Bulldog, here we go. Let's keep moving through the list here. Archangel was ranked all the way through, except let's see, that's star, so that is we're all good there. Beast, Frojo, if you can unmute that mic, give us an opinion here on Beast. What's your thoughts?
Well, with Beast, I gotta say, I'm one of those guys that haven't really used him. He's sitting at 330. He's not duplicated. I haven't played with him very, very much at all. So, I don't want to like give him a 10 for that, but like I guess I have to because like I'm sitting here. I was thinking right before we got to him. I was like, does Beast even calls bleed? I was like, I have no idea.
Yeah,
His nails are really sharp.
I have seen like other videos and stuff with like Joel Line and like him with his closer look at Beast video.
Sure.
And I do believe Beast is I believe he's underrated and stuff, but yeah, I'm gonna have to put it. I'm gonna have to put him in 10 there.
Absolutely. All right, Bulldog.
I have
welcome back.
Beast as a 440 on my alt account. I use him quite a bit, and I'd put him at a 7. He causes a pretty significant amount of bleed. It doesn't do as much damage as like an X-23 or even a BPC, a Black Panther OG or anything like that. But it's effective. I use him in AQ. I can often bleed them to death. So yeah, I think he's a 7.
Interesting. Well, now that you're back, Bulldog, you got some catching up to do.
Just read them off, and I'll give you the 5-second breakdown.
Perfect. All right. So in the meantime, Bulldog, since you were gone, Electra, what's your thoughts?
6. Bleed is solid, easy to pull off. Got that armor break when they're bleed immune. She was close to cracking my top 5, but there can only be 5. And there are 5 other champions that I would choose over her. But if my top 5 weren't available, she would easily slot in there next to Hawkeye.
Excellent. Go ahead with Punisher. Original Punisher.
Punisher would be an 8. Again, he wouldn't have cracked my top 5 because his bleed is only on specials. They are significant, and he has obviously other things going for him with the endure and the difficulty or impossibility of evading those specials. But without having it on his base attacks, he can't go too high for me.
Oh wow.
7.5.
Oh wow. I put him in my top 5. I'm just kind of timing in here again because I didn't get to talk about Punisher. I really like Punisher's bleed. I know it only does it on the specials, but once you get that open wound on there, you can constantly just keep the bleed on there. Like it's not gonna come off basically. So I really love Punisher's bleed.
Yeah, I don't have him as a 4-star. God willing, that day comes. Maybe he'll go higher up. So part of it is just, I only have him as a 3.
Is that another one of those that I have at 550 that no one has?
I was just going to
Probably.
say, is that one of your 30 R5s? Jesus Christ.
Bulldog, Falcon.
Falcon, 7. Good bleed, but again, it's tied to the special. With his lock-on ability, I'd say he's a 7. I mean, he's definitely not bottom of the barrel, but he would be down on my list. Jesse, I don't understand what you're talking about with BBC. Sorry. So 7.
All right. Fair
Trust
enough.
me, you
Is
don't
my
want to
mic-
know what BBC is.
Is my mic still doing it or
No, you're
or
clear
not?
now, Frojo.
Yeah.
I moved the iPad. I guess where it was sitting was getting some kind of draft from somewhere.
Well, we appreciate it. There for a while, I was like, oh, my ear. Agent Venom, Bulldog.
Agent Venom, 7. Again, same thing. It's on his specials. It's a good bleed. He's an effective defender. I mean, I have him as a 550 Sig 99. So obviously, I think well of the champ. But when discussing, just the bleed aspect, he's middle of the road of the bottom 5, in my opinion.
Sure. And then last one out of the skills for you, Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier. Man, I hate to be a broken record here, but also a 7. Again, bleeds are only tied to specials. He's a little bit better now with the update that he got at 12.0, where you get the bleed and incendiary, and his SP2 is definitely a monster, and very difficult to deal with. But I don't see him as a world breaker when it comes to that bleed. For me, it's the separation between bleed as a focal point and bleed as ancillary. Ultron bleed is somewhat ancillary. It's not his selling point. Black Panther original, it's a selling point. So I'd put him right there in that middle category as well.
Fair enough. All right, we're almost got you caught up here. Next one on the list, first one on the mutants, you're looking at X-Force Deadpool.
X-Force Deadpool. Yeah, X-Force Deadpool would have been like number 257 originally on my list. I hate him so much. That's why I was so depressed pulling him the other night. But having learned the information that I have, and I do have deep wounds at level 5, so for me, I don't see it changing my use of him really. But I would put him at a 6 because of that. With the right masteries, the right setup, his bleed can do some serious damage. So he would be a 6.
All right. And real quick, guys, for anybody new to the stream, again, if you're new here, do us a favor, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Guys, if you're still around, it's because you're enjoying it. Tell some of your friends, your Alliance members. We want input. We're looking for people to tell us what they think. So don't hesitate. We're keeping a track of the live chat. We'll do our best to make sure if anybody mentions anything. Hugo says, Yandu, what'd you rank him at? A couple people have ranked him fairly high, Hugo. We've not got all the way down to him to get his final ranking for his bleed side. But so far it has looked good for Yandu, and I think he's going to do favorable in this ranking.
Yeah, I think I had him at 3
So
overall.
Now, with that being said, Bulldog, and guys, we're just getting Bulldog caught up, and then we'll continue down the line. Deadpool, the original red suit Deadpool.
Well, again, I don't have him at all on my primary account. I have him as a 2 and a 3-star on my alt. And I would say when it comes to bleed, he's a weaker version of the X-Force Deadpool with what he does. So I'm going to put him at an 8.
Fair enough. And would that be X-23?
She's
Last
in my
one.
top. She and Hawkeye were my tie for 6th overall, so she's definitely a 6. I mean, I could see her being a 5, in the top 5 for a number of people. She just wasn't. She didn't quite make the cut for me. But if I could go 5.5, she would totally fit that bill.
Makes sense. All right. Well, and this brings us back around. Anthony, we're back to you here on Beast.
I like Beast. He's a lot of fun to play. Challenging. You really gotta practice with him. Learn everything that he can do. Solid bleed, decent bleed, solid bleed. Stacks pretty well. I'll give him a 7.
Okay. Star's not with us. Jacob, what's your opinion on Beast? Jacob, you still there?
Apparently not.
Jacob, where you at?
Oh, I forgot I muted my mic. I say a 9 because it's only above 50% health that he causes bleed.
Oh, for real?
And it's a 60% chance, so it's not too high. So,
Chid, what's your thought here on Beast?
He's a number 8
An 8?
because, yeah, that stun comes in handy, but it's just a bit too short. Just a bit.
For me, I think I'm going to give him a 9. It's not that I don't like him. It's not that anything else. It seems light. It's not favorable. I don't feel it's very heavy. I feel like he's got bleed, but they didn't really do anything with it. It procs somewhat consistently whenever it's available. But again, it just feels like there's just something to throw on the screen. Like, oh, look, we're going to give him a bleed because he's got claws. But I just feel like they really didn't do anything. He scratches the champion, but doesn't do anything with it. So, Iceman does not qualify. Psylocke does not have a bleed, nor does Cyclops. Gambit, Magneto.
the Magnetos.
That Magnetos. This is an interesting one. The bleed is interesting. I'm not a big fan of Magneto, so it's really hard for me to rank it. Seeing that it comes from what, special 1? His L2 doesn't cause.
Yeah, it's a special 1.
It's special 2, special 3, and special 2, I believe. Or
That's
all
true.
of them, I believe.
His 2 does heal, block, and bleed.
I knew it had a heal block in there. I didn't realize it had a bleed, or I thought it did. It just doesn't seem like it's as often, maybe. So yeah, from what I see here, special attack 2 for Magneto is only 100% for heal block. Do not see a bleed.
It's got bleed.
It's got.
It
bleed.
does.
It
Interesting.
does have bleed.
Not in his description. Either way, for me, I don't like it. I think it's okay, but I'm going to give it an 8. The heal block is nice. The other aspects of his specials are nice, but the bleed itself is just kind of there. It's a great throw in because it's paired with a heal block. It can get you around a couple of champions, but the heal or the bleed itself, to me, it just doesn't bring a lot to the table. Chid?
Magneto. Okay, he is a solid number 8 because that magnetism. I like the way that they can't parry him because of it, and among other things, he does stack, and the heal block comes in handy too. So that's his rank for me.
Yeah. Real quick, in the chat, Lester says, I don't like Beast, too much complications. Very interesting point. DJ Ray, running a little late. Guys, we're ranking bleed champions based on their bleed and what it does for the champion, how it pairs out. So if the bleed leads to other things, that's kind of part of it, what you get with the bleed. Adam Marco says they nerfed Magneto's bleed, so...
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they said they nerfed his bleed, but I haven't really. I mean, that was supposedly happened during 12.0.
Yeah.
I haven't really
they
seen
did.
the difference.
They did, yeah.
What they did is when they do the special one, you used to get 2 bleeds potentially, and now you can only get 1 bleed. And
okay.
That's the reason I'm gonna put it at a 9, because it was so nice before when you could get like almost to a special 2, bust off special 1, get to another special 1, get 3 or 4 bleeds on there.
Get a nice
That's
stack
when it was
going.
actually pretty good. And if it was still that way, I would probably give him like a 7, because I used to use Magneto quite a bit, and everything, because he used to have leadership synergy, all that stuff, way back in the day. But you don't have that no more. He's pretty much fallen to the back of the pack in Contest of Champions. So I'm gonna give him a 9 on my end.
Trey said they took his bleed off his SP1. No, that was what they had said they were going to in the 12.0 patch notes, but they didn't. They just significantly reduced it as Frojo was just describing, but it's still there.
Yep. With that being said, Jacob, what do you say here?
He would have definitely ranked 6 or 7 if he still had the double bleed on his special 1, but because that's gone now, he's a solid 9.
I like how it's a solid 9.
There's no wiggle room.
Oh, I'm gonna have to give him that really good 9. Look, I don't know if you're aware, but that's a 9. Like,
nope, there's no wiggle room.
It's close to hitting the bottom of the barrel. So, DJ Ray says, "Oh snap, what's up, Frojo?" Star's not with us. Anthony, what do you got for Magneto?
So for this, I'm going to pretend that the white Magneto doesn't exist, because I still haven't figured out why or how or where he fits in the game. But
doesn't.
Yeah, it's completely useless. I don't know why he's. But I do like Magneto. I do like Red Magneto. I use him a lot because of synergies, and the bleed's okay. It's not great. It's okay, but it functions, and I like heal block. And he's got that cool little 25% damage from his signature ability, so he's an okay champion.
Not ranking the champ, his bleed and what it brings to the table. What do you give it?
The bleed is like an 8.
I like how you're like an 8. Thought about the 9 there. Bulldog.
Yeah, I'd say his bleed. I'm gonna agree that he's a solid 9. If he like pre-nerf, I would have put him at probably a 7. You could rely on it. The bleed had some purpose. I think now overall Magneto's only usefulness is for synergies. I've always hated the champion. I hate his short reach. I just hate everything about him, frankly, and his bleed is very, very ineffective, and may as well not even be there. I mean, if you manage to actually land the SP2, which is no guarantee. Thank you, Kabam.
Okay.
And you get the heal block, and I've actually had it be effective. Heal block and a bleed. Taking out a champ when they're down low, which is great. But it's just too unreliable. And then even landing that thing is that. I tweeted Kabam today. I'm so pissed. Supposedly in the patch notes they said they fixed all those animations so you could land those SP2s. Not one of them has worked yet.
My
Not
Magneto has worked.
Not
Yeah,
Captain
the only-
Marvel, not Abomination, none of them.
Really?
I've
Some-
tried every sequence I can, and I cannot get it to land after the end of a combo.
That's weird, because the only one that doesn't work for me, and it only... So, Captain Marvel, I got to work 80% of the time. The rest of them work every single time.
Not for me. I don't know. Iron Man, nope. Abomination, nope.
Frojo.
So,
What's up?
Magneto Marvel now.
Oh, I'm gonna give him a 10 because he just sucks. And what's up, Ray Ray?
Bulldog, right back to you on Magneto Marvel now. What's your thoughts?
also, what up, Ray Ray? Yeah, I don't want to be left out on that one. So, yeah, hey, DJ Ray Ray, good to see you. What was a Magneto Marvel now?
Yep.
Total worthless turd burglar. It's a 10. Because he doesn't even the only thing that saved Magneto from being the regular Magneto from being a 10 is that you could use that bleed while also having a synergy with somebody actually useful on your team. Magneto Marvel now doesn't even have that, so his bleed, even though they're very similar, is a 10.
Good point.
All right. Moving on. Jacob, thoughts on Magneto Marvel now?
Considering it's basically the same bleed as Magneto.
Yeah, do we
It's
even
a
need to
9.
discuss Magneto Marvel now? I mean, is anybody gonna say he's better than the regular Magneto? I think it's 10s all across the board. I'll bet you.
I'm actually going to give him a 9. I know Chid's mic is muted. Chid, when you can, let us know when you're back.
Mr. Contrarian.
And the only reason is the bleed itself is still the same. The L2 is still the same. The
Not-
reason I drop him 1 is just because, like you said, the synergies are not there for him near as nice. And he's got some of the same, but some of them are just totally different and it just doesn't work as well. So, Chid, what do you think, man?
He gets a number 9.
Number 9. All right, Nightcrawler. Interesting. Interesting. He technically does.
Is it technically a bleed?
Here? Let me.
Yep.
No, it's not.
It's not a here. He has bleed on.
It's
his
like an
profile.
insta bleed.
Correct. Here, let's just go ahead and roll this down. So here we go. Critical hits. Nightcrawler's Cutlass has a 70% chance to strike a deep wound, dealing X amount of bleed damage instantly. So it is technically bleed damage. It's just done at once instead of going over time. The chance to score a deep wound increases by up to 10% based on how low the opponent's armor is. Technically, it's a bleed. It's just not a stretched out bleed. It just is an instant bleed, I guess you could call it. So, with that being said, even his special 3, granting an extra 27% increased chance to score a deep wound. Here's the deal. When it lands, it is definitely nice. And it's interesting because you're not waiting for the effect of the bleed. I think for that reason alone, it's not your standard bleed. It is not a time. It's not a dot. It's not a ticking bleed. It's an instant bleed, and he hits hard with it. I think I'm gonna actually give him a. Man, I'm stuck between a 6 and a 7. I'm going to go 7 since it's a little out of the ordinary, but it hits hard. It very well could be a 6 in my mind. It hits hard and it's instant. You don't have to wait. For example, champions like Agent Venom, it can't be shrugged off. It's the one bleed that's guaranteed to hit against Agent Venom. With that being said, Chid, what's your thoughts on Nightcrawler? His mic.
I think he's muted.
Yeah, he's muted. So Jacob, go ahead. Let's hit you up on Nightcrawler.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but after 12.0, he was broke. The deep wounds was
awesome.
insane.
Oh, the whole Iceman Archangel, Master Mode mission. I just rode Nightcrawler. It's like stab, 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 dead.
Oh yeah, but now, I still like that bleed. It does some serious damage. So I have to give it a 6.
Nice. I can't disagree with that. Anthony, what's your thoughts on Nightcrawler, man?
Because you'll 7.
7.
Because
Nothing else.
reasons.
I like how Anthony was like, because 7.
So I'll personally never use them on offense.
Sure.
It is a good chunk of damage when it hits, but I'll just never use them, nor do I care. So
You may
yes.
want to use them for collector. I'll say that.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I might. That is true. I might use them there, but aside from that, I'll never use them. So
All right. Go ahead, Bulldog. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, solid 6 for me. I loved it when he was broken. That was so much fun. When you were anybody who was running Deep Wounds 5, like he was just, he was crushing. It was great. But the thing, as long as the bleed follows all the same parameters and rules, of the other bleeds, I don't see how you don't give it a 6 because you get all the benefit of a bleed without having to wait. It's like in this, instant gratification world, that is instant gratification.
Absolutely.
So I love it. In fact, I was talking with Quell earlier. I wish he wasn't so good on defense because I love using him on offense, and I'm certainly gonna keep using him whenever he's not in war.
Absolutely. Frojo, thoughts on Nightcrawler and his quote-unquote bleed?
Yeah, I'm gonna totally agree with Bulldog on what he just said about it just being instant and not having to wait to bleed them all the way out and get those extra. It's all at once. So, yeah, gonna say 6.
Yeah, I don't disagree in it. And like I said, for me, the 7 side of it, it's just, it really probably is a 6. I think it's just the unfamiliarity of it. I probably need to play with it a little bit more. So, next we got Cable, Colossus, Rogue, and Storm, none of which have a bleed that I'm aware of. And if they do, I've missed it. So, we'll go down to Angela, which does not have a bleed. Matter of fact, let's see here. We don't run a bleed until Drax.
Oh, another sword champion that doesn't have a bleed, huh?
How ironic! How bizarre!
another miss by Kabam.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right, guys, and we're up here with Drax. Hello, Drax. Bleed away. Frojo, tell us what you got on Drax.
Well, anybody that can bleed out Labyrinth of Legends is you got to throw him a 6.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good champion overall, and ever since they gave him those daggers for his normal basic hits, it really made the champion. Because back in the day, he only had those daggers and bleed effects on his specials, and they really turned Drax around. And when he became a 5-star in the game, he really became a threat. So I'm gonna definitely give him a 6.
Nice. Bulldog, what's your thoughts there?
100% agree with Frojo. Drax was good enough to crack the top 5 for a couple of us. Didn't make it for me. I'm so fortunate that I got him as a 5-star. I can't wait to awaken him and take him up. He's going to be my LOL champ. There's no doubt about it that his bleed is a significant part of who he is as a champ and is capable of just wrecking. So yeah, no doubt about it. He's a solid 6.
Excellent. All right, 1 second here while I update some notes. 6th there. All right. Anthony, what's your opinion on Drax?
I love him. Definitely a 6. I have a 5-star awakened rank 3. I am also doing LOL with Drax. I can't wait.
Yeah.
I have seen his bleed for tick over 1,000 per tick. He just does so much damage. It's incredible. So much damage. I love him. By far my favorite Cosmic and my second favorite champ overall.
Nice. All right. Who we got here? We got Jacob.
Definitely 6. I agree with all the other Bulldog, Frojo, and Anthony said.
Yeah, I think this is a no-brainer. He's a 6. He's a champ that can start running LOL. His Fury stacking with the bleed, it just gets super nasty. So to me, it's a no-brainer all day long. Drax hits that 6 and close to pushing top 5 as Chid here had as a number 2. He can bleed with the best of them, but I think it's just if you don't stack the Fury with the bleed's just not as effective. So it's a little bit dependent on that Fury, but when it's going, no doubt about it. All right, real quick, I'm going to take not a break, but we're going to be bringing somebody into the group call. Matter of fact, he's in our alliance. We're going to welcome you here. Lester coming to a group chat here. Give him 1 second.
Oh, snap.
Lester, are you there?
Hey, what's up, T. Ricky? Welcome to the chat.
T. Ricky still pushing Hawkeye. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. So
That's my man.
Yeah, he almost cracked my top 5, T. Ricky, like super close to almost.
Lester, you there, buddy?
Lester.
Who's Lester?
And we're going to give him one more shot here.
Or maybe not.
Lester, last chance. You there, bud?
Okay.
Oh, Lester Perry. Okay.
All right. Well,
Try him later.
yeah, we'll try to bring him back in here later. All right. Let's keep moving through here. Oh, hold on.
Yellow.
There's Lester.
Yeah, I was trying to figure this thing out.
That's all right. Lester, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the call. So far, as guys, anybody that's new to the chat, new to the stream, again, what we're doing is we ranked our 1 through 5, and at this point, we're going through and ranking everybody on a 6 to 10 scale. 6 being the highest of the second tier, I guess you could say. 10 being the worst.
Yeah.
With that being said, Lester, top 5. Who is your top bleed champ? Do you agree with us? Do you see somebody different? And is there a champion that we've mentioned so far that you feel like we may have missed the boat on?
I know y'all pretty much nailed it on the head. I believe Gwenpool, Wolverine, the X-23, every one of them pretty much they're all great bleed champions. Elektra.
Absolutely.
Would you put Elektra in your top 5 or
Yeah.
Hawkeye?
I'd say Elektra would be my number 5, I'd say.
Really?
Yeah, she bleeds pretty good.
Yeah, she's definitely a beast when it comes to that side of it. For me, she was right on that edge. I just felt like everybody else had a little something extra to go along with it, and that just kept her right from being in that top 5 range.
I have a question since we're on bleeders.
Sure.
At what point was everyone like, holy crap, we all need bleeders? Was it when RTTL came out? Was it when they introduced Deep Wounds? Like,
It was Spite.
was it
Yeah, I would say Spite.
Spite? It
Definitely
was when
Spite.
Spite came out? Okay.
Yeah, I think that.
Like all of a sudden,
Guard.
oh, bleeders, let's all get bleeders.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying because I seem to remember, like in the early days when I first started playing, it was like, oh, champs got bleed, that's great. Like I said, I thought Ultron just stopped the bleed when you cauterize them. I didn't see it as being that useful, and it definitely feels like there was a conscious shift at some point where people started going, oh, geez, man, we need bleeders.
Yeah.
It was also, I think, due to the change to willpower as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that could do it too. Yeah, that's a good call.
And 12.0, it really pushed the bleed into another level when 12.0 happened. Bleeders took over the game, and especially when 12.0 took over the game.
Well, I think.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead, Bulldog.
Go ahead. I was gonna say I think the willpower change was definitely the start of that because before the willpower change, bleed was a liability. You couldn't be stacking 3 or 4 bleeds because their willpower was going to offset it and heal them. So I do remember when willpower was nerfed. I hate to call it nerfed, but when willpower was fixed, that definitely seemed to start it for me.
Safeguard also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. RTTL must have had a big part of it.
Well, I think there's numerous things here. Bleeders became more important because you kind of everybody lost their go-to champion. If you had a Thor, a Scarlet Witch, a Doctor Strange, you had go-to champs that you said, okay, it doesn't matter what's going on. I'm just going to go.
Yeah,
play
why
this
do I
champion.
need bleed? I got Scarlet
Who
Witch.
cares?
Yeah.
I don't need anything else. When they kind of balanced the playing field a little bit, champions with bleed became a lot more viable. On top of it, you go with the fact that they fixed, nerfed, however you like to call it, willpower. Now those bleeders definitely come back up because now everything that was hindering them has went away. Now they have a chance to shine, I guess you could say, because they were always there. They were good champs, but you just couldn't use them because of the willpower. Or, hey, look, I'm not fighting willpower, but who cares? I've got Scarlet Witch. I can close my eyes and win. I've got so-and-so. Doesn't matter to me. You know, so, and Mofox's not saying that she isn't a beast. I'm just saying, there for a while, that's all people did. If you had one of those top champs, it didn't matter who
Bull
was in
made
your roster.
that point several times.
So, anyway, that's kind of been my take on that. So, Lester, any other opinions here? I mean, anything that you can think of that we may have missed or that we're sleeping on?
Not really.
Here, let me ask you this, because I think this is the most interesting one of the night. X-Force Deadpool. What's your opinion there? Knowing that what we've been pointing out, what do you
I
think?
liked him. I had him at 440 forever just because of his level 2 bleed. And whenever they changed it where you can rank down champions, I took him down from 440 then, and I ain't used him since. But I used to like him a lot.
Yeah, he used to be a big fan of Deadpool X-Force pre 12.0 nerf.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Well, Lester, listen, I appreciate you coming on and giving us some ideas. Anything you want to say before you head out, man?
Not really. Just happy to support the channel and stuff, and happy to be here.
Hey, well, we appreciate it. We appreciate the support. And again, thanks for stopping in.
Thank you.
Take
Glad to
care.
have you.
All right, guys, and let's get back on our path here as we mow through these. Next on the list is going to be Gamora.
Aha.
She's an interesting one. You know, I always feel like her bleed is fairly heavy. Assassination is handy. But, man, for her it's really all about the crit, and the bleed builds off of it a tad bit here. Her special attacks have a 90% chance to inflict bleed. For me, I think I'm going to have to give her a 7. It's nice, and I think she's great. A 90% chance is always nice, and when that assassination kicks in, it really gets nasty. Chid, what's your thoughts? I think he just muted his mic real quick.
MIA?
No, I think someone was talking to him. Jacob, thoughts on Gamora?
I'd give her. Just looking at the bleed, I would have to say a 7. It does some pretty good damage, so
7?
yeah.
Chid, let us know when you're back, bud. Speak up, and we'll throw you right back in there. Anthony, thoughts on Gamora?
No thanks. No, I don't know. 7. I feel like the assassination does most of the work. It's there, it's nice, but she's not a make or break champion. Her bleed's not make or break. She's just kind of blah and average. So I don't know. 7.
Okay. Bulldog, what's your thoughts here?
Yeah, her bleed again is tied to her special. Assassination is great, but like Hawkeye's hemorrhage, it's once per fight maximum. It's great when it happens. You certainly can't bank around it. You could certainly go, 10 fights in a row and never proc it. unless you're fighting somebody really big where you're getting off, 6, 7, 8 of them, and maybe one of them does it. Her bleed is good. It does a fair amount. Her SP2 is so strong, and then with that little bit of bleed on the tail end, can really, really wipe out some champs. But I'm going to have to say, yeah, 7 or an 8. Probably, I'd probably give her an 8. I don't see the bleed as being... No, I'm going to say a 7. It is a significant part of her as a champion. Even though it's tied to the SP1s, it's stronger than some of the other ones that are tied to SP, to the specials. So I'll give her a 7.
Interesting. Real quick, what's up, Aaron? Welcome to the channel again. Good seeing you. 1A, welcome back. Good stuff. It's always fun watching live chat, putting their own numbers on people and putting their estimations on what they're doing to put them together. So.
Yeah, Randy, welcome Antrick Witty and Randy DeJoker. These assessments are based on you having the best mastery setup, having deep wounds level 5 probably, or whatever mastery setup, and that that works the best for them and that they're duped. So it's kind of like a best case scenario.
Absolutely. So with that being said, let's go ahead, Frojo. Thoughts on Gamora?
Gamora, launch champion that hasn't really been updated. Giant sword that comes out of nowhere. Her bleed is okay, but I'm gonna give her an 8. I think I was the lowest on it, but yeah, just I think she's somebody that they need to go back, touch up. I would like to see her play more like Guillotine and have the sword out the whole time and cause bleed on her normal attacks as well.
Sure.
Something kind of like they did with Drax. Drax didn't have the daggers. They added the daggers to normal attacks. I know that one reason probably they haven't done that is because they want Guillotine to stand out, because that is their character for Marvel Contest of Champions. So
sure,
but yeah,
makes sense.
8.
Nice. All right, well, coming back around here, let's see. Next person that causes the bleed is what? Venom?
Yep.
Go ahead, Frojo. Venom, what are you thinking?
Oh, Venom.
Real quick,
I'm
before
gonna
you
say
answer, Andrew Duke says he would have put Gamora at a 7 as well, only because they are tied to her specials, but they are pretty strong in a big part of her fight. So, yeah. All right, go ahead, Frojo. Venom.
I'm gonna say Venom is right there, with Magneto. Like his bleed is almost like you don't even notice it for the most part. So I'm gonna say a 9 on him.
Sure. Bulldog, what's your opinion on the mighty Venom?
Yeah, probably pretty in line with Frojo's. When it comes to Venom and bleed, the only thing I think about is having that bleed on when I fire off the SP2. So I get that extra damage. I don't think I've ever watched anyone bleed to death. That's my big cue as to whether or not the bleed is a significant part of the champion's profile. If I can stand there and watch people bleed to death, which amuses me to no end. So I'd say he's a 9 when it comes to that bleed. It's pretty weak. It's pretty mediocre. It's really not much. So
yeah, I pretty much do that every time I get a chance on my channel. If someone's bleeding to death, I just slide back and.
Yep, I'll evade long just to watch him bleed to death. That's why I love Dr. Voodoo with the Spear Venom. Rich the Man and I were talking about that a week or two ago, just laughing who are the best. Just it's so funny to watch them oh, I'm gonna come get you. Oh, and they're dead, and they kick the legs up and drop. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that's
never get tired of it.
That's a little thing that I'm upset about Gwenpool, because with Gwenpool, when you did that, if you slid back and held block, she held the doll in her winning animation.
Yeah.
And, with the update before this one they just did, they removed the doll in the winning animation, and I was like, oh man.
Yep.
Because I like doing that.
All right.
Adam Marco agrees with us. He says bleeding people to death is the funniest thing about the game. Agreed.
Yep. All right, Anthony. Venom.
This is a weird one. So, Venom has a 7% chance
Yep.
to cause a bleed on all attacks. That's it. Just a 7% chance. However, his signature ability is all about bleeding.
Yeah.
If he's bleeding, he gets critical damage rating. If the opponent is bleeding, he gets increased critical chance rating. But they only gave him a 7% chance. I don't get it. It's not that strong. 7% is crazy for a champion who is like completely made. Although I do see the point where like it would make the criticals kind of ridiculous if it was any more. But I just think that it's kind of worded wrong, doesn't really work. But
Yes.
you know what I mean? But I love playing.
But that's a great way to describe it. It's another whiff.
Yeah,
You know?
it's another whiff.
It just doesn't make sense.
I saw that 7%, and I was like, what is that?
Yep.
But he's a fun champ, so, but when it comes to the bleed, I'll give him a 9 because of the 7% chance and the width and all that, but yeah. I just
What I missed?
throw that out there because it's just weird the way he's written and works.
Chid, you're back. Gamora, what's your ranking for Gamora, man?
6.
6, nice.
Definitely 6.
All right.
Because she is subbed on.
Yeah, she can throw some damage down, no doubt about it. We're at Jacob here for Venom.
So I would initially rank Venom at a 10, but the only thing bringing him down to a 9 is that it affects his signature ability.
Sure.
So I'd give him a 9.
Chid?
For Venom?
Venom.
Venom, with all those buffs, I feel like those buffs are just for decoration because I don't see it at all working.
So what's your thoughts on Venom's bleed here?
His bleeds are like an 8 at most.
Wow.
And that's just being graceful. Because he's one of those
Being
big
generous.
champs that actually
Here,
impact fear on people.
Here, let me tell you my opinion. It's a 10, and here's why. I don't care if it impacts his signature ability or not. The problem is it's a 7% chance. To me, it's just nasty. It does no good. If it's there, it's more like a tickle, not a bleed. I am not a fan of his bleed at all. So.
And the only reason I gave him 8 because I'm still having PTSD from season 2. Only reason.
A long time ago, bro.
Yeah, it still hurts.
That's funny. So, all right, we'll go ahead and move on to Venompool. Venompool, a champion I feel a lot of people underrate. This is, again, another one where he gets a lot of bleed on his specials. You know, he's an underrated champion. I think I'm going to go ahead and... You get a lot of chance to really throw a bleed out. His special 3, it's what, an extra 41% from what I'm seeing here. 100% chance to inflict bleed on any special attack. And it's a solid bleed. It's kind of that Deadpool side of it, but you got the Venom back in it. You know, I think I'm going to give him I'll go with an 8. You know, it's not anything amazing, but it's definitely solid. And he's a useful champ. So, Chid, what's your opinion here?
Venompool, he has to be he's a 7 because his bleed is above average, I have to say. Plus he has that definite heal block with his special 2 for 9.5 seconds.
Sure.
That's a long time.
So go ahead, Jacob, what's your thoughts?
I stand by Venompool. So I'm going to give him a 7 because the bleed is pretty solid from the specials. And then, as Chid just said, the heal block as well. And if you use special 3, you have bleed already, or it causes bleed, it'll last even longer. So,
Yep.
Definitely.
So what'd you say? 7?
yeah.
Okay. What do you got, Anthony?
I think that anytime someone has 100% chance to proc a bleed, he's got to be above an 8 anyway, and then the damage on top of that is pretty significant. Plus a 9.5 second heal block. He is at a 7.
Bulldog, what do you got here on Venompool?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll with that. I think he's a 7. I like him significantly more than Venom. I love the nom nom nom. I love the dance break. His bleed, I consider to be, if not significant, significantly better than a number of other champions. So yeah, I'd give him a good hard 7.
Frojo.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with everything that everybody said. I'm going with 7 as well. You definitely notice his bleed. It's not one of those champions you're like, wait, they bleed.
Yeah.
You notice it on Venompool. He cuts them up.
You know what? I made a mistake. I'm going to give him a 7 as well. I agree with the group. I totally overlooked the heal block on his special too. Not to mention that, but you also get an increase on crit rating with the special too, which is going to only increase those bleeds as they go. So yeah, I would agree with the 7. I'm going to make.
Is his heal block triggered by the dance? Is that what the dance break is?
The
No.
dance break actually adds a
Crit chance.
Yeah, his crit rating
Increased
for
crit
6.5.
chance? Okay.
So.
All right.
But the
I
heal
couldn't
block
remember.
is 9.5 seconds. That's a pretty long heal block, and when you're bleeding on top of it, it gets
Yeah.
nasty.
Yeah,
I only do it just because I like watching him moonwalk.
All right, Frojo. Here's an interesting one. Carnage.
That guy causes bleed. I thought he just hopped around in the garbage.
Wow.
Man.
Vicious.
I have seen some videos. If you build this masteries just right around him, but it's nothing amazing. I'm gonna say 9. I mean, that's what he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be Gwenpool on steroids.
I mean, yeah, the
He's
guy
not.
makes blades out of his arms.
Yeah,
Shouldn't he have a significant bleed for
makes-
stabbing?
He makes all kinds of weapons out of his symbiote body that lives on him, and he just he should have been the number 1 bleed champ in the game, and he's not. And so I'm gonna say 9.
Yeah. His nickname shouldn't be Carbage. It should be like Mr. Stabby or something, but it's not.
I agree. Bulldog, what are you going to give him?
10. I'm not even gonna give the guy the decency of a 9. I think he's pathetic. I'm so bummed I pulled him out of my stupid Marvelous Crystal.
Anthony.
Still bitter.
All right. The single most wanted champion in the game. We finally get him, and he's trash.
And
I honestly
crapped all
believe
over him.
Kabam owes the entire community new champion because of it. This is completely ridiculous.
Stop it.
It's a 10 all day. Awful miss.
Just a hot mess.
Jacob. Carnage.
See, I'm going off just videos and what everyone says, so I'd just say a 9.
Nice. Chid?
If he swapped places with Yondu bleed-wise, that would have been much appreciated. So
Made
9.
more sense.
A lot more.
Yep. So you're going to say what, a 9?
Yeah.
10? 9?
Actually, no, 10 because I don't have him, and I don't want him.
Here, I'm going to go with a 10, and here's why. I don't have him. So it's hard for me to speak from experience. I can only go with what I've seen, what I've heard. When the general consensus is he's garbage, he's trash, get rid of him, nobody wants him, he's highly a big disappointment. Somebody in the chat made a good point here. Let me scroll back up here. Shar says 9 for Carnage since he can stack. That's the only reason. Other than that, his bleed sucks. Look, if you stack a ton of sucking, it still sucks. unfortunately. So for that reason, it's a 10.
So,
No
I
way
will
around it.
say, I will say this though, like I want Carnage on my team because it's Carnage and he's awesome and he's
Sure.
cool. You know what I'm saying? Like I really feel like Kabam needs to like do something for us because like the single most requested champion ever, and they gave us crap.
Yep. Well,
It's very very frustrating.
crappage
I,
it
I
is.
feel I feel like they've done that a couple times. Like Groot, the first year was supposedly the number one requested champion, and Groot was a pretty much a big letdown as well.
Yep.
And then we've had Phoenix that she was
Oh,
requested,
what a waste.
and now Carnage, and all three of them, the highly requested champions, have all sucked. Like I'm scared for them to do Doctor Doom now because he's got to be the next most
Yeah.
requested champion,
Yeah.
That's a
and
good point, Frojo.
I'm scared.
Right, here.
It's almost like the champions are being designed by somebody who's never read the comics. Like they just give them a picture and go, "This is Carnage." Yeah, do whatever.
Here,
Yeah,
let's take a look at a couple things. First off, I don't think Phoenix is.
She's not bad.
She's not bad.
She has some use.
Not
She's-
good.
She is good. I stand by her.
She's got some stuff. And guys, we're going to touch Phoenix later. She's not a bleeder, so we don't have to worry about it here. But we'll get into that argument later when we can start ranking her. But yeah, it has been very interesting. I don't disagree with you, Frojo, and with the group. I think they've missed a lot on some champions. So just to confirm, Thor, Marvel, and King Groot, none of which have bleed, correct?
Well, not-
No.
Yeah.
Groot has lead.
King Groot?
King, no. Regular, yes.
No.
He
Oh
doesn't.
wait, he's special 3 might.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
we need to scroll
Duh.
up.
Significant. It's a significant bleed too.
Good call,
Mhm.
Chid.
Good call. Yes, Chid catching me here. Asleep at the wheel. King Groot, or Groot, I'm sorry, regular Groot here. I'll start. And wow, I totally forgot that he has a bleed. Matter of fact, I'm going to go look at it, special 3. Yeah, 100% chance. Totally forgot that he's got it. I know that it does do damage, and again, I don't play with Groot enough. And for that reason, I'm going to hold here. I think if I'm looking at it from the standpoint 100%, it appears to be a pretty decent amount. Not to mention the fact that you could pair it with his Fury, I would imagine, with his
Yes.
increased damage. I'm going to give him that middle of the road again. I'm going to go ahead and give him 100%, and you can stack it. Let's go with the 7. Chit.
Is your dog chewing on a bone?
Yeah, what the hell?
It's
sounds-
Frojo.
Sounds like your dog is chewing on a bone.
He's a definite 7. Because that bleed has come through for me many times in the arena
Oh, absolutely.
to make up for his twig fingers.
Adam Marco says, technically it's Rocket's bleed. LOL.
He has a point. He has a point.
Yeah, his especially if you've got him in a team synergy with Rocket, it can be pretty significant.
Oh, yeah. 9% damage on special 3, so that's brutal.
For real?
Yeah.
That's the synergy?
Yeah, synergy. Inseparable. All
wow.
champions gain 9% special 3 damage, so
That is crazy.
that's pretty nasty.
The amount of... Oh, never mind.
All right. There we go. Hopefully that fixed the mic issue. All right. Jacob, what do you got here for Groot?
I give it a 9. The fact that it's only on the special 3, and I don't even use the special 3 for him, so it's not significant enough for me to go to a special 3 to use it. So
Makes sense. I can see where some people have overshot it. Being only on a special 3 does hinder the ability of the bleed. Anthony.
I have him as a 4-star, a 3-star, and a 2-star, and I have never once used him in a fight. I don't know. nor do I want to. Like, it's so slow. It's so bad. Like, even in arena, I pass him up in arena because it takes forever to fight with him. So I honestly don't know. So I'll just say 10.
No. Here. Bulldog.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him at a 9. I mean, I don't consider it worthless. I used to hate Groot, and then I duped him and was using him on War Defense, and he was doing really well pre 12.0. That bleed if you get pushed to the L3, especially if you got rocket synergy, can do some significant damage. So I'm not going to call it worthless. It's certainly not something I would favor or build around. But 9.
Okay. Frojo.
10.
10.
Can't even give him yeah.
I don't disagree. It is a strong bleed. Being on an L3 does minimize it. So, real quick, we're going to answer a couple questions in the chat. Let's see here. Earl Rogers says, you guys are great. Should I rank a 5 Hulk or a 5 Black Panther, 345, or Scarlet Witch to a 550?
Well, he could rank 5 all of them. It's just basically who you want to rank 5 first.
Well, he's saying, no.
5-star Hulk, 5-star
Black
Black Panther.
Hulk or 5-star Black Panther.
Well, if he's considering taking them up, he has the cats for all of them because they're all different classes. So it's just who does he want first?
Yeah, but it's the T4 basics.
Yeah.
So
So
he's
what
saying,
order
which one should
would
he
you
go
do
up
them in?
first?
Scarlet Witch.
Really?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
4-star Witch over a 5-star Hulk?
Actually, which one does he use the most? That should be answered first.
It's a great question. Earl, depending on who you use would make a big choice out of that.
Yes.
I think it would come down for me between Hulk and Scarlet Witch. I love my Scarlet Witch. So I think I would go Witch as well, which shocks me. Man, that's tough. Hulk would be right there. Hulk or Witch, I think either one can go first. So
Real quick, I like this. Delthea says, made me think of a War Defense, Rocket, Groot, Hyperion, Vision, OG, Punisher. Placed most on all or nothing and L2 nodes. Followed up by, forget I said that. I'd be pissed if I faced that.
Shar
Sorry,
says,
buddy. Can't unring that bell.
Shahar says 9 for Groot. It's only 3 seconds. Don't use L3. Takes too long to get a L3. Anyway, being nice, not going to a 10. Actually, I changed it to a 10. Useless.
Earl says it's a 4-star Hulk, 5-star Black Panther, 4-star Scarlet Witch.
Oh, no brainer.
And
Scarlet
uses them
Witch.
all evenly.
Scarlet
And
Witch.
that's, again, based on need. But, yeah, probably Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, that changes it.
Well, the problem is you can say based on need, but Hulk's not going on defense. Black Panther ain't going to really go on D.
Although, Panther's not a bad option for LOL, so there is that.
True. I still think
Agree.
Scarlet Witch. So,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're getting ready to run LOL. If LOL's a while off for you, probably not the best choice.
All right. Yandu. Frojo gave him a 4. Bulldog gave him a 3. Anthony a 5. Jacob, where are you going to put him?
6.
Poppins, yo.
6 it is.
He's so great.
I agree with that. Chid had him at a 3. For me, he's a 6 all day, every day. So tight to put him in that top 5. The top 5 is just such a hard group to crack, but he's right there.
You know what the deciding factor for me was?
Sure, what do you got?
How absolutely smooth of a transition it is from the ending of a combo into a special. Just the way he dodges and evades and his movements, it's just so easy. Like intercepting is easy, landing specials is easy, and it's fun and it's clean. That's what did it for me, was his playstyle.
I agree.
Is fluidity.
Awesome champion.
All right, Nebula does not have a bleed. Ultron. For me,
Purple.
Ultron's bleed is interesting. The bleed itself is fine. It's the damage that can be done with the bleed tied with cauterize. That's what makes him even nastier. And for that reason, I think he scores well let me look here because I want to make sure I get my percentages right. Here. He's got a 19% chance for bleed. The last 4.5 seconds. And they all can have a chance to come off for 330. So, yeah, it's pretty rough. Man, Ultron's bleed, I'm gonna give it a 7. With that, when you team with Carterize, I think it's pretty nasty. Chid?
Ultron. Well, his bleed disappears fairly fast because I personally have 1 in deep wounds because I use the masteries elsewhere. So maybe a 8 for me, honestly.
Jacob, what do you got?
An 8 as well.
Anthony, thoughts on Ultron bleeding?
I have a 5-star Ultron. Ha ha ha.
What do you give his bleed?
It's not why you have Ultron. It's really not. 8.
Bulldog.
I'd like to give it a 6. I really would. I use Ultron all day long. I love him. It feels like greater than 19%. It feels like 35 to 40%. It happens quite a bit. And then when you get that cauterize where you get all the benefit of it without having to wait for it to tick down.
And it also gives you an increase to attack, so.
Yeah, I love it. I really do. The only thing, I'm going to give it a 7, and the only thing keeping it from being a 6 is how do I put this?
I have a 5-star.
Yeah, you have a 5-star. I think the only thing keeping it from being a 6 is the amount of damage that it does. You know, if you stack 4 of them and then you cauterize. I mean, I've killed guys that still had 25% of their health, and I like it. If it was a little bit stronger, just a tiny, like I'm talking a small tiny amount, he would be a 6 for sure. But I'm gonna give him the 7.
Sure.
Quick question.
Oh yeah, go Chid.
How do you get the friendly neighborhood summoner title?
You get it from a chest. I got it from
Stark
a chest
event.
in Heroic for the Stark event.
Yep.
Yeah,
I found it at random.
No,
too.
Master, I mean.
It's randomly going to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, because I've seen people with it, and I definitely don't have it.
I've seen a lot of people get full crystals too. Anyone see that?
I've
Yeah, I've
definitely
heard of
gotten
it.
2.
I haven't.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I
Frojo.
must have actually, because I got one in my inventory and I didn't know where it came from.
Can
That
I
must
like
be where I
the,
got it.
the calendar had one today.
No,
Yes.
I'm not counting that one. I have one that says a guaranteed 3 or 4-star.
Oh, what?
What?
Yeah, hang on a second.
Yeah, that's from
I don't know
Stark
how it
Assignment.
ended up
That
in
was
my
the calendar.
inventory.
That's
No, that
that's
wasn't
Stark
the
Assignment.
calendar.
Stark
I've had it
Assignment
since
to be
this
a
morning.
4-star.
I pulled a 2-star from the calendar one.
Yeah, so did
Oh,
I.
wow.
A 2-star Rhino piece of
This-
crap.
I
The
did too.
Stark
That's
Assignment
weird.
is 3 or 4-star. The other one is 2, 3, 4.
So far
Interesting.
I've opened like 5 of those of the Spider-Verse crystals, and I've gotten 2-star Rhino twice. Like, how rude. You know, you can get him from a regular one. No, I have this thing, the Ultimate Spider-Verse crystal, guaranteed 3 or 4-star Spider-Verse hero, and I have no idea how it got in my inventory.
Interesting.
It's got to be the Stark event.
Is
It had
under
to come out of the
special
Stark
or your
event.
crystals?
What?
Is it under the special tab or the crystals tab?
Crystals. It's not the special. I know the difference.
Well, I'm curious. Not calling
Yeah.
you.
It says Ultimate Spider-Verse Crystal. Get a 3 or 4-star Spider-Verse hero. It showed up this morning, and so it
I got
must
it
have come
too.
out of the Stark event. Did you get one too?
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you open it?
Nah.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, Frojo, back on track here. Ultron, what do you got?
Oh, y'all want to know what I think about Ultron?
Yeah.
No.
I wasn't really sure. Ultron would you get, we get those bleeds stacked up, and you get them about to expire, and you throw out that special one, and you cauterize it. It's nice. I'm gonna give him a 7.
Nice. Let's see. Ultron Prime, I don't know much about. I believe it's poison only.
Poison.
Correct?
Yes, poison.
All right. King, I don't believe has a bleed. Jacob,
Nope.
you have him. Rocket,
Yeah, nope.
Rocket the
Rocket,
Raccoon.
yes.
Yes,
Here's a fun one.
With his special 2, right?
and 3.
Yep.
And 3.
Frojo, Rocket the Raccoon, what do you think?
Real quick, Bulldog, you know what you're going to get out of that Spider-Verse crystal, right?
3-star Rhino.
No, Carnage. Anyway,
I'd love a 3-star Carnage or a 4-star. I don't have him at
Anyways.
3-star, and I'd love to do it by 4.
Rocket's got good bleed. I'm going to give him a 6. I love it. Love dropping that special 2. I know that they dropped his damage a little bit with it, but still, I love it. It's always been one of my favorite ones to do is to drop that special 2 on it and then just back up and let them drop.
Yep. Bulldog, what's your thoughts here on Rocket the Raccoon?
I don't think I even noticed that he had bleed on that special 2. It wasn't until somebody said something that I was like, oh, yeah, he does. I tend to use the SP2 to just kill him because it does so much damage with the armor break and everything. So I'm not going to rate it high. I'm probably going to give it a 9. It just seems like it's a lesser part of what he does. It seems to me like his special 1 obviously doesn't. His special 2 is about that explosion in the armor break. His SP3 with that animation. Yeah, I'm giving it a 9. I have to leave again. I got to go put the dogs to bed. I'll just mute it and come back.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Bulldog. Okay, with that being said, Anthony, what do you got, man?
I love it. That L2 is maybe one of the best in the game. It's awesome. I give it a 6.
A 6. Nice. All right, coming over to Jacob.
I give it a 6 as well. The damage from the special 2 mixed with the bleed is just deadly.
Mm-hmm.
Chid?
It's a solid 6 because he's a true definition of glass cannon, and that damage definitely proves it.
Ain't that the truth? I've got to agree with everybody here. It's a 6 in my mind. Here's the way I see it. If they're not dead from the explosion, if they get hit and they're not dead from the explosion, they're dead from the bleed. I mean, he is just a monster on things like that. So, Vision and OG Vision, no bleeds. Star-Lord, I don't think of a bleed that I know of. Power drain and shock, but no bleed. Howard the Duck. Quack, quack,
He does not
quack.
cause bleed.
No bleed.
What?
It's more shock than bleed.
I was
No
thinking
bleed.
his L2 had a bleed.
Poison.
I checked.
I don't think
There's no
bleed.
Yeah, it's poison.
It's poison. Okay, I was thinking it was bleed for some reason. All right,
Nope.
fair enough. Civil Warrior doesn't have a bleed.
Nope.
Matter of fact, I think that's all the tech champs with a bleed.
Nope. War Machine.
Oh
So I
yeah.
didn't
He's
put it in.
Oh, he's not in there.
I blame whoever helped me design this here.
Hey,
Jacob.
I wrote them all. I got almost every single one.
You missed Carnage too.
Screw Carnage. He shouldn't even be on there.
Very true.
This is pre-Carnage. Again, these are the good times.
War Machine. Go ahead, Frojo. Where you at on War Machine?
Oh, man. People use War Machine?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Oh, dude, mine is a rank 1. It's like one of my own. I think he's a rank. I don't even know what he is. Like, honestly, like, wow. I mean, it's not bad if you have deep wounds and you get a bunch of them to trigger, like, but it's
Sure.
still like, it's like Joe Fixit. Like, they're category 10 to me. Yeah, both of them. Yeah, 10. I'm going to go with 10.
All right, 10 it is. Bulldog is absent currently, so let's go ahead with what do we got? Anthony.
I gotta go with the 10. It's like I hate fighting him because I always get like 7 bleeds procced on me and I die. but when I use him, it's awful. It's like so bad.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, it is horrible.
He's all around bad.
Yeah. Jacob?
10. It doesn't need an explanation.
Chid.
It's a 10 because surprisingly his SP2 does more, and that does armor break.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we left him off the list almost for a reason. He's a non-existent champion. When I first came back to the game, I was excited to get him because I thought, oh, it's War Machine, that's cool. And then I got him, and I cried later on once I realized what it really meant to me.
There was so much controversy in the game when War Machine came out because Xmod was like being rampant. They somehow didn't give people people that won War Machine in the arena didn't get him, and other people that were lower ranked got him. All kinds of stuff were going crazy when War Machine came out, and then he's not even good.
Yeah.
Wait, is that why everyone has a 2-star War Machine?
Yeah.
Real quick here, we're gonna take a look at the chat. Sharif says, Rocket, I love his L2 bleed. Don't use his L3. I'm gonna give him a 7. So that was interesting. Now the chat. Ace Fusion says he's gonna be leaving us playing in the background. He's doing the dishes. So best of luck with that. Angel says, is this strict talk about specific champs? Angel, I know you're a little late, so here's the way it worked. 1 through 5 is the top 5 champs of bleed damage. Now, this means not just their bleed, but what bleed does for them. So if bleed leads into armor break, poison, in the event of Archangel, it leads into poison and neurotoxin, and eventually a stun, all that kind of bundles into his bleed. The question is, what does the champion bring to the table thanks to their bleed? And we ranked 1 through 5, and then after that we're doing all of them, giving a ranking 6 through 10. 6 meaning they're the highest of the champs out of that top 5. So they didn't make the top 5, but they're right there. 10 meaning it's absolute garbage. Don't count on it. It's horrible. Please don't think about that bleed. So yeah. All right. Everybody's agreeing with the 10 for War Machine though. Yeah. No doubt about it. All right.
That's true. When are you popping the Spidey Crystal?
Gonna be popping in here at the end. So we're almost done. We're almost through tech. So once we're at the end, I'm gonna pop that thing open. All right. With that being said, now we're done with tech. Moving into science, we got Captain America World War II. For me, I think this is a 6. The champion is good. The bleed damage is good. When he lands that bleed, it's nasty. And it's the one thing about him you can really count on. It's a good, solid bleed. It does its damage. And because of the playstyle, you can just sit there and go to town with that L2 and let the bleed do the heavy lifting. So for me, it's a 6. Chid had him there as a 5. Jacob, what's your thought on Captain America World War II's and his bleed?
Definitely a 6. Definitely the best science in my opinion. Just all around a beast.
Facts.
Absolutely. And Angel says, I see. I was actually going to ask you particularly about Archangel. Just pulled him last night. Congrats. I'll be happy to give you some ideas here later. So, Anthony, Captain America, World War II.
What Jacob said.
All right. Fair enough. And Bulldog is absent. Frojo, what do you got for Captain?
Well, I'm a little hurt because he hasn't joined my roster yet. So, just for that, 7. He's the oldest champion in the game at the moment that I don't have, so 7.
That's funny. I've yet to find him as well. It really bugs me, which means I'm probably going to have to arena grind for him, so ugh.
I don't think that one's going to be that bad.
I don't think so, but I hope not. We'll see.
Wasn't there arena recently for him?
No,
it's
bit,
coming
like
up.
2 weeks or something.
No, I could have sworn there was one a little bit.
I would have him if he was.
Yeah,
me
I
too.
guess I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
It was Civil Warrior, I think.
he's like one of the oldest champs, so I'm thinking a lot of people. So the arena shouldn't be that bad.
No, I agree there.
He's my first science rank 5, so I'm straight. You guys enjoy the arena?
I hate you, Chid. All right, Quake, no bleed that I'm aware of. And then guys, help me out if I missed something here. Let's see, Rhino, no bleed that I'm aware of.
Next should be Joe Fixit.
Yep, Electro, nothing. Yellow Jacket, Spider-Man, Spider-Gwen, Miles, yeah. Holy smokies. Joe Fixit.
Skip.
Yeah. Look,
We have to do this one.
he's a 10. It's there, but again, who cares? He's such a horrible champion. The damage is nil. It's a 10. Chid?
I'll give it a
10.
9.
It's a 10. It's a 10.
Okay, self-explanatory 10. Next
Okay,
person.
there you go. There you go.
Yes.
I think it's safe to say this is a 10 across the board.
Jacob?
10.
Sweep.
Anthony?
Again, when I fight him, I get 7 bleeds on me and I die. When I use him, I get 0. I don't get it.
About that.
Yeah. Real quick, we're gonna check back in on the chat. Adam
Can I
Marco,
take a bathroom break real quick?
yeah, go right ahead.
I'm
When you come
dying
back, we'll
over
get you caught up. Adam Marco says Archangel is awesome, straight to 440, especially Duke. No brainer there. Sharif says 7. Bleed is sick, only with L2 though. Bleed immune champion won't do much damage. Talking about Captain America. You know, I can see where that could be the case. I think it's such a good bleed, though, especially for a science champ. As you can tell, there's really none out there. Try not to let that cloud my judgment, but I think for that champion, it does so much of the heavy lifting. It's a good bleed, and it's consistent.
But when you face a bleed immune, you have the special 3 and special 1 that can stun.
That's true. And it's a 100% chance on his attack, too. So it's super, super handy. Let's see here. Adam Marco said he got captain from a PHC. Jealous. 4-star. Let's see here.
Mine's rocking the SIG 99.
Sharif says,
Captain Marco.
please don't talk about Joe. Fix it. Just put 10s all around and move on. Yeah. Don't disagree
That's
there.
what happened.
All right. Red Hulk is done. Let's take a look into the Mystics. Let's
Got
see.
2, right?
Yeah, just 2.
I know we got Guillotine.
And
The
Ghost
hood
Rider.
does shock, stagger, and
Yep.
stun. That's it.
So you got what? Guillotine and
Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider, yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Magic, ironically, big ass sword. Can't bleed.
Yeah, shocker. All right, so here we are. Frojo, what do you think on Gilly?
I like her. I like her a lot. She's one of those champions that I definitely want to dupe eventually, but that has nothing to do with bleed. But yeah. I'm gonna give her a 7, almost a 6.
Ooh, 7 right there next to a 6, but it's going to be a 7. Fair enough. All right. Bulldog is gone. Anthony is gone right this second. So, Jacob, what do you got?
That bleed is deadly. So I'm giving her a 6.
Nice.
It's pretty high, too.
It is. It is a pretty nasty bleed. Chid?
She was my first female 3-star, so she's getting a 6. That bleed is lethal, plus the lifesteal at the end of it.
Yeah. I think I'm going to have to agree with you. Critical hits, getting a 50% chance to bleed, 4.5 seconds, along with everything that goes along with her. She is nasty. Man, I think I'm going to have to go with... I think I got to join the crew. I think I'm going to give her a 7. It's heavy, it's nice, but again, it's a 50% chance. But Kabam math doesn't always mean 50%. But yeah, when it's there, it's definitely nice. It's just not always there enough, I think, for me. So I think I'd give her a 7.
Hood bleeds?
We've got to go back to Hood.
I thought there was a bleed.
Let me check that real quick.
Yeah, he does. I just checked it.
Huh.
All right. What do you got, Jacob? You found this, so let's start with you on Hood.
Considering I had no idea about it, but it is 100% chance. And it seems fairly decent looking at my R1 3-star. I mean, it's 223 damage and an R1.
Yep.
So I'd say 7.
What's it on? What
His
move is it
Special
on?
3.
L3 attack deals 75% increased damage for each full bar of power the opponent has at time of impact. 100% chance to inflict bleed. And again, I'm the same way. 3-star rank 1, dealing 223 over 6 seconds. So, it is there.
It's a special 3.
Special 3. Yeah, a
So
special
it's like
3.
Groot.
Yeah, I'm gonna just jump in here, and I'm gonna go straight to 10. I mean, I hardly ever do special 3, so if it's a special 3 only, to me it's non-existent. So I'm gonna say 10.
Sure. Anthony and Bulldog are both gone. Chid, what do you got?
It's a 9 for me because I love the champ personally, but it's still a special 3, and odds are you almost never use that.
Yeah.
And again, I want to say thank you to the chat. Andrew Duke was quick on it. Hood bleeds on L3. He was like, quick, read my last message. So yeah, Sharif said he'd give Gully a 5. Here, talking about the Hood, I'd give the Hood a 9. It's on that L3. It's a pretty decent bleed, but again, you got to get there. The fact that I didn't even know it was there goes to show you how often you use it. I don't think you get past his L2 for the invisibility and everything else. So in my opinion, because of that reason, I can't give him anything more than a 9. I think it's good if you get there, but you're never going to get there. So.
Yeah, I'd give him a 10, and I'd give Guillotine a 6 for sure.
Ooh, and the Bulldog is back. 10 and a 6. Good call. Joe Fixit. Bulldog, I'm going to say you're going to assume
Joe
a 10.
Fixit, I before
I thought he was gonna say
12.0,
6.
I would have given him a 6. I would have, but I'm going to give him a 7.
Wow.
It's good. It could be stronger. If it was a little bit stronger, I'd
kick
give him a
someone off the
6.
call.
Really?
What?
That one shocks me.
I'll
Joe
give it
Fixit.
to him his bleed procs, but it doesn't do any damage whatsoever.
Hey, it's
It doesn't do
definitely there.
enough damage.
Yeah. Captain America, World War II, Bulldog.
Give him a 7 as well. It's not even good enough for a 6 for me because it's only on the 1. I mean, it's strong, but it takes a while to save up to that SP2. It's like a nice little bonus. It's not something I build around or rely on in any way. It's like, oh great, that's an extra way to kill him a little faster. But yeah, I'd give it a 7.
Fair enough. All right. Final run of the day.
Oh, I opened that Spider-Verse crystal. Got a 3-star Venom, of course, who I already have in Sig 99. So, thanks
That's
for
good.
nothing.
100,
Yeah.
110. 110
Yeah,
four-star
I've got 4,000 some odd shards already right now. So
That's nice. All right.
Yeah.
Final champion here, Ghost Rider. For me, I like his bleed. I think it's fun, it's interesting, it's good. The only thing I don't like about it is landing it. It can be a pain because you do have to land it on a light attack. It's a 70% chance, 90% if you're facing an evil-based champion. So it's fairly consistent, but still 70%. Sometimes it seems like it doesn't hit enough. It's a solid one. More importantly, you can really build it up, and it leads to so much more because of that judgment it leaves on the champion or on the opponent that allows us to do more. I think I'm going to have to turn around and I think I give it a 7. It's not a 6 because it's not massive damage, but it leads to so much more, and you could really extend it if you wanted to do it last. But I think I give it a 7. Chid?
I give it a 6 because you can pretty much make it last for 375% longer if you stack the judgments right. Plus deep wound, so that's way longer.
Sure. So what'd you say?
And
6?
Yes, and it does decent amount of damage.
It does. Jacob?
I give it a 7 because it does not proc what it should for me. Just doesn't happen as much as it should.
Bulldog, what's your thoughts?
It's also a 7 for me. It would be a guaranteed 6 if it worked like it was actually supposed to. And maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I was under the understanding that once you pull off an SP3, your judgments are supposed to reset and you can do them again. And I've never had that happen, not even once.
You can't. You gotta let them fall off first.
It takes a while.
And then you can build them back up. It takes a while.
I've never once been able to get it to fire off twice in a match, no matter how long the match went on.
Here's
you
why.
Normally kill them by the time you get.
Here's the problem.
Reset the judgments.
On Special Attack 3, Bulldog, here's what happens. You inflict damnation upon the opponent throughout the opponent's stare for 3.5 seconds. So then they are power locked, heal blocked, and fate sealed. It's not until damnation ends that all judgments are removed from the opponent and can be reapplied. So It's not immediately after the L3. You got to let it expire. Damnation has to expire, and then you reset and go.
Yes. Gotcha. Yeah, so that's on me. So I'll give him a 6 then. Now that I know that, I'll probably be able to make it work. Pretty much every fight that I fight with Ghost Rider, I get it off, at least the one time, and it does do a significant amount of damage, especially with Deep Wounds level 5. So, yeah, I'm going to change it to a 6 now that I know that.
Nice. Yes, unlike Carnage, he actually does something in long fights.
Yeah.
Rojo.
Yeah, he can heal. I'm gonna give it a 9.
Wow.
I used Ghost Rider in Alliance Quest, Map 5 and Map 6, and I had no idea until y'all said that he bleeds. Until y'all said it just now. And the only reason I'm giving him a 9, not a 10, is because it's not on a special 3. Because if it would have been only on a special 3 again, I would have been straight back to 10. I guess I just I'm too preoccupied about building the judgments up and then hitting that parry with the heavy to get healed back up if I need to. So I guess I'm just not paying attention to bleed. I'm gonna have to check that out in my next fight when I use Ghost Rider here in a little bit.
Yeah, all you got to do is just end the combo on a light instead of a medium. That's all you got to get in the habit of that.
And that's all I do. So
that's funny.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I've ever seen Frojo land a medium.
Here
I do sometimes, depending on the champion. Like if it's Dormammu, it's always with a medium at the end.
Amen.
Yes.
So here's an interesting part. Diluthus says the time of damnation is extended based on how many judgments you have placed previously. So
yeah, I was gonna say that too.
That damnation could be a long damnation.
Yeah, most of the time it's 11 seconds for me. So by the time damnation ends,
that explains a lot. Because most of my fights are once I pull off the SP3, most of those fights aren't going much beyond that. Right. So yeah, that explains a lot.
That's the only bad side to Ghost Rider. And for him to really cycle through those again, to me, you got to be looking at a super long fight, and it's just not something you're going to be taking him into. So. All right.
Yeah, he's now on my AQ team, so I should have some fights that give me an opportunity to play with that.
Yeah, Anthony, what do you got here for Ghost Rider?
Yeah, he's also on my Map 5 AQ team. Anything less than that, I don't use him, but I always do the bleed after the Fury, which makes that bleed actually pretty strong. I love Ghost Rider. I love his bleed. I love everything about him. I give it a 6.
All right. Catching you up as well, because after this, we're done. And we're getting ready to go into a little bit of gameplay, and then we'll call it for a night. Guillotine.
Guillotine, I'll give it a 7. Very nice bleed. Very strong. All right. I like Guillotine. Give that a 7.
Hood.
Wait for it.
Anthony.
What?
Hood?
Oh, Hood. Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't hear you.
Oh, that's okay. We were all thinking because you didn't even know he had a bleed, because none of us did.
No, I knew he had a bleed.
Okay.
Sure you did.
Yeah, I have it written down in my notes.
Nice.
I don't have him, and I think I've only fought him like twice, so I don't really know, to be honest.
Wait, you don't have a 3-star?
I really don't know. I'll just say an 8 just because I don't know.
Wait,
Sure.
Anthony, didn't you get the free 3-star from the calendar?
The login one.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I think I did actually.
Yeah, you should have him as a 3. So.
I was about to say.
All right. Well,
Yes, I do have.
guys, it looks like everybody is ranked here. Some pretty interesting ranks. You go back here and look. And again, if you're not in the top 5, you can't score over a 5. All right. The lower the score, the worse the champion is as a bleeder. All right. So you got Ghost Rider coming in at 5.8. Guillotine as
Hey,
a 5.
Slice.
Yeah.
Can you sort the spreadsheet?
Put them in order. Yeah.
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 Sort
I
them
can.
by the number, so you can just read them like best to worst,
I
or
can't
worst
do
to
that.
best.
I really don't want to, but I can do it, and then I'll put them back. Or here, hold on. Let me do this first.
Yeah, just organize it by category I,
Hold on.
numerically.
Yeah, I will. First, let's do this. I'm going to create, duplicate this.
There you go.
That way I can move everybody back into their original spots. All right. So now that we're done, let's see here. Let's see. Where is it at? Sort
And
sheet.
just delete star.
Here, let's do this. We're gonna move his ranks out. That's a good point because it is skewing the ranking here.
Yeah.
We'll delete them out. We'll divide by 6 for now, and then I'll have Star go back in and update his side of it.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the numbers and it was like, the one guy only has one ranked 6, and yet his average is at 6.
Yeah. All right. There we go. That fixes that. All right. We should be able to sort I here.
Man, Black Panther is bad.
Let's see here. Sort sheet. Why is it not gonna let me sort by?
Are
I
you
gotta
just
put a
getting
ranking
here,
for Black
R31?
Are you on computer, right?
Yeah, I'm on the computer.
You should just be able to click the column and highlight the whole column, and then right-click and sort.
Yeah, just get rid of
by,
star.
Yeah, numerical.
It's not showing me a sort by numerical. That's why I'm gonna have
Here,
to.
I got it.
You got it?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay, maybe not.
Here, I got it. Hold on.
It doesn't say sort by number. It's like A to Z.
Trojan,
Yeah.
take the wheel.
You might be able to just do it by A to Z.
We'll just try it.
Yeah, it's giving me an error message when I do that.
Well, this is gonna drive me crazy because using.
If I do
Google-
it on the phone, y'all can.
we should be able to do it in the tools or the data sort range.
You should be able to do it though.
Well, this is gonna drive me crazy.
You know why? Because
Oh my god. Sorry. I just
It's like-
pulled a 3-star Archangel. I was all excited about the login calendar, and now I got him.
I don't see.
I think it's because you have it separated from mutant skill. I think that's why you can't do it.
No, that wouldn't be it because they're all. And guys, if anybody's out there watching chat, if somebody's saying something that we should be able to do, feel free to. Well, that's not what I wanted to do.
This is a spreadsheet for dummies, Delphius.
Correct.
It's a spreadsheet, and we're a bunch of dummies. R31, there will be some arena very soon. We're just finishing up the ranking system.
There's only 2 all 10s though. That's kind of interesting.
I may have gotten a B in CIS, but I don't know shit
Oh,
about
yeah.
Excel.
Who's one of them?
Yeah, this
Black
is-
Panther Civil War. Wow.
Yeah, for whatever
Oh.
reason, it's not letting me.
Yeah, no, only 2.
All right, well, here, we'll just go through it real quick. because it's pretty simple to really dig through. Gwenpool came in at the lowest score, 1.33.
So that means she's the best or second, between first and second best in the
She's-
game.
Well, she's
Makes her the
lowest.
best.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she scored the lowest at 1.33. Archangel coming in next at 2.83. Black Panther OG with a smooth 3-0 ranking. Pretty interesting there.
Third best in
really?
the game.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Are you trying it, Frojo, from your phone?
Well, this is all according to us anyway.
Yes, and this is just our rankings, guys.
Jacob really gave him a 6.
Yep, he's not. I've tested an R4 or 5-star, and I just don't think it compares to some of the other champs.
From
Fair
what I
enough,
see,
fair enough.
it looks like Yandu is actually cracking up there at 4 or 5.
I'd be sad if he didn't.
Yep. So you got him, and then X23 at a 4.8. So I mean, I'll work on getting these reorganized. But theirs gives you a good idea. Number 1, top bleeder, Gwenpool, followed not far behind by Archangel. But surprisingly, there's a little bit better gap there than I thought there would be. Gwenpool at 1.33, Archangel 2.83, so 1.5. Pretty hefty difference, really.
You know what's interesting?
What's that?
Nightcrawler and Drax averaged out the same.
Yeah, I believe that.
That's interesting.
Those two are highly underrated bleed champs. And Nightcrawler, you don't think of it because it's instant. It instantly happens.
Yes.
And
So-
both ranked out better than Wolverine. That's really interesting.
And for future use, Nightcrawler goes through Power Shield on 5.2.
Nice. All right. Well, guys, again, this was our first night of the rankings. All right. And I will get these.
I got a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Anthony.
2 questions. Has there ever been a champ in the basic 4-star arena that has been collected at milestones? And if not, is this going to be the first?
I don't think so, and no.
I
No,
think
there has
just
not
above the milestones.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Wasn't Hawkeye?
1.7.
a
Nah,
basic
Hawkeye
milestone?
was.
I don't think
I
so.
don't
Or was
know.
he just? Or was he just a full champ?
Yeah.
I think
honestly-
last time
I honestly don't know.
he was like 2 mil.
Yeah, I go back and look. That's a great answer. I'll research it, and we'll pull that answer out next time. So, again, guys, let's just go over this with our viewers. Guys, this is the ranking sheet for Bleed champions. 1 through 5 are the top 5 champions in their class or in the Bleed, according to us. This is our opinion from what we've seen, and it's not just the bleed damage; it's what the bleed does for the champion. Whether that leads to armor breaks, stuns, poison, neurotoxins, so on and so forth. It's an interesting look on the bleed champions. So if you don't have one of those top 5, what we did is we gave champions a ranking 6 through 10. 6 meaning they're right there. They're on that edge of being in that top 5 and could easily slot into one of those top 5 spots if somebody was to drop. So I will go back through, and what I'll do is I will redo the spreadsheet. I will put them in order, and then on top of it, I will post a summary video with these guys here later, just going over what we found and some of the reasoning and some interesting looks into it. So that video will be coming close. With that being said, let's flip back to gameplay, because at this time, I'm going to go crack that 5-star and hope to get a
Iron Patriot. Oh, yeah. Let's
yeah,
go.
hey, thanks. Why do you
Oh, I
hate me?
got
All right,
I
let's
got
hit
2
this one. All right. And we're back.
All right, so what were the top 5? All right, Gwenpool was number 1,
Gwenpool,
right?
Archangel, Black Panther, and then after that, Yondu.
Right.
And
And
number
then I think Drax and Nightcrawler, I think.
X23.
X23.
Yep.
All right.
So that was the 5. All right. All right, here goes nothing. Let's see what happens.
No.
Really?
Hang on.
Hold on.
We're holding.
What are we holding for?
I don't know.
Welcome back, Ace. What do you got, Bulldog? I may have been talking. All right. Whew. All right, we're going to pop point crystal. Let's hope that we can pull the new Spider-Man. I would be super thrilled.
You're going for Spider-Man? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. Here's the thing. I have horrible luck with 5 stars. I've yet to pull one that I enjoyed. Hawkeye is probably going to be getting up, so come on. Don't curse me, Frojo. Don't curse me. All right, guys, here we go.
We need you to pull this just because Star.
I know. Believe me, I've thought about it. And
Yes.
if I don't get
Yeah.
it, Star's going
And
to, mock me.
Me and Jacob really need to find out if that damage caps or doesn't cap.
We're going to let it spin out. Considering it doesn't matter if you stop it or not, we'll let it spin. I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, you better not spoil
I won't spoil
the
it.
reaction.
Yeah, don't spoil it.
I'm not spoiling it. It's already
You did
landed.
last
I know
time.
what I got. I'm not
He
answering though.
wants a science
Fingers
champion,
crossed.
right?
Wait, what?
I know the answer.
He wants.
Here it comes.
You want a
Karnak.
science-
I think it's a tech. Let me see.
I'm guessing a sub pool or Spidey.
Oh,
I
baby.
think you got it. I think you
Oh,
got it.
baby.
He kind of looks like he's smiling, so
Yeah, I
must
think
be
you got
good.
it.
You got it.
He got it!
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Spider-Man in the house.
Oh,
Boom.
I
Boom!
think you should try
I
to do
can tell by the way he said I know what it is that he got.
I know
Unbelievable.
what it is.
Wow.
go for the dupe.
Oh.
I think you got to
Sure
go
luck,
for the
though.
dupe.
Oh, my dog's
I mean,
mad.
For the
How do you
dupe.
not?
Yeah, you might have to go for that dupe.
You
I
gotta
haven't even
go
looked.
for it now.
So,
I haven't even looked at what it's gonna do.
Poor Iceman.
The dupe isn't really needed, but it definitely helps a little bit.
Oh man! So guys, if you haven't subscribed, now's the perfect time to subscribe because I just pulled Spider-Man. So you can give me some props. My first 5-star that I'm actually excited about pulling. Yeah, that's pretty sick. So let's scroll down and take a look.
Do you have the cats to rank 5 them or rank 3 them?
I'll have to look. I think
I do.
I don't think I do. I'm close. I'll have to take a look here in a second. I'm too busy thinking that do I go for the dupe or not?
Wow.
You
What a
will be
pull.
doing testing for me and Anthony on this damage.
The experience of the contest drives. Okay. Has
Roger,
anybody?
you think
what's
that damage caps?
Say what?
Do you think his damage, that buff, that taunt or poise buff or whatever it is that gives him the extra damage, you think they got a cap on that?
I hope not.
yeah, no
Me
kidding.
too.
I
Because if there's
haven't
no
seen anybody
cap,
say
he can grow that as high as he wants to.
You just have a 0.8 second cooldown in between getting poise.
Wow.
And you get that from evade or dexterity.
Right.
I haven't seen anybody talking about it being capped. So
All right, so here we go. There's a synergies. It's pretty interesting. I'll play around with him in a bit, but let's go ahead and upgrade him. Let's
Yes,
level him up and
please.
see what I can do.
take him to 4.
If you got it, take him right to 3.
I'll do what I can here. Let's get some of these out of the way. I don't know what I have and don't have. So here's my
And,
deal. The fact that I duping him doesn't seem to be a necessity. The question now for me is, do I save my shards and go after Iceman and then see what comes around?
See, this is the thing. You have, 21,000 still?
Yeah.
You can probably get that 4,000.
Oh, I
get-
should be able to.
Oh, wait, no. You need 9,000.
I mean, either
Oh,
way,
Slice,
he's still set
Slice
for
is gonna drop
Iceman.
that money next time they drop another deal, and he'll get 6,000 more 5-star shards.
I say go for the dupe.
Anthony, read what Eternal Warrior had to say.
I know I'm really anal about this, but I will not
It
waste.
probably doesn't cap, but there's no point testing much because he won't be a new Star Lord. Because every 5 hits he lands, he loses poise.
Don't do a 5-hit combo.
Well, yeah.
It doesn't say combo. Every 5 hits. So
No, I
even if
thought
you
it
get,
was every 5. I don't know. You have the champ. I gotta see the.
yeah, we'll here the next stream, we'll be happy to
I
dive
wonder.
a little deeper
He
into
might
it.
be right though. If
It was.
a 5-hit
I know it's something to do with 5 hits. I don't know if it's 5 in a row in one combo or just 5 over time.
And I guess you could.
Oh, excuse
I
me.
guess you could like take a hit just to keep it. I don't know. Maybe not.
All right, so there's rank 2.
But even
Why
if
is
you
everyone
lose
so
it, it's so
concerned
easy to
about
get it
wasting
back.
ISO?
I'm just a weird freak when it comes to ISO. I only use certain ones first, and then this.
Oh, Star's gonna hate you.
I know.
Yeah, Eternal
I was
Warrior.
going
I
to read
think
the
I
chat.
think you might be right.
Yeah.
But still, even with that disappearing, it's so easy to get them back.
Damn it too.
Yeah, it's true. It's just a quick dexterity and it's right back.
5 seconds, and well, yeah, around 5 seconds, you'll have 5 poise again.
But like, what if you do like a 4-hit combo and then a
Get all
special?
this out of the way.
You know what I mean? Like, take a
That
couple
would-
blocked hits, get to your L1.
Yeah.
It would be interesting.
But I don't know if a special would count as a hit though.
It wouldn't. It would probably lose it after the special.
I'm kind of curious to see this damage potential.
We'll find out.
It
here
increases it
shortly.
a lot as I was looking at the rank 5 star that in like the main screen, and it's
Yeah.
like 500 something per poise.
That's ridiculous. That's wicked high.
That's gonna get nasty. Oh,
All I know
Did
is
someone delete Unstable's message?
What was that, Frojo?
I was gonna say all I know is what a way to end or get towards the end of the ranking system
Oh
and
yeah.
pull the 5-star featured champion in the game right now.
well, and
The
here's
one that everybody's going crazy about too.
yeah, and here's the thing, guys. This is day 1 of the rankings. So we'd be happy to have you back again, Frojo. Tomorrow we will be looking at another aspect of the game. So I've really kept quiet on how I wanted to do my ranking system. And this is the way that it's going to go. We are going to be looking at different aspects of the game. So tomorrow we'll be looking at a whole different aspect. Tonight we looked at bleeders. Tomorrow it'll be a different aspect, whether it's power drain, regen, or whatever. So it's going to be a lot more than just the average ranking.
When it comes to regen, are we going to count the champions that can steal buffs to get a regen?
You got to.
Yeah,
Right?
I think
Yeah.
Right?
I think you have
It's a
to.
regen.
It's a regen.
Okay. Just checking. I wasn't sure if that was gonna. I figured it was, but
Yeah, and again, guys, you guys are my team. I trust your opinions. So we will look into that tomorrow.
see, I don't understand this. What the hell?
We'll
Do you know
discuss
how
it.
YouTube works?
Why?
I think
Like-
he has profanity settings or something.
I just got SlycemGaming's alert that he's live.
I just got one from Contest Champion.
Yeah, me too.
Like what? Oh, yep. There's his too. Yeah, I just got his too.
I don't
How
know
is
why
that-
I
why
have an
is that-
alert for him.
Our
Hey,
Slice-
troller.
I don't
3
have like the
hours
bell clicked or anything for Brian.
That's so weird.
So troller says, "Hey, Slicem, what did I miss? Tonight we did our rankings on the bleeds, and then we also did a 5-star Homecoming Spider-Man, which, if you can't tell, he's totally there. Pretty excited about that.
I can't believe you pulled him, man. That's so awesome.
Dude, I'm
You
stoked.
missed Tom Holland.
Totally
Is
stoked about
Star,
this.
Star up? Did he reply?
No, I haven't
Uh,
seen Star yet, so it's
Oh.
like
Probably
he did
just
it.
won't even.
I was gonna say, I feel
He
like he
is
didn't want to even
16.
be in the channel, knowing that we were gonna go for him.
Hopefully he doesn't punch a wall.
He
Yeah,
honestly might.
I held back on going for it today because of my Awakening Gym pull from yesterday. I'm still not sure
Really?
what I'm going to do. Because I pulled. If you haven't seen my video from yesterday, I'm just go ahead and say it since it's a day later now. I got a Mutant Awakening Gym, and it's so close to Iceman coming out.
Ooh, yeah.
And I'm just like, I really want to go for Spider-Man though, but
Yeah.
if I pull Spider-Man, I can't dupe him. I don't have enough to go again, and I don't have an Awakening Gem. If I go for Spider-Man and I pull Iceman, cool, that's awesome.
Right.
But how likely is that? And if I go for Iceman when Iceman comes up here, I have a gym sitting there waiting for him, and I don't know. I don't know.
All right.
Are you happy with that mutant?
Yeah. That's another thing. I know a lot of people are going to be like, "Wow, Frojo, you have 3 rank 4 mutants."
Yeah.
I'm happy because if I end up getting Iceman or Archangel, they're going to rank 4, obviously.
Absolutely.
And I was even considering rank 4ing Spider-Man if I get him. I'm just wondering if I wait for Iceman or if I just try for Spider-Man, and I'll probably get my arch nemesis Kamala Khan, but
That's
I would-
funny.
Wait, I thought they took out in the feature?
Oh, yeah.
They took out basic champs, right?
no, they're still in there.
Mm-mm, they're there.
Yeah,
When are they fixing that?
They're not.
they're always in
That's-
there.
Yeah,
So
but
I
I
wanna
thought
see his
Kabam
stats
Mike
here.
said it was they're not supposed to be, and it's supposed to only be the featured and the past featured.
Well, if you saw that,
I'll look
everybody
up.
that's been opening 15K crystals the last week and a half since they did all this stuff, they should be really angry because
Yeah.
I don't know how many people I've seen pull basic champs from features of the 5 stars lately.
I don't.
Yeah, I
think
mean, the
it's live
Hulkbuster
anywhere. I
and-
think I heard it in a chat in a
Ant-Man.
live stream or somewhere.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't believe that unless you saw it from a forum post.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Iceman's coming back to 27th now.
Yeah.
Yeah, which gives me
Saw that.
plenty of time to really save up some crystals or some shards.
Live-
The 27th?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Okay,
Frojo,
I'm
you
gonna
got to
go-
pop one.
I'm gonna go for Spider-Man tomorrow then.
Yep.
All right.
It's only 20 days.
Yeah, I can get enough by then.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
I think. Well, but then he's in there for like how many days is the
2
5-star
weeks.
crystal?
I think it's 2
Yeah.
weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got plenty of time.
Yeah, so actually you got 34 days from now. Yeah, so over a month.
34, huh? Huh, that's an interesting number.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
oh, how about that? How about that? I think that's fate right there.
That's awesome. Well, here's what I know. It's I'm excited to play. My game booted me out, but here we go. Let's go take the new Spider-Man for a ride and let's see what he can be like.
He looks so
All right.
awesome.
And it's
What
gonna-
about Vulture?
Vulture? looks
Anybody
like he's-
want Vulture?
The collector in me wants all of them. That's the problem.
Vulture looks main power drain.
Yeah,
He's power control.
Yep.
yeah.
Shadowblade says I
Shadow-
just got
yeah.
Psylocke 4-star crystal. She's very handy. Great power drain. She hits fairly hard.
She is R4 material.
Yeah.
Who?
Psylocke.
Psylocke.
Really?
Yeah, she's pretty interesting.
I don't have her. Go for that potion over there, man.
I'll tell you this: he's fun to play, interesting to play, and weird to play all in one.
I always go the open path that has a potion on it.
Make sure to try to max that poise.
Always.
Yeah, well, right here I was just busy just playing. It's just so weird playing with him. First, I just want to get used to the controls. So, poise is what? Dexterity, correct?
Yeah.
All right. We're fighting Howard here. Let's see. We'll test him out and just run some heavy
Oh
poise.
man, look at those animations.
Yeah, he's definitely fun. It's interesting.
Was that like a leg sweep of sorts kind of thing?
Yeah, it is.
That's cool.
Man, that looks neat.
I guess if he
Hey, what's up,
stands there
Genesec?
idle, he kind of like waves you into him, like come get some, you know, that kind of thing. Try to stand idle. I want to see if he does that.
Well, right now I'm getting kicked in the face by the duck. Let me push him back a bit. So okay, so after any 5 hits, it does automatically drop one of those poise. I'm having a hard time even getting to use a special. He's just hitting fairly hard.
See it? Did you see it?
I missed
He
it.
just did it. He just did it.
But then again, I'm trying to watch him play, so you guys watch the animations and we'll see. Now, here's an interesting one. The Cosmic matchup. Anytime you're hit, you lose your AI. So
Yeah.
Angel says, Slice, would you take Iceman, Archangel, and Wolverine all to rank 5? And if so, what order? Yeah, I would take them all to rank 5. I think they're all great champions.
Archangel first.
Yep. Him or Iceman, either one.
Man, he looks so cool.
So there's a poise that drops off.
Okay, Slice, that was my associate, and we will begin working on phase 2 tomorrow.
Nice. So yeah, that damage there, I stacked it up to 4. It's pretty interesting. He hits hard, from what I can tell. And it's hard to really tell when I'm playing. I just know that he's killing stuff in a pretty timely fashion.
Thought you were going to try him against Winter Soldier.
So it looks like
Yeah, I can.
like you could just do that until you get to like 6 or 7, and then I get your 5-hit combo or your special will get the benefit from it. But
Yeah, and that's just it. You got basically at that point you got 5 hits to really just do damage. Angel says, who would you rank to R5 next? I think your first 2, no doubt about it, is either Iceman or Archangel. You can't go wrong with either one of them, really. I'm so used to pairing it. Jeez. So there's 3. Come on. I think Iceman, Archangel, any of those go well. Whoops. That's not good news. Let's see what his L2 looks like. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think any of those. Iceman, I think, and Archangel could go 1-2. Just depends on what you need. I think I would do Wolverine last to rank 5 because he's good as a 440. You're just using him for his regen, where the other 2 give you a little more flexibility. That's my opinion.
unless you're doing map 6.
Yeah, map 6 would be an exception.
Aaron Hoodie Lover is asking if Kang is in this month's quest, and if so, what map? He's not a boss, but he's like mixed in.
Yeah, I just
some of the maps.
literally fought him.
Oh,
So.
that L2 looks cool.
Yeah, and it hits fairly hard as well. So.
Upside down from the web like that, that's badass.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, after I finish this, I'll take him against Winter Soldier, and
But he evades right off the bat.
go from there.
Dude, that's so cool. I'll be right back. I gotta go take my meds.
Yep. It's really bad because now all I want to do is really do dexterity, and it's
I mean, when you're fighting people like, what's the name? Black Widow or Crossbones, you don't have to worry about that.
yeah.
Well, kind of do, but was paying attention.
He's definitely interesting. It's so tempting to go for the dupe, but the other side of me says you just hang tight. I've got him. At this point, maybe you wait and see what else is going to be coming out. I don't want to blow all my shards, but I don't know. Definitely pretty interesting to have. All right.
I don't know, like his moveset.
Do or don't.
As long as you're set to go twice for Iceman, you're fine.
Yeah, I agree. I think you got to make sure you get Iceman. I think we know for sure what he's going to bring to the table, even duped.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely certain. Hey, where's Frojo?
I don't know, but Spider-Man is nice. He's definitely very
I'm
tough.
here.
I was just wondering.
Gene said he saw the new Spider-Man movie. Dave's Gaming, hey, welcome to the chat, man. Again, guys, if anybody is new here, do us a favor, hit that subscribe button. We did our rankings earlier tonight, and at this point, we did a 5-star featured crystal, to which I got lucky and nailed the new Spider-Man. He's pretty awesome. Doing a little bit of a test run here with him. Yeah, I got him. It was pretty awesome, to say the least. So now, after I finish this little quest run, we'll turn around, take him in, face Winter Soldier, play with it a little bit, and then I am going to call it a night. Tomorrow we will be back with another set of rankings, as far as I know. I think all my crew can make it, and if not, we'll get it lined out ahead of time. So, I can say this: the Spider-Man is absolutely sick. He's got a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and all the way around is just kind of fun.
Show off.
He is interesting. Jason says, what champs are needed for map 6?
Depends on your lane.
I haven't done map 6, so that's something for you guys. My name says if he loses poise each time he does 5 hits, it'll kind of suck. Yeah, but the fact is you can still restack them pretty quick. I mean, it's a simple dexterity move, and you're stacking it right back up. So, to me, that makes it pretty nasty. Hey, take care, Adam Marco, heading out. Good seeing you again. Thanks for stopping in, bud. Okay, this is an interesting fight facing Black Panther.
R31 asking what's that taunt do? I believe it gets them to use their specials more.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm going to have to actually study up on him. I really didn't look at him too much because I really didn't think I'd get him. Now that I have him, I'm kind of like, ooh.
He basically has every utility except regen.
Yeah, he's a super great utility champ. Pretty stoked that this is my first 5-star that I'm excited about. Excuse me. Alright, 2 more and I'm done here. Oh, that is true. Angel says, what's cool is even if you miss Spider-Man, Gwenpool was right next to him, so...
Ooh, I would have taken that Gwenpool any day.
Oh, absolutely. Like, that's one of those things where you can't be sad about either one of those.
Yeah.
Oh, there's that taunt. Whoops. Ace says you have Assassin maxed out. I do. It's not ideal for this part of the game, but no, I just never went back and changed it from whenever I was doing ROL and such.
I think I'll try my luck on one more featured 5-star whenever I get to 15K. If I don't pull one or one of the sub pull ones, I'm done with them.
Well, you could always pull one of those amazing sub pulls like.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. The sub pool actually cleaned up a little bit because so many of them are now in the regular crystal.
Yeah, but they're still in there.
Correct. But I'm talking about the sub pool side of things.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if I don't pull either sub pool or featured, they're done for. I'm not doing them anymore.
Oh, yeah, that taunt is handy. Like, if you have problems baiting specials, it's like a guaranteed deal that they're going to throw it. Uh-oh. I got blocked. Yeah, he's pretty nasty. Not going to lie. He's definitely a lot of fun to play with, so. Going to have to play with him a little more, just get used to a couple things, but interesting. T. Ricky says, who did you pull? A 5-star. T. Ricky, I got the new Spider-Man, so.
Go for a Hawkeye, dupe, he says.
Pretty stoked about that. I know Star's going to be pissed.
Oh, I don't even want to know what his reaction is going to be.
Oh, he's going to be on fire.
I think you got to go for the dupe, dude.
Really? I'm going to have to look at it and see what it does. If nothing else, we'll take another swing at the dupe, maybe another night. We'll see what it's going to bring to the table. So
let's see. The dupe is above 50%. You get critical rating boost. And below 50%, you get increased block proficiency, and evade goes up the more you go down in health.
Most of the time that I've seen somebody get a feature and dupe them, they've done them at the same time. I can't remember any situation where I saw somebody get a feature 5-star and then come back another day and go for it and get it. You know, if you look at somebody was telling us this morning or yesterday about somebody in their alliance who went for 2, got him and duped him. You know, if you think about Seaton and Brian and those guys, the ones I can remember, they always got it at the same time.
All right.
I think you run a greater risk if you go for it later.
They never duped them in the same pull. They always use gems.
Oh, I thought Seaton one time got. I thought that's how he got Dormammu, was he pulled them twice.
I can't remember about Dormammu.
I
know
that wasn't a
Gwenpool.
5-star though.
He has a 5-star dupe Dormammu.
Does he?
Yeah.
I thought that was Rich.
That's Rich.
Yeah, Rich.
Oh, am I thinking of Rich? Oh, yeah, you're right. Nah, those British people, they all look the same to me.
I think Rich the Man is hysterical.
I like Rich.
He makes me laugh.
Way more than Seaton.
I really like his news segment too. He's doing a really good job with that.
Yeah. He and I trade a lot of pics on Twitter. My Bulldogs for his tortoise.
Did he get the Frank cam yet?
No, he did set up Frank's new habitat though. He's been having real technology problems. He can't get his Elgato working. Yeah, I think he had to get a new computer. I know he had to get a new operating system for the computer. So, yeah, and technology has not been his friend lately.
Yeah, he had a huge issue with his phone.
Yeah. A little while back.
I'm glad.
Brojo, what phone do you use? Oh, you use the iPad.
That shock looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it was powerful.
I'm glad I knew what you were talking about, Bulldog. Talking about swapping pigs for bulldogs and tortoises.
Yeah, on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm glad I knew what you were talking about.
Is that little
Why
like
does that sound dirty?
spider symbol next to the AI thing the poise?
That's the poise, yeah.
I haven't seen it reset.
That's because it's about hit combo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's at 5.
See, watch it. It'll go down as I use it. But the problem is you dodge so much with him.
Still, it went down to 9. Does it only drop 1?
Yeah, for every 5 hits, it goes down 1.
Oh, I thought it reset them all.
That's
No.
not bad. You could stack that really
Yeah.
high then.
Look at it, you're hitting 600 per hit.
Dude, you just had a 3,500.
Dude,
crit.
he is a labyrinth champ. I
Look
think.
at that, 3,200.
Is it max at 10 though?
That's what it's looking like.
I would think you'd want him to be duped if you're gonna LOL with him, though.
Yeah, that crit rating
That
above
critical
50.
rate bonus, yeah.
It's
that's
looking
huge.
like it's capped at
Caps
10
at
too.
10. Yep.
At rank 2, your mediums are critting for 3,300. That is
See,
not bad at all.
Based on the rank 5 being around 500 per poise, I'd guess the rank 4 is just like 400-ish
That's
attack.
That's five at 10 stacks. That's 5,000 extra damage. That's crazy.
Side note to everyone in the chat: the Stark assignments are a go.
Oh, are they? Let's go.
Uh-oh.
I didn't
What?
get no Twitter post.
Oh, yeah, good call.
So get it in before the timer goes, because even if you just beat the boss and timer's up, it's gone.
Where's
Yeah,
my
that happened to me
wait.
today. I was on the final fight fighting the boss, and I died, and that was it. I lost it. It was on my last run through the master one on my alt account. I was so freaking mad.
Yeah, that happened to me. I just beat the boss. It was at the menu where the rewards were a second before popping up. It disappeared. I didn't get anything.
It was so unfair.
Very.
I don't know if you guys saw my post online, but a maxed out Spider-Man beat Winter Soldier in 209 hits.
I did see
definitely
that.
saw that.
I
This
did see
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
that. That's not bad. What is a 455 Star Lord do it in?
I can go test it after this.
Yeah,
After
test it.
this
Let me know
Stark
what
event.
it is.
I
What's
can
sig
say
level,
this.
Lord?
Jeez.
What's SIG level?
Yeah.
40.
So basically the same as duping him once as a 4-star.
Yeah.
If I ever awaken my Star-Lord, I can take him. Yeah, I can immediately go to level like 55. I've got
Nice.
like 32 generics and 20 some odd tech.
Yeah, I decided to use them on Ultron because I think it benefits him
Yeah,
more.
that was a smart call.
What's
Thank
Ultron's
Christmas so
sig ability?
much.
Is it the same as the other one?
Absorbing energy.
No, it's each armor reduces offensive ability accuracy.
Oh yeah. That's actually not
He has a
bad.
different sig
Wow.
ability for Star?
Yeah.
Weird. I didn't know anybody could do that.
Anthony, what team you want me to use with Star-Lord? Oh wait, no, he's in AQ. I can't do it.
Well, here, I can tell you this. So I finally died.
That's all right.
That Spider-Man, you can keep that poise buff at 10 fairly easy.
Yeah, and I just saw you crit for 5,200.
Yeah, ooh, yeah.
Look at that damage at rank 2.
Angel says, show some Archangel gameplay, so I'll finish this Winter Soldier out with Archangel Angel. And then I gotta go get...
Archangel Angel.
This is only rank 2?
Yeah, that's only rank 2. Spider-Man.
Yeah, he didn't level him up or anything very far.
Anthony,
Dude,
Ace,
you gotta
Ace
go
Fusion
for the
says his 550 Sig 99 Star-Lord beats Winter Soldier in 140 hits.
What? That's a 4-star?
Yeah.
Damn. 5-star must do it faster than that then.
Maybe.
Well, either way, I think, not gonna lie, I'm pretty stoked about the pool tonight.
Should be.
I feel like we've had a very successful stream, And I want to say thanks to everybody that came in and watched us.
That's a lot of damage.
It was.
Dude, Slicer, I'm jealous right now, man.
Well, that's a very unique position for me. I'm used to being the guy that's normally pretty jealous. So.
The envious, not the envied.
Yes.
That is definitely your LOL champ. If you don't get anyone else.
He has bleed. What?
He's got a ton of stuff. Man, I think you got to go for the dupe almost, just for the extra crit, and then once he gets low, it's survivability.
If he had an arc reactor, that would be game over.
If you had what?
An arc reactor.
Oh. Yeah,
Just
no
give him
kidding.
everything in the game.
Right.
So.
That was a lot of damage for a rank 2.
Yeah.
I will admit I am pretty pleased with him.
Hey, I got the title. First one.
Nice.
Ooh, nice.
I'm not
Did
gonna.
you get
I
that
never
crystal
get
yet?
any of the good stuff.
Came from one star treasure.
That's awesome. Been a good night for SlycemGaming all the way around. Everybody had a little bit of good luck here, so.
Yeah, I finally
Except Star.
I duped my Electro
Except
after
me.
about a year.
What?
A year?
Yeah.
That's brutal.
That is crazy.
I feel like I should
Hi,
put my
Chad.
4 stars.
All right.
Hey. Ride on the some luck tonight.
I could open my 5-star awakening gem and see if I can get tech.
Crack
Do
it.
it.
Do it.
Crack it.
Before the luck
Come
runs
on.
out.
See you, Ricket.
I don't know. I really want to go do that Stark event.
Wait, how long do you have left?
It just started,
It
didn't
takes
it?
like
Yeah.
2 minutes to do it. Yeah, you have 59 minutes to go. So you can open that crystal and do it.
No, you have 59 minutes once you start it. You have like an
Yeah.
hour to complete
Oh,
it,
word?
but it's still around for like another hour and 50 minutes.
It
Did
runs for
start?
2 hours, yeah.
So it's like, what's it called again? What's that one quest where you started? You have the rift.
Gold.
That's it.
Well, the
Yeah.
rifts are the gold.
Hey,
Gold
hey
rum.
Frojo.
Oh no, not the gold one. The other one.
Frojo.
Yeah,
You still there?
yeah.
How high did you take your storm before you awakened her?
I took her to R4 on Awaken.
Man,
All right.
I think I took her to rank 3, and then I waited to dupe her, and then I took her to rank 4. I want to say.
Real.
Is she worth going over 2? Or should I just wait till I dupe her?
Wait, in your
any,
position,
any
wait.
champ that's pretty good at doing damage, I think, is good for rank 3, and she does really good damage. So I would say yes. Any champ that you take to rank 3 as a 5-star, it's the same thing as a 550 pretty much.
Yeah.
All
Do you have
right.
any other
A little
mutants?
bit less, but pretty much right there.
Do I have any what?
Other mutants that are good.
Well, yeah, I gotta do Wolverine. I gotta get Wolverine to rank 5 and Iceman to rank 5.
All right,
Definitely
guys.
do them first, yeah.
Real quick, I'm going to start slowing down the calls here. And again, tomorrow we're going to be moving some more people in. Real quick. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start killing some of the calls, start trimming things down. It's 2:10 in the morning. Going to go through a brief look over of what we did. Guys, thanks for coming on and helping out. Again, I'm going to slowly move this thing down and start preparing to shut her down, I guess. Don't forget the current event is up. Anthony, did you throw that out on our Twitter so everybody knows?
I am in the middle of writing the tweet as we speak.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right, guys. Chid, Jacob, Anthony, thanks for stopping in. Frojo as well. I'm going to finish this up with Bulldog a little bit here and then get ready to get out. And we're going to let Bulldog pop his awakening crystal here for all to hear. Are you good with that, Bulldog?
Yeah, I think I could do that.
All right.
Yeah.
Great for science.
All right, guys.
I also have a tier 4 class cap, but I think I'm going to sit on that for now.
All right. Angel, yeah, it ticks super high, so.
Does anyone know if this is the 8th or 7th Stark event?
The 5th, I think. 1, 2,
Those
3.
three
At
yesterday.
most, it's the 6th. Because it just started yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there was one when it first started, and then there was another one in the evening, and then there was a third one like late night.
This is 6th.
Yeah, this is the 6th.
6, okay.
Why did they say there's how many there's going to be
90.
total?
90.
90 total.
90.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
running
you
all
want to
month.
be, if you want to double check it, you can just go back on their Twitter page and count how many they've announced so far.
Oh, good call,
That's true.
Projo.
Good
call.
Wow, I didn't realize there was going to be that many. I thought this was I was thinking it was like one of those like week-long events or something. You know, this is great.
All month.
All month, baby.
Yeah. Man, I'm there's so many good things, those Spider-Verse crystals. You know, like I said, I got that 4-star Star-Lord from the game Guardians of the Galaxy. I'd really love to get a 3-star Carnage. I'd love to dupe my 4-star Carnage. I'd really like to stop getting 2-star Rhinos. That would be awesome. But yeah, that's great.
If you do all 90, you will get 40, 45 Spidey crystals, 13.5 3-star shards, 2.2 4-star shards, 0.4 5-star shards, and 1.5 T4 basics.
What is how many 5-star shards?
4,600.
Thank you.
As a 5 value.
Yeah, 0 point whatever does nothing for me.
It's a total.
Yeah.
All right, guys. And again, I want to say thanks to my teammates, my guys coming in, helping out with the rankings. Tomorrow we will be going live again with another series of rankings. So, guys, I'll be getting in touch with all you guys tomorrow during the day, discussing how we want to go about it. Start lining up some calls as well. So, again, I do appreciate it. I'm also going to bring a couple guests in here at the end with me and Bulldog just to discuss a little bit at the end and call it a great night as everybody continues to finish up this new lovely Spider-Man special events. So get them done, get them over with. And again, if you're new, we appreciate you. Do us a favor, hit that subscribe button. If you've been here before, hit the like button, bring a friend, a family member, your neighbor, whoever it is, won't hurt our feelings. So again, Chid, Jacob, Anthony, thanks. Frojo, we appreciate you coming in as always, man.
Oh, no problem, man. It's
Anytime.
always fun to do this.
Excellent.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Have a good night, y'all.
Hey,
Night.
take care, fellas. And Anthony,
Night.
thanks for keeping that Twitter up to date. I do appreciate it.
No problemo.
Phil Ivy asked me, who do I suggest to rank up, Awakened Hulk or Unawakened Iceman, both 4 stars? I need a little more information. When you say rank up, are you talking about going to 440? Are you talking about going to 550? Do you have the cats to go to 5? If it's 440, do you have the cats to then take them to 550? Give me a little more detail, and I'll give you a little better of an answer. Angel Ruiz, so then hit to get bleeds, Larry, and heavy to get poison, and then the L1 to convert the poison to neurotoxin. Yes.
Yeah, yep.
Talking about Archangel. What are the benefits of the neuro? Is it heal block?
It's more
Slice?
than that. It's neurotoxin to me is the best thing in the game, and I'm probably over exaggerating a little bit, but it is amazing. The neurotoxin does multiple things. It automatically blocks all healing. That's a guarantee, but it also reduces all abilities depending on the signature level. So it can get pretty nasty pretty quick. Let's try this power. Ooh, that is a nasty power drain from Spidey as well. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's a super handy thing to have. The neurotoxin is fabulous to have. So
Okay, so Phil, you don't have the cats to 550 either yet, so you're talking about taking them to 440. It's really a 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Neither decision you make is going to be a bad one. Iceman, with his ice armor and cold snap, I mean, just the sheer functionality of him. The one reason I could probably say Hulk is this. Not one. Let me give you a couple reasons. Number one, science is a pathetic class. Except for Hulk and Cap World War II, the rest of them are a pile of donkey crap. Although some people would say Quake. But the point is that Hulk is, in my opinion, far and away number one. It's a huge gap between number one and number two. Iceman is a fantastic mutant champ, but there's a lot of good mutant champs. Nightcrawler, Rogue, Iceman, Archangel, Cable's not bad. There's Beast is decent. There's a lot more. I'd say there's 5 or 6 super, super solid 550 worthy mutants. Plus, with Hulk being duped and Iceman being unduped, he's going to be a higher PI than Iceman is because he's duped, and his signature ability, makes him into a one-man wrecking crew. I have a 550 Hulk, and I basically ride him like a rented mule through map 5 AQ, because the more he gets hit, the stronger he gets. When he gets down to like a quarter health, this guy is literally hitting like a Mack truck. So I feel pretty comfortable in telling you, take that Hulk to 440. You will gain, I think, way more benefit from it. And, because maybe you don't dupe that Iceman, and maybe the next one you open is an Archangel, and maybe you dupe him. You can't go wrong with that Hulk, because there's not really, in my opinion, a science champ better than taking him up. And plus, I just have a personal dislike of 440ing an unduped champ. I've had classic Spider-Man for almost a year, never duped him. Joe Fixit over a year, never duped him. And if I had leveled them up in anticipation of eventually awakening them, I would be a very, very unhappy camper right now. So there is my opinion.
Yeah. Real quick, Bulldog. So
it is fun watching that guy. Jeez.
Yeah, and I end up dying here, but a lot of that's just due to the fact that I can't stop playing around with him. You just want to sit there and let him bounce around the screen. So anyway, I'm going to do a couple things here. Going to bring Eternal Warrior, or I guess it's not really Eternal, but we're going to bring him in. I told him earlier we'd bring him in to discuss a couple things. I want to hear his input on the rankings and what we did. And as I'm finishing up gameplay here,
Real Deal, are you in the room right now? I had talked to Real Deal earlier on Skype, and had mentioned I wanted to get him in here too afterwards if he's available. So if you're in here, hit me up.
Absolutely.
My pleasure, Phil. That's what we're here for, bro.
Absolutely. All right.
I will never not give you my opinion.
All right, and again, we're going to be bringing in Warrior 2 and see what his opinion was of our rankings. Phone call coming out to you, Warrior 2. I'm showing the call is being placed, so.
Jacob says I will be soloing Magics with my AA soon.
Dude, AA is a beast.
Dave just uploaded a video about the 5-star Spider-Man. It says an opening story. I was on his stream a little bit earlier today, and he was like real close to busting one of those, what you just did, the 5-star featured. Mm-hmm. And then he didn't, and Graphics sent him over a little chunk of change to open some of the features, the 150 unit ones, and he didn't get crap out of it. But he was real. You could see he was super on the fence about opening that Spider-Man. So I'm wondering if he didn't go open it after the stream. I'm gonna have to check that out later.
All right, Warrior, you there?
Hello.
Hey, how are you, man?
I'm all right. Long afternoon.
Long afternoon.
Yep, just sitting there on the couch listening to that ridiculously huge, giant, long conversation.
Yeah, that's what we shoot for. We want to keep you entertained for as long as possible.
It was worth it, though. It was worth it. The rankings were pretty interesting.
You feel like you came out of it with some new information that you didn't know?
Nope, probably not at all.
So you're a super genius who knew everything. Well, it's a good thing we got you on the phone then, huh? Tell us, super genius.
I'll tell you what I did learn. I did that that Spider-Man is LOL material. I didn't think so. On paper, it didn't sound
Yeah,
like he could have done
I
that.
agree with you on that. Before I saw Sly get him and we discussed him more in depth, I figured like great war defender, fun, attacker, but I certainly wasn't thinking, oh yeah, I would take that guy through LoL. Now I could totally see it.
Yeah, because like at rank 2, you're hitting for what, 600 per basic? That's ridiculous. Like that is ridiculous damage. And the fact that you're able to stack up those poisons so quickly it's pretty strange.
Now,
I didn't
Eternal,
expect it to
settle
do
a bet for us. You're not actually Star in disguise, right? You're not the British. Are you in
See,
him
that's
like
what.
the Parent
That
Trap?
is exactly what everyone says. Everyone says, "Oh, I'm Star Disguise." Yeah, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not.
Thinking it's one of those Parent Trap situations, separated at birth. And you're gonna run into each other at an airport and switch places, and he's gonna go enjoy some British cuisine, and you're gonna go set off fireworks in America.
See, everyone says I'm British, but I'm Australian.
Well, not British.
Jeez,
I know
what's
it's
your problem?
Yeah, your accent is obviously not British, but no, that was just the Parent Trap reference. I think. Was that the Parent Trap?
Yeah, I believe so. But here's my better question. So let me ask this: where out of the rankings, out of the top 5, and then out of everybody else, did you feel we missed anything? Do you feel everything was pretty well spot on? I mean, what's your opinion?
Massively disagree with any of them.
No, I didn't disagree with much of it, like whatsoever. I think you nailed most of the rankings. I think most of us knew that Gwenpool was going to be at the top because everyone loves her for bleed. But yeah, I think you nailed it. I mean, like, there's a few champions on there that I wish got a refresh, like Hawkeye. I'm a huge fan of, but yeah, he could be doing a lot more. Yeah, so yeah, I 100% agree with most of it.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's something I always like to see because anybody that's played the game for a good chunk of change, it's always curious as far as what they bring to the table and getting their opinions. So you don't think there was anything really that was different that you would have ranked massively different? Does Gwenpool?
No, not really.
Do you think Gwenpool's your number one?
Yeah, Gwenpool's my number 1 for bleed. I think there's no other champion.
Do you think Drax belongs in the top 5?
Yeah, I do. That's the one thing, because I've seen Drax do so much bleed damage. When you get those Furies going, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I forgot all about when I was doing my pre-game workout, deciding who was going to go where. Drax wasn't even on my radar in my top 5, and I didn't know really about the difference the Furies make. Now, after I got him in a 5-star.
That's exactly what I thought, because the only reason why I like Drax so much is because I only recently took him to rank 5, and that guy is an absolute beast, like the amount of damage. And also Legend of Bobbin, he has an unduped rank 4 5-star Drax, and even that Drax is doing so much. It's doing a lot of damage. I was kind of debating whether to do it, decided to test him out, and it worked out great. So yeah.
That's awesome. What time is it where you are right now?
It is not as late as it is for you. It's 5:24 p.m. So kind of prime time at the moment.
Are you in Australia, New Zealand?
Yeah, Australia.
Yeah, Australia. That's what I thought. Well, that's awesome. Oh, Allison, I feel for you. I really do. I've done 2 features and gotten hosed both times.
She went after the
it's your last time. Just your last time for a while. I've healed
I
enough
did
that
actually.
I'm considering it.
Go ahead.
I pulled the Spider-Man.
Nice.
You what?
I pulled the Spider-Man. I opened 2 of them while you guys were discussing this stuff. Yeah, I pulled a Drax.
You were so inspired. You were so inspired. You went and tried it yourself, and it paid off.
Yeah, well, I was planning to anyway. I want to test. I want to go for Vulture too, but I think I might just grind him out at this point because I don't know how he's going to be. But yeah, I went for Spider-Man. Spider-Man's insane. He's so much fun to play, but he's so weird. The animations.
The animations are different to get used to, and once you start getting used to it, though, he plays pretty fun. So.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
I think.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, I've got another guy I'm going to bring on here in a few, too. I want to cycle through a couple guys here to end the night. I want to get their opinion on everything. So, but yeah, what was you going to say?
Yeah, like I think I see Spider-Man as like more of an offensive champ. He seems okay on defense, but you can just knock him with a heavy attack and then fire off a special, you'll be fine. I don't think he's much more defensive material. I think it's more for the offense, really.
I think he'll be an okay, a good defender. Not okay. I think he'll be a good defender.
Yeah, not Luke Cage,
but not
defense. No.
Right. He's not going to be duped 550 Mordo. You know what I mean? Like he's not going to be like that, or a Magic with MD5. But I mean, he's going to be better than average.
Yeah, he's kind of one of those champions where, like, you can put him on a no, but when you learn, like, he can get some kills, but when you learn how to fight him effectively, then he's not as good. Like, sure. Kind of like Black Panther Civil War, almost like that. He's a good defender, but when you learn how to fight him, he's kind of
exactly. That's how Mordo is for me. Now, before we let you go, I just got to ask you: do you support the petition to change the name of the Australian currency to the dollary-do?
Damn it. Absolutely not.
No, you're not a dollary-do guy? All right, well.
Dollary-do? No,
just had to know.
Absolutely not. That sounds ridiculous. Can you imagine that walking around? I have 100 dollary-doos. What am I going to spend them on? Absolutely not, Bulldog.
Doesn't it sound awesome when you say it? I mean, it's funny when I say it. It's great when you say it, Yeah, I think I'd start collecting dollary-doos if they made them,
Damn it, no. Dollary-doos.
That's
like
awesome.
The dumbest thing I've actually heard all day.
It's a reference to The Simpsons. You probably aren't old enough to remember because it's from like season 3. But it was such it clicked so much. It stuck around all this time. And some guy in Australia actually tried to do a petition to make that. He said that it would drive up tourism, but luckily nobody went for it. But I think it was pretty funny.
Yeah. Would it be? I wonder what Donald Trump would think of that dollary-do. Well, going to a meeting with the Australian Prime Minister. Oh, yeah, how's your economy going? Heard you change the name of your currency to dollary-do. Yeah, no, I could totally imagine that happening.
I think it would drive it up.
He'd see, it's a huge idea. I love it. It's a great idea. It's the greatest idea ever because I came up with it. It's awesome.
Well... Listen, Eternal, we appreciate you stopping in. I hope to see you. Keep seeing you on the stream. Again, we're going to be doing another ranking system, just a different set of ranks coming up. So stop.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely be here.
Excellent, man. Well, listen, we appreciate all the support. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your family members, whoever else you got around there. The kangaroos, the dingoes. The black mambas, whatever there is out there in the lovely outback. Tell them to come in, stop in, and hit subscribe. So, all right, man.
All right.
Hey, listen, I appreciate it again. Take care, bud.
See ya. Bye.
I got you right there. All right. From one Australian to another, going to be bringing in Bro2D2 again. Again, he was on earlier. I told him I'd bring him in once the rankings were over to see if he agreed or disagreed. Again, previous Alliance member of mine.
Not that guy again.
Oh, another Bro2D2. Let's see what he's got to say here real quick, and then we're going to be finishing this thing up. Are you there, Bro2? Oh, no, he's waiting to pick up.
Hey, what's up, Hoodie Lover?
Hoodie Lover here.
Hey, Willow got the reference. Yeah, he's probably an old man like me. And R31, you better slow your roll. That man's a national treasure.
That's funny. So now the next question is going to be: Do I go for the dupe or not?
I think you should.
I almost think I have to.
Yeah, I do too. Like I said, it seems to me that you're going to have the best chance. It's like I see people either getting both at the same time, or when they go for a couple features, they get screwed both times. You look at what happened to Seaton. He goes for it twice, he gets 2 pieces of garbage. That's what happened to me. I went for Archangel twice, 2 chunks of garbage. But I just drop bears. That's the koalas, I think, right? Drop bears. We've talked before about how I think koala bears are rude little like gangsters. They use their looks to get stuff and then they pee in your face. Aaron Hoodie Lover says, "Hey Eternal, can you message me on the game?" So Hoodie Lover wants you to reach out to him. Because I'll have to be up early enough to go to the movie. All right, okay. Yeah, I think you should go for it tonight. So does Hoodie Lover. Hey, Willow, only 32, Bulldog, though I feel older. Well, yeah, 32. Yeah, that's Simpsons been on for 20 plus years. So you were 12. It's like right in cartoon prime time. You're good. I'm old enough that I remember when The Simpsons was just a little like 5-minute skit in the Tracy Ullman show. That's how old I am. Frojo says, I think you're a dollary do if you don't go for the dupe. Ha ha ha. Frojo, very nice.
How about this? Did you
Although
see,
I would say he's a dollary doofus if he doesn't. Let's see. P. Jane, I've done 6 5-star featured, and I'll go twice for Iceman if I miss sub feature or Iceman, or I'll dump account. Question, P. Jane, you've done it 6 times. How many times did you do 1, and how many times did you do more than 1? Give us the breakdown. I mean, like I said, personally, I could speak from experience. I tried it. I went for both at the same time and got hosed both times. Badly. Let's see, Eternal Warrior still laughing at Dollary Do. Excellent. I did my job then. My name says if you already went for Spidey, go all the way. Forget about Iceman for now. Yeah, I mean, he's right in a way that, you've got how many, up to 34 days, I think you guys calculated to. So if you
Definitely
go for it
enough
one more time, you'll definitely have enough to go for Iceman at least once, possibly 2.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to be coming down the way. R31 says, dupe you, Sly.
By the way, Bro2D2, I think you finally made it on the call. What's
Yes,
up?
I did. I don't know what happened with the connection or Australian internet. Gotta
It was
love it.
those
It's-
crazy drop bears. They were probably chewing on the line.
I'm telling you, I don't know what's up with all the
I love that.
Australians. We seem to be popular in Australia. We're growing a fan base in Australia, I think.
It's
So-
probably
thanks
because
to
we
me. You're
stream
welcome.
late at night, and for them, it's the mid-afternoon.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, it's-
So
It's 5:30 in the evening here right now, so
still
Yeah.
awesome. So yeah.
Jacob
the
says
stream
he's
earlier
over
was
8.
like what, 2
Oh.
o'clock. So
Yeah, 2:30 a.m. here. So here in a few, after you, I'm probably gonna go for the dupe, and we're gonna call it a night. So
that's a very good idea.
I think we got to go for the dupe. Bro2D2, what's your opinion? First off, on the ranking wise, was there anybody in the rankings that surprised you?
My most surprising would probably be Deadpool. I've never really, like the X-Force one,
Sure.
I've never really used him, looked at him. I mean, he's arena fodder for me. That's
Yeah.
pretty much it.
Mhm.
That's
Interesting.
how I feel, too.
Yeah, and honestly, I hadn't even thought about it until Jacob really brought that up, and at that point, I thought, man, you can really skew X-Force Deadpool. Now, mind you,
And the
it's,
funny thing was, after your stream, I actually got my Deadpool and went to Winter Soldier and actually got him down. The deep wounds at the end was striking like 3,000 health off him at the time. It was amazing.
Oh,
Wow.
that's awesome.
So you really did learn something from this stream that may have practical application.
Oh yeah,
That's awesome.
definitely.
And it's
What I
it's
like
an
to hear.
interesting way to use him, but yeah. So that's interesting.
In my scenario, it was a bit extreme, but hey, it worked.
Yeah, well, and that's just it. It is an extreme way to go about it, but it does work. Jacob Schaefer there, definitely Jacob pulling in the research of the night. So, all
Yep.
right. Bro2D2, anybody on the list that you were disappointed that we didn't rank higher? Let me ask that.
I'm only saying this because if it's played correctly, but Ghost Rider. Now, hear me out. Only because the way I play him, I do all the judgments and then the bleed.
Sure.
And the bleed lasts so long, it pretty much, takes him out. That's just me, but yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing I learned. I'd say the 2 things that I'm taking away from this that I didn't know that will have practical real-world application is the Deadpool X-Force thing and Ghost Rider, because I almost always, I didn't understand about the damnation and waiting for him to clear, so I just thought, oh, it's just a piece of crap. And the other thing is I always would just go for the bleed right away, not knowing that I could, get more out of it if I do it after the other judgment. So I'm looking forward to that because he is now on my AQ team since they're forcing me to do the bleed line. So
Yeah, see, the thing with Ghost Rider, you really got to pick and choose. Do you want the Fury? Do you want the Bleed? Do you want the Fate Seal? Do you want the Power Drain? It's sacrificing something to get something else.
Right.
That is very true. It's a very sacrificial choice when you're playing with Ghost Riders. So, all right.
Yeah, you have to choose. You don't get to be Varuk Assault and get everything. It's like you have to choose what you're gonna do.
Let's go for so Bro2D2. You say we go for the dupe, eh?
Who's this for?
For Spider-Man.
For the Spider-Man.
Oh,
Duping that
I
5-star
actually
Spider.
haven't versed Spider-Man yet, so I have no idea what he's like.
He looks awesome so far. I'll be able to get 4,000 crystals.
Oh, you got him.
Yeah, he already pulled him.
Yeah,
he's talking about going for the dupe. Yeah, you weren't here for that apparently.
No.
Abandon us.
All right, so
I'm
what
sorry.
do you think? Do you think we go for it here, Bulldog?
I
How many
think
shards do you have left?
he's got 21,000 and change, or 26,000.
Are
So
you going for Iceman?
Yeah, I'll still have enough to go after Iceman as well.
At least one. You'll probably be able to get enough to go for 2 between now
Go
and
Spidey
you got
again.
30
Do it.
days.
Do Spidey.
I think you should too.
All right, here we go.
I'm not watching, so you'll have to play it.
Oh, here we go. All right, it's spinning. It's spinning.
Try not to spoil it this time.
I didn't spoil it last time. I was very quiet.
Yeah, you did. You were smiling.
Well, I can't help. I'm smiling the whole time now, so. I'm afraid it's going to end up being something bad. I mean, I really would like to dupe this because I do think he is an LOL player.
Oh, man. I mean, pulling him's awesome, but pulling him and duping him, you would be the new king, man.
It would be interesting if I could dupe him. The answers are in. At this point, we're just hoping for good luck. Eternal Warrior says, Jason, it's all about deep wounds. Once your opponent's health is under yours, you can be dealing a lot of damage. Basically because every hit becomes... Oh, and there, you see it, fellas. That's a dupe Spider-Man. We'll take it.
Told you.
Boom.
Told you.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. Can't believe I duped him.
I told you.
Well done, my friend.
Oh, my gosh. Whew.
And now you'll be able to go for Iceman too.
Oh, yeah.
And have a duped brand new. I mean, that guy just came out yesterday.
Oh.
You are like top of the game, bro.
Congratulations.
Wow. Star's going to be so pissed. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he will.
He's going to mail you a bag of poop.
Wow. Holy crap. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll have to edit this video
So
out
happy.
just for the crystal opening as well. But yeah.
You're welcome, by the way.
Yeah, thanks everybody for the Frojo was pushing for it, Bulldog pushed for it, Bro too, everybody.
Yep.
Great job, yeah.
I knew it was the right thing to do. I mean, I was like 99% certain.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah. And now, where are you at with tier 2 alphas and tech catalysts?
Yeah, so we got a ways to go there. The tier 4 won't be hard.
The basics or the tier 4 tech?
The basics won't be hard. The tier 4
Basics
tech
are easy.
is going to be the problem. So let's see here.
Yeah, where are you
I've
at
got
now?
1. I need 2 more.
That's going to be a while.
It's going to take a while, yeah.
Well, we do have a Season of Alliance quest right now, so,
Yeah.
like
The air.
2-3 weeks maybe 4,
Here,
depending.
we're on a roll. I hate to open crystals on any day other than Sunday, but let's just take a look. We got fragments, and then I got so I've still got my tier 4 class catalyst, Ascendant possibly, and my map 5s. Shall we see if we can get lucky?
I will be right back. Hold on just a second.
All right. Unreal.
All right, I better go, man.
All right, take it easy, Pro2D2. Thanks for stopping in again, man.
Yeah, no worries. Anytime you want to bring me in, I'll most likely be here.
Awesome.
Have fun.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Wow. Can't believe this. Unreal. Unbelievable. So at this point, I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and crack these chances at some catalyst and hope that I can form one. So let's just see how far away I am from forming a tech. So I'm about a little over halfway, probably right at halfway for another one. Wow. Interesting. What's up, Duck82? Thanks for stopping in. And again, guys, if anybody is new here, do me a favor. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. I greatly appreciate all of it. So, Ace and Frojo talking about 4 Loki, it looks like. Too interesting. So yeah.
What about 4 Loki?
They were talking about it in here, Frojo and them. So interesting enough. So I'm about halfway on a tier 4 tech on the fragments. So here, since we're having good luck, I normally don't. Eternal Warrior says, how's it feel not to be $1 due? It feels great. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and crack these class catalysts. And I'll make up for it on Sunday somehow. See if we can get some luck on fragments. No luck there. I think I've used all my luck for the night, but we'll give it a try. Hopefully we can pull a tech out of something like this. Yeah, Frojo, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm going to have to finish Act 4 now at this point. Oh, well, I got ISO for him, but that doesn't help me on my catalyst. Darn the luck. Let's see here. Map 5s. Crack those. Come on. We got 325. Great. 325 out of all of that. Bogus.
325 tech?
Yeah, tech fragments.
What is this you're opening right now?
Do what?
What are you opening right now?
I just
What's
opened
spinning on the screen?
I'm sorry, just open the tier 5s.
AQ. Oh, the map 5.
Yep. All right. Well, all in all, still not bad. Very happy.
Still, you're gonna be hard pressed to beat this night in your memory. Oh, that's a bummer. 325 tech. Jeez.
Yeah. It's No Life says just subscribed and congrats on the Spidey pool and the dupe. Yep. No, I agree, dude. It very exciting, to say the least. So, again, guys, I want to say thanks to everybody showing up. Really probably went a little longer than I expected, but a large chunk of that is due to the fact of running this, getting a chance to pull it. It worked out. So at this point, it's back to saving shards and going after Iceman, and really hoping to stack my 5-star lineup. So, yeah, now it's saving the saving tech catalyst and getting ready to rank him up again. So, all right, guys, Bulldog. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing another set of rankings. I feel like tonight was a great success. We had a lot of people come in and visit. My name has changed. Says I don't know if you're going to be able to sleep after those 2 pools. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to be up for a bit in my bed playing with the new Spider-Man, just like fighting whatever I can fight with him. But yeah, so it again, it was a great night. I appreciate everybody coming out. I thought the rankings went really well. Some of them were shocking, some of them not so much. As far as Bulldog, is there anything that you saw that surprised you?
I mean, like I said, the 2 things that caught me the most off guard were the Ghost Rider thing and the Deadpool X-Force. I was also a little surprised that Drax got 2 top 5 rankings. And I guess I just, I I've had him as a 3-star, or as a 330 4-star, but I've only ever used him in arena. I've never. I just duped him a couple months ago, so I've never had any reason to use him outside of there. So, like I said, it really makes me happy about my 5. Especially since as soon as we get a cosmic advancement, I'm going to use my gem on him. And with the Furies, make him even better. So no, I'd say, I would say it was a good night overall. I learned a lot, even, and I know a fair amount. I'm no scrub, but there were definitely things that I did not put the effort into learning that I now know. So I think these rankings are all going to be very, very helpful for people.
I agree. And we'll take Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man, down to Winter Soldier again here real quick. Let me finish this quick run. I kind of forgot about going to Winter Soldier. But yeah, just there on the beginning, it looks like it's going to be nasty. Increased crit. And again, if anybody's new, do us a favor, hit that subscribe button. Me and Bulldog will look at putting together a video, probably with the guys, just going over the rankings. Kind of doing
the short version.
A very short version. Now that the Excel shell, oh my gosh, help me out here, Bulldog. What am I trying to say? Now that the
Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, there's the words. Thank you. Now that it is completed, I will turn around and put a short version of this together for everybody, so that it'll be nice, quick, and easy to go take a look at. So.
We talked about that today. What we're probably going to try to do is either after we're done here or in the morning, just make like a 3 to 5 minute version that highlights, where people were ranked and the things that we feel like we want to pass along, like the Deadpool X-Force thing, the Ghost Rider thing, some of the tricks and tips that came up over the course of that conversation. That's one of the reasons we decided to do this, the benefit of having multiple outlooks. You can become blinded to certain champions because, you got them at the wrong time, or they weren't duped, or you just don't, like in the case of Jane Foster, you just hate them like I do, that you don't. Because I was using her today, and wow, that stun loop is pretty amazing when you pull it off. Yeah, so I may have to get over my detesting of her just for the sake of my game. But yeah, it's the benefit of having multiple people with multiple skill levels and very different rosters and champions that they focused on over others because maybe they got them earlier. I think it's gonna be great for everybody when we're done.
I don't disagree. And the Spider-Man being duped, the poise just becomes even more dangerous. People were asking there in the chat. Not only does it add attack, but it adds crit rating. So it's just like double the damage, double the fun.
Yeah, I think he is an LOL worthy champ for you. It's kind of like that's how I feel when I got my Drax. I finally had purpose, towards the end game. If I get something to work towards. Yep. And now you definitely have that now too. It's getting those tech and getting the tier. How many tier 4 or tier 2 alphas do you have?
I got a fair chunk of them. Let me go take a look.
Enough to at least 8. Enough to take 2 champs to rank 4.
I believe so. Let's go take a look here.
If so, that's.
Oh, I lied. I got 4. I got 4 on the dot.
Yep, 4. So you could take 1 champ. Obviously it's going to be that Spider-Man.
Yep.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because your other 5-stars suck, right?
You can argue Hawkeye is useful.
He's useful, but you're not going to LOL with him.
No, you're not going to LOL, but he'll definitely be handy to have in there.
Yeah, but he's the type where, at most, when you have nothing else better to do, you would take him to rank 3, and he'll be useful for war quest or whatever it is you're going to use. But
exactly.
Yeah, I kind of look at it like the game has 2 parts. There's LOL and everything else. Hawkeye's a great everything else champion.
Yep.
So, but you're not going to use the resources, especially the tier 2 alphas, which are ridiculously hard to come by, to rank for him.
Yeah. So R31 says, "What's next? Slice duped 5-star Iceman? That would be awesome." And honestly, a 5-star Iceman duped would be handy. But I'm contemplating on hanging on to shards and looking for a science champ that I'll be able to use that awakening gem on. But we'll see what happens, and who knows what I'm going to pull on the next event anyway. So maybe I pull a Hulk or someone useful like that. I don't know. Ray Raga, I do not have a 5-star Iceman. What I have is a 4-star Iceman that is 550. So, all right, Winter Soldier, here we come. Let's see what Spider-Man can do now that he's duped. A little quick test. So, Bulldog, is there anything you want to go over with our viewers before we head out? Make sure they know what's going on with our rankings.
Yeah, so the plan is over the next, 5 days or so, we're going to be doing the same thing. Although, actually, we're going to discuss it. We might want to do it like every other day. But we will be over the next little bit. We'll be doing a similar ranking system based on other parameters. I believe the next one we're going to do is power drain. Another one that we're going to do is regeneration. Just trying to give you guys all the tools you need. And then when the ranking system is complete, I will be doing a discussion one night on my AQ building strategy based on the article that I helped to edit and write. Now, once you have the information of the ranking system, it'll kind of give you some parameters for building your, the 3 pillars of the AQ team. Your utility champ, your heavy hitter, and your regen champ. So look for that. Saturday, I will be starting at noon Pacific. I will be streaming with The Real Deal as he makes his legend run. Slice will be coming by as well, possibly a few other streamers. Dave has said he will come if he can get it fit into his schedule. What else? Yeah, I think that's everything I could think of for the upcoming, just the next few days.
So, guys, there's going to be a lot of stuff coming to the table. So, make sure you're checking in. Make sure you're subscribed. We're definitely looking forward to having everybody, especially for the next big events and all the fun stuff coming up. It's going to be interesting, and like I said, I got a great crew of guys that are here to help answer questions and give you guys answers. So, please don't hesitate. Put these guys to use. Follow us on Twitter. Join us on the Line app to chat with us. Everybody is greatly welcomed.
Yeah, I'm Bulldoggernaut everywhere. Twitter. If you want to ask, you can find me online. Same thing, Bulldoggernaut. If you have any questions, Line's the best way. I take a little bit to respond, but you can send pictures that way if you need any help with like who to level up or anything along those lines. Slycem's also online and Twitter. Go ahead and give us a follow if you'd like. What else? Yeah, that's what we're here for. We're here for you guys. We appreciate everybody being in the stream. Without you, there's no stream. Without you, we're just a couple of idiots talking to ourselves. So we really appreciate all of the great feedback and interaction that you guys have with us. I know the ranking system maybe isn't everybody's cup of tea. R31, I'm looking at you, but I think there's some great information to be had, and it's going to give us a great building point going forward.
Hey, for R31, we'll do a special ranking later on for the looks of the champions. I know he's a big fan.
There you go.
Of
Which
all the
champions
females.
are hottest?
Yes.
Right. We'll do a who's the hottest, the hottest champs in the game.
special. Who's the hottest?
There you go. And maybe we'll bring him in and let him give us his feedback. As long as he promises not to pant into the phone.
I don't disagree. Could be a great time.
Frojo says hi, Slycem. Hi, Frojo. How are you?
Frojo.
I haven't seen Frojo in so long. Aaron, Hoodie Lover, should I grind for Vulture when he comes around? Yeah. I totally would. I'm totally gonna. I mean, I get what some people are saying, that Vulture looks a little slow, a little clunky. He's got too much good stuff, especially if you're into power control like I am. He's too good not to try to go after. I mean, and really, if you've got the capability of grinding for a featured, it's going to be a rare occasion where I would say, yeah, don't bother. Carnage obviously is one of those. I'm
We wouldn't
still
have done that
amazed
at first, though.
after. Yeah, well, I kind of knew from like when they started messing with his PI and then reading his abilities. It seemed to me that he, on the surface, just wasn't going to be that great. And then the same thing with Punisher 2099. I did not really feel like he was. You can just when you've been at this as long as we all have, you can just kind of sense sometimes. You just read a champ's, profile and look at what's going on and go, this guy's going to be awesome, or this guy's probably going to be, garbage fill, a seat filler. That's what I'm looking for, a seat filler.
So, yeah.
My name asks Frojo, when are you going to buy your Spidey 5-star featured? Frojo says something blue, something borrowed. Yeah, gonna marry Spidey? Am I missing something? Hoodie Lover says I like him, and if anything, he has friggin' claws. Yeah, those are pretty cool. Frojo says tomorrow for sure. Now I thought about waiting. Frojo, were you here when SlycM duped his 5-star Spider-Man? Because if not, you missed out on it. Yeah, because of the mutant gem, totally.
I can say this: the Spider-Man is super. I think, from what I can tell, look, he looks like he's going to be a beast. Above 50% health. Those what is it called? Poise, just seems to really smack somebody around.
It's a great new mechanic, and he's taken full advantage of it. Kranos, buddy, in the house. I don't know if you're just getting here. Good to see you. Kranos was on with us last night. That was last night, right? Yeah, was on with us for a while. We're all big fans of his. He's a fan of ours. It's a mutual fan society over here. So Frojo says, yeah, he did see it happen. R31 says, I have Emo Punisher from the Marvelous Crystal. My only new champ, LOL, except Dormammoth. Yeah, R31, I got Garbage, so I feel ya. Aaron says, hey, Kranos, he has the new champ, Awaken. Yeah, if you're just getting here, Kranos, he's at Winter Soldier right now testing out his brand new duped 5-star Spider-Man Tech Enhanced. So look upon it and weep. There will be the gnashing of teeth by everybody who went for it and failed.
Pretty awesome.
Yes. Very awesome. Let's see. He's still at R2 and hits so high.
And that's the thing I've noticed. Even at rank 2, he does some insane damage.
The Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely good for punching him in the mouth.
Oh, yeah. So, all right. I'm going to finish killing this Winter Soldier, and we are killing it. Again, tomorrow, guys, we will be... Well, I say tomorrow. Watch our Twitter. I'll be letting you know. But the plan is to come back tomorrow night again with another round of rankings. Are we going to do power drains?
Yes, tomorrow is power drain. Although it might not be tomorrow. We'll have to discuss that. I might, because of what's going on Saturday, I might have to take tomorrow night off, or I might just be available periodically. Okay. I promised the wife I would take her out to dinner if she wanted. So,
I got
Bulldog, where's your channel? You're looking at it, Jason. I have a channel actually that has no videos on it. I made it quite a while ago, back in December. I had intended to start streaming, and then I met SlycM, and now I'm just going to be hanging out here. So.
Yep. Luckily for me, the Bulldog is a part of my crew, a great guy to have. Helps me out with so much. So I've been extremely lucky with that. And it's not just him. I've got Bulldog that does a lot of the audio and mic work. Chid does a lot of my graphics and research. Jacob, kind of our local legend guy. He's 100% on legend run. He's done a lot inside the game, top tier alliance. So he's great to get a lot of knowledge from. And then we've also got Anthony, who does a lot of research on champions for us. Very knowledgeable in the game. And then we got Star, that's kind of a young guy that does a lot of fun. He's an energetic guy and just a fun part of the team. So, and then
and he likes to spend his evenings pretending to be from Australia and calling himself Eternal Warrior.
And then we've also got Trey that does a lot of our Twitter work as well.
Yeah.
Great group
and
of
Trey
guys.
just got back in there again. Ace Fusion says, my 5-star Star-Lord, 235, SIG 8 or 9, killed Winter Soldier in 197. And that sounds about right, because I think there was... the one they were talking about did it in like 164, but that was like a 40 sig level. So that sounds. I think you're like right there where it should be. Slicer has a pet bulldog. Yeah, that's funny. Kranos, that's insane. Very happy you duped him. Just got in a long day at work. We'll check out the whole stream later today. Yeah, you definitely of all the ones you're gonna want to watch, this is the one we spent a couple hours doing our breakdown of all the bleed champs in the game, ranking them. So we came up with what we consider our definitive top 5, and then we took the rest of the bleed champs and ranked them between 6 and 10. So any champ that's a rating 6 means they almost could have been in the top 5 if not for certain circumstances, or they're very, very good. And if they're ranked 10, we consider them to be worthless garbage. So check that out, and you can catch all the reactions, and then you'll get to see Slycem change his life by duping getting the 5-star Spidey. And he wasn't going to go for it too, because he's been saving for Iceman, but Frojo and I and a few others badgered him into it, and he went for it, and it's the best decision he ever made.
It was definitely up there. Yeah, it was really good. So with that being said, guys, it is 3 a.m.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
I am beat, and I have to work tomorrow. Luckily, I get to somewhat
Same
sleep
here.
in. So, again, I mean, golly, we're still running 40 viewers strong. And guys, I can't say thank you enough. Everybody coming in and supporting us means the world. Again, we had our whole crew with us tonight. I'm going to get with them here later to see exactly what our game plans are. I'll be posting as much as I can. Check our Twitter feed. Check us out on the Line app. Whatever it takes, get in touch with us, and I will be letting you know. Tomorrow night, we will stream. It's just going to be a matter if we'll do a new set of rankings or not. So,
yeah.
Crap,
I forgot all about the Stark. I got to get going. I forgot all about the Stark event. Shoot.
Get the Stark event over with, guys.
Outside
Outside of that, we're out of here. All right, time to get
all
rolling.
right.
Everybody else, take it easy. Thanks for coming out. Oh, and
good night, everybody. Yeah.
Best of luck in all your crystal pulls, fellas. Go get it.
Yep. All right, good night.
See y'all.